very good morning and a warm welcome to Stanley Park, the home of Blackpool Cricket Club. We're by the sunny seaside for match number 2 of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Lancashire up against Kent today here on Lancs TV, and commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. It is an absolutely gorgeous day. We're out in the middle. The toss is just a few minutes away. There's the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. We'll catch a word with him once the toss has happened, and we'll confirm the teams. We had a couple of debutants on Wednesday at Sebba. Will we see something similar here today? We'll find out in the next few minutes. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent is with us for commentary today. It's always sunny in Blackpool when you come, Ben.
Honestly, last year was absolutely cracking, and so many spectators in. As I was walking in, there was a huge queue of fans trying to get in the ground, and we had a fantastic day out here last year. Sunshine's come out for us again, so I'm super pumped and excited to be here again.
And Kent, of course, recently winners of this competition, in fact beating Lancashire, of course, in the final at Trent Bridge. Are Kent quite optimistic they can have another good competition?
Yeah, I think it's a young Kent team in comparison to, say, that one. A few changes, you know, the likes of Ollie Robinson's left and Darren Stevens has retired, so it is a younger group of players this time around. But yeah, I think there's a bit of optimism. Narrow defeat for them in their first game away at Somerset on Friday, so they'll be hoping to bounce back in this one.
How have Kent been affected by the 100 in terms of losing players? I think Lancashire, somewhere in the region of 7 or 8 players have gone to the 100. What's Kent like? Yeah,
not too bad, not as many as that. So Zach Crawley's still away with England, of course. Sam Billings is the main one, kind of from the T20 group, who obviously captains the Oval Invincibles. Tawanda Miyeye, Daniel Bowe Drummond as well, currently playing in that. So they're missing a couple of batters. Fred Clarkson's been injured anyway, the left arm seamer, the Dutchman. So yeah, it's the batting probably that is the most affected, and so there's a little bit of a change up in the order that perhaps people might expect. Joey Everson and Bayer Swanepoel opened on Friday. Still got the experience of the captain, Jack Leaning, who'll be tossing up behind us, and Jayden Denley, a younger man, or the nephew of Joe Denley, of course, who's currently out with a knee injury as well, so they're missing him too. So yeah, so there's a little bit of inexperience in the batting possibly, but they've got so many all-rounders in this team. I think apart from Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper, pretty much everyone can bowl, so they've got loads of options with the ball, plenty of spin, so Jack Leaning can throw the ball to anyone really.
So there's a Denley junior going to play for Kent today. Will we have a Flintoff junior playing for Lancashire? There's every chance. He's named in the squad. The two captains are just out there at the minute, about to have the toss. Venkatesh Iyer, one of Lancashire's latest recruit, the Indian all-rounder, batting all-rounder, has signed for the One Day Cup and a couple of championship matches for Lancashire, but I don't think he's likely to play. In fact, he's not going to play today. Could feature at Derby on Wednesday in the next group match, and Lancashire will be hoping he has quite a big impact. We'll find out how the outcome of this toss is. Keaton Jennings' record at the toss is dreadful. So let's see if his luck changes in Blackpool. This tends to be quite a good pitch here. There's been a lot of runs scored here, Ben, in recent seasons. Scores of 350 plus seems to be a pretty regular feature. How do you see this kind of game shaping up?
Yeah, I mean, it looks a fantastic pitch, lovely colour to it. Obviously, the weather's been slightly better in recent times compared to the rainy stuff we had earlier on in the summer. So, yeah, the outfield again looks absolutely wonderful. So I'm sure it'll be a quick outfield, a couple of short boundaries, perhaps away to the pavilion. The ball will run away down there. So, yeah, I'd have thought going to see plenty of spin on show in the middle overs. Both sides will be wanting to put a big score on the board. Obviously, Josh Bohannon's got form against Kent in recent times, hasn't he? I'm sure he'll be keen. I must say, I am buzzing to have a look at Rocky Flintoff in real life, because, like everyone, I've seen all the clips on social media, the likeness to his dad and the style that he bats with, but he seems to have so much substance with it as well. So really excited to see him in the flesh today.
Yeah, should he feature, and there's a decent chance he will, we'll confirm with Keaton once the toss has taken place, then he will become Lancashire's youngest ever player, going past, I think, Alex Davis, who held the record previously when he was 16 years of age and so many 100 days. But Rocky, should he make his debut in this game, would go past Alex Davis and become Lancashire's youngest player of all time. I mean, that in itself is some achievement, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you've been watching, clips of him playing for Lancashire's second team or the England under-19s, it's easy to forget that he's playing, age groups up and is still, GCSE A-level kind of age, isn't he? So, yeah, it's testament to the talent and the promise that he's got, that he's already being thrust into this environment.
I don't know what this delay is. We'll see if we can try and work out what the delay is here, but there's obviously some slight issue. Toss was due to have taken place around about 10:30, so we'll clarify. We're hearing potentially about maybe a little bit of a delay. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah, I think possibly a 15-minute delay, whether that is due to what I mentioned about the sheer weight of numbers of people trying to get into the ground and making sure they're here for the start. Possibly that's the thinking behind that. Just seeing Jack Leaning, the Kent captain, take his match day top off, and he did have a training top on underneath, don't worry, and has gone back out to do the warm-ups again and said, just give me a shout when you want to do it. So, yeah, sounds like we're going to be delayed on the toss a little bit and maybe the start of the match, but if that means everyone gets inside the ground for the start, then fantastic, because judging from the line of the queue as I was walking in, it's so many people that want to get inside the ground and taking the action today.
15. Okay, cheers. So yeah, just to confirm that, we're going to toss in 15 minutes. So that's just been pushed back. Is that the 11:15 start? No, 11 o'clock start. Still. Okay, cheers, Keith. Okay, so it's toss in 15 minutes. We're still due to start at 11 o'clock, but that toss has been pushed back by 15 minutes due to a little technicality. So we'll wait for the news on that. And just in terms of this competition, we might as well crack on, I suppose, for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
How much do you kind of enjoy this? Where do you feel it fits within the domestic schedule? Because it gets a little bit of a bad rep, which I think is a bit unfair.
I think it is a bit unfair, to be honest, because some people would say it's kind of been downgraded, and the 100 obviously gets top billing at this time of year, but 50-over cricket is still a fantastic format. You know, there's little nuances that are coming into the game more and more in the last couple of years because of T20 cricket, and I think that's kind of been pushed into the slightly longer white ball format as well, that you see really interesting phases of the game. And I think the fact that actually sometimes with the makeup of the teams, with say Lancashire or some of the other counties, say Surrey, who have lost loads of players to the 100, there's a bit more of an unknown quantity to it. And with some of the younger players as well that we're seeing on show, for me that makes it interesting. It's harder to predict. You don't quite know, who's going to win the competition at the start, and it's almost anyone's got a chance. And in recent years we've seen obviously the likes of Leicestershire and Glamorgan be successful in this competition, and Kent in recent times as well. So yeah, I really enjoy it. Obviously there's amongst the really hardcore cricket fans, there's the sort of Metro Bank fever joke that goes around, and I think people that support their counties, and particularly those that love outground cricket, and I'm certainly one of those people, really do like this competition because of what it offers.
Yeah, this is Lancashire's second home match. Both have been away from Emirates Old Trafford, so we're at Sedbergh on Wednesday for the opening game against Durham, and then here in Blackpool today, which I think fits the format really well. We had a really good crowd on Wednesday, so midweek up in the Cumbrian Fells, and actually there's a couple of thousand people there. Sunday here by the seaside, again we're expecting really good numbers. Are Kent playing away from Canterbury in this competition as well?
Yeah, so coming up, their next two games against Hampshire and Middlesex are both at Beckenham, which in general is a batter's paradise. It's always got runs in it, and again I think you're right, that suits this style of cricket, this format, 50 overs, but also middle of the summer, get crowds in to sit in their deck chairs, wander around the ground, rather than kind of the enclosed bowl type test match arena that you might have. So yeah, I think it's perfect for the summer holidays. It's almost a kind of mini festival of cricket in itself, and there's exciting young talent on show, as well as, you know, really experienced quality players that maybe have had their day at test level or international level or whatever. And I was actually reading last night on social media that some people are suggesting maybe some of the overseas talent in this competition is almost as good as they've got in the 100. The likes of Rahane and Chris Green, obviously, in the Lancashire squad, and there's, you know, some high quality internationals playing in this competition this year.
Do you feel it fit? Just a reminder for you, we've just got a slight delay with the toss, which is going to happen in the next 4 or 5 minutes, we reckon, or something like that. But we're still scheduled to start at 11 o'clock, so nothing changing with regards to the start time. But I think Keaton's waving over to his counterpart now, potentially, for this toss to take place. In terms of where it fits as well, Ben, and this suggestion, what is something has to be played in August alongside the 100. Do you like the 50-over competition here? Is there an argument to play some Red Bull Championship cricket here? I mean, I don't know where kind of you stand, and what's the feeling amongst the Kent supporters?
Yeah, I think there would certainly be an element of the Kent support and members that would prefer to have more Championship cricket at this time of year. I think the scheduling situation is obviously a very tricky one, and it's something they've been fiddling with in recent years and haven't quite cracked it, maybe. Perhaps there's an argument that you could play this competition at the start of the year, but then we wouldn't be getting days like today. We'd have more washouts, more rain-affected games. It maybe would devalue the competition in that sense. So I don't know. Obviously, we have got lots of back-to-back Championship cricket at the back end of August, haven't we, this year? So maybe they're just about sort of finding the right balance and getting there.
Yeah, well, it's a thorny issue that we could probably spend most of the day chatting about. So the two captains are out there now, the two umpires and the match official. I'm not sure what the technicality was that's caused the delay.
Double-sided coin or something.
It could be, yeah. It's that in Keaton's desperation to win the toss, he's picked a double-sided coin, yeah. So the kind of formality is taking place now between the two captains and the match officials, and then we'll grab a word with Keaton Jennings in the next few minutes, and maybe Jack Leaning as well if he hangs around for a chat. This competition's done pretty quickly, isn't it? I mean, you get your group stage done reasonably quickly, and then you're into the knockout stages of it, which again I think fits quite nice. Unlike the Blast, where you're waiting 6 weeks to play your quarter final, this kind of bunched together, I think, helps a sense of it developing a bit of a storyline to it. Yeah,
absolutely. There's a really quick turnaround, isn't there, in terms of those quarter-final eliminated games, and then the semis, I think, happen within a few days of each other, and that's not far off the back of the last group game. So yeah, I think it definitely helps. It feels a bit odd, doesn't it, with the Blast, to have the main crux of the competition and the bulk of those group games, and then to have this gap, and then finals day as the toss is just going on behind us, because you can then have such a difference in terms of the squads and injuries and whatnot. So yeah, I do like it in that sense.
Okay, let's just go and grab at least with Keaton, if you're right, just to pass your microphone, Ben, to Keaton when he wanders over for a little chat, if that's all right. Keaton, what's the news?
Jack's been unlucky. We won the toss. We're bowling first.
Okay, and you had a couple of debutants on Wednesday at Sebba. Any debutants today?
Yeah, a couple more today. We've got young Flintoff make his debut and young Sutton. So exciting, two very different paths to get to this point, but two lads thoroughly deserving of their professional debut.
Rocky at 16 playing. Does that make you feel a bit old?
Yeah, massively. Yeah, he's nearly born before I made my debut, so I mean, Jack's probably not far off either. So no, look, it's really exciting. You see a young lad who's incredibly keen, excited, fresh face to come in and take on the big world of cricket, which is awesome. So look, wishing him all the best, and I hope it's a long career for him.
Cheers. Pass it on to Jack.
Cheers, buddy. Good luck.
A little word with Jack.
Cheers, mate. Go on.
Welcome to Blackpool. It's quite sunny. It's always sunny when Kent come here.
Well, I've been telling the boys as soon as you get north of Watford, it's generally pretty better weather. So I'm glad it's produced over in Blackpool.
You're only one game in. Just what's your kind of assessments of what happened at Taunton on Friday night?
It turned out to be a pretty good game, to be honest. We were probably 20 or 30 light with a bat on a fairly good wicket, but did just offer a little bit for the spinners and the slow balls. We bowled really well. We fought back. They had a pretty good partnership and looked like chasing it quite comfortably at one point, but towards the back end of our bowling innings, we really looked like we were actually driving the game, and they chased them 7 down in the end. But on another day, a couple of balls that went in the air go to hand, and I think we end up getting on the right side of the result. So lads are pretty confident and have taken a lot from it, so hopefully that'll come into fruition today.
And I was just saying to Ben that obviously you've won this competition recently. You beat Lancs at Trent Bridge a couple of years back. Are you quite optimistic you can have another good competition?
I think so, yeah. I think whether you look at it as fortunate or not, we've only got a couple of lads in the 100 this year, so we've still got the crux of the squad together, which is quite nice. So now the boys are optimistic and looking forward to the challenges ahead.
Cheers, Jack. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Okay, that's the news then from the middle. There's a debutant for Rocky Flintoff at the age of 16 years and so many days. We'll clarify just exactly how many, to become Lancashire's youngest ever player. Blimey. Lancashire have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl first. We'll start at 11 o'clock.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go, as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest, so using an experienced agent like Mestoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of it is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the being that was found over the last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That ball.
Catch. Throw. Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played with what a moment. Don't play.
Well, a real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Finds out it's 2 runs, it's a winning hit, on come the crowd.
Been a really
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Well, welcome back to Blackpool Cricket Club for this Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Kent here on Lancs TV, and for listeners joining us via the BBC Sport website and app. Scott Reed and Ben Watts with you for the next few hours from a lovely sunny seaside. It's always sunny in Blackpool. I can't remember the last time I came here for a Lancashire match, and it wasn't a lovely day. We've got a good crowd in as well. We had a couple of thousand at Sedbergh on Wednesday, so we're expecting probably something similar today. And for the players on the balcony, trying to find a bit of shade, actually, by the looks of it, bit of a makeshift brolly going up, and try and find a little shady area. The bar, I'm sure, will be doing a roaring trade, and the pavilion looking terrific with bright blue sky all around. The news from the middle for our listeners via the BBC Sport website and app, who perhaps weren't with us a little bit earlier on, is that Lancashire have won the toss and they're going to have a ball first, and they hand debuts to 2 players. Well, actually it's 3 players, 2 making their kind of first team debuts, while Chris Green makes his list A debut as well. But Rocky Flintoff becoming Lancashire's youngest all-time player, and Ollie Stone both make their club debuts today. So 4 changes in total from Lancashire's side that lost against Durham at Sedbergh School. As for the Kent team, Ben, have you got that for us?
Yeah, so just the one change from Friday's defeat to Somerset at Taunton. They take Hamidullah Kadri out of the team, who actually batted very well in that game, but as a spinner, they've got plenty of spinners in this team, they've decided to bring George Garrett into the 11, so bolstering their seamer ranks, albeit, as I mentioned at the toss, they've got loads of all-rounders anyway, so they've got loads of bowling options at Kent. But yeah, they're going to be batting first, expecting the order to be something along the lines of Joey Everson and Bayes Swanepoel, the South African overseas all-rounder, to open the batting. Ekansh Singh, who's just recently signed a rookie contract and made his Kent debut on Friday, in at number 3. He's been playing second 11 cricket quite a bit this year. Jack Leanin, the captain, who everyone will know about, of course, as a Yorkshireman. He'll be especially pumped for today's game. Harry Finch is the wicketkeeper. Jayden Denley, the nephew of Kent teammate Joe, is at number 6. Joe himself has got a knee injury at the moment, so is not in the squad. Charlie Stobo is the other overseas player in the Kent team, the Australian. Grant Stewart will bat at number 8 with Nathan Gilchrist former Lancashire spinner Matt Parkinson and George Garrett.
Kent coming into this game just like Lancashire on the back of a defeat on Friday at Taunton. Jack, leaning at the toss, said to us that he thought actually it was a good game, and they were kind of growing into it as it went on. I think I got the impression he was reasonably happy with kind of their performance on Friday.
Yeah, I think it was probably one of those, as he mentioned, that they were maybe just slightly light with the bat, and if you look at the card, Joey Everson got a half century at the top of the order, but then 3 to 7 all got out in the teens, having made a bit of a start. So perhaps that would be the disappointment. Kadri whacked 43 off 30 balls. He's not playing today. Grant Stewart hit a half century off 34 balls with 5 fours and a couple of sixes. So he's bringing a lot of firepower down at number 8. But I think what Kent would probably like to see today is one of their top order batters go and make a really big score, or see a couple of partnerships put together so they can get a decent total on the board. As you mentioned, probably going to need 300 plus here to win the game. At Blackpool last year, 328 for 5 batting first was the Lancashire tally. Josh Bannon got 100 and 3 others got half century, so just shows that's the sort of total that Kent are probably going to need today to be competitive.
Yeah, I think so. But the previous year before that, Lancashire actually played twice here in one-day cricket. The previous year in 2022, both occasions scores were 350 plus in games against Northamptonshire and Nottinghamshire. So yeah, I think that's probably the kind of ballpark figure we're looking at. There's young Flintoff, so 16 years and how many days? 113, becoming Lancashire's youngest player of all time. 16 years old, making his debut. Goodness me.
He doesn't look 16, admittedly. No. He's a tall lad.
He is. He's a big lad, isn't he? Right, Will Williams to open up the bowling for Lancashire with a couple of slips in place. That's cut away through the offside. Nice shot just in front of square. A little bit of width there. Carved out towards the cover boundary. It's scooped up by the boundary rope by Chris Green, who makes his list day debut. He had an absolute stellar 100 game, didn't he, the other day? He got 3 wickets and got some runs and took a bit of a stunning catch.
I'm sure they'd quite like to have kept him, really.
Yeah, he was kind of a one game contract or something, wasn't it?
I did see an article in a well-known cricket website saying, what about the young Trent Rockets fans that will have seen Chris Green perform so well and now he can no longer cheer him on?
Williams bowls again. That's defended by Swanepoel, and eased away into the offside. No run. I mean, it's a fair point. You are denying a generation of Trent Rocket supporters here.
There you go. It's one of the things to add to the list.
He got 3 for 14. Not from overs, 20 balls.
Oh yeah, because he said in his interview it took a bit of getting used to the whole balls thing.
To do the 5.
Yeah.
20 balls, 14 runs and 3 wickets for Chris Green for the Trent Rockets against the Northern Superchargers. Here's Williams bowls again, and that's clipped away towards backwards square leg by Swanepoel, and there is no run.
Albeit I think the Superchargers were struggling to find 11 players, weren't they, in the week before the first game because of other franchise competitions, injuries and players in the test squad.
There's been some low scores in that format.
Yeah, to be honest, apart from Rockets in that game, nobody's really put together a hefty total.
There's Williams over the wicket, balls again. It's driven away through the offside, out towards extra cover. And it's a diving stop again by Chris Green. And the deflects nicely out towards Charlie Barnard, who completes the fielding. Good work by Green. So
busy man
with that loss.
Yeah, I think Swanepoel will be pretty happy. That first ball of the game, get it away through cover for a couple. That always, as an opening batter, fills you with a little bit of confidence. Fill the first one out the middle of the bat, get off the mark straight away.
Kent at Taunton on Friday evening, losing that game, their opening fixture of the one-day cup. Lancashire lost on Wednesday at Sebba against Durham. Swanepoel and Joey Everson opened the batting for Kent on Friday evening. Got a half century. Joey Everson, who's on strike here for the first time That's played straight down the ground, past the stumps, beats a dive of mid-off, down towards the boundary. You know who's after it again. Chris Green, he's everywhere. And, well, he's put the dive in and flicked it back. It's a great effort. And they've, in the end, run 2, but wonderful fielding by Green.
I think they might have even come back for 3.
Excellent. Yeah, they have.
It was just a little push defensive, to be honest, from Joey Everson. And it's flown straight back past the bowler, almost gone for 4. Lovely placement. But yeah, he'll be feeling good about that.
So 6 runs now. Final ball of the first over. Williams to Swanepoel. Just comes back into a fraction, plays it with a slightly closed bat, just turns it away towards mid-wicket. And there's no run, but a pretty lively first over of the match. 6 runs for Kent. Swanepoel on 3. Joey Everson on 3. And 1 over in, Kent batting first. Lancashire won a toss. Keaton Jennings actually... I know, that's a remarkable achievement, to be fair. I mean, first things first.
I'm sure he'll be very happy to have finally won a toss.
I think he was a little bit stunned at the news. Yeah. And,
well, you carry on the commentary, Scott, because I've got an update to do for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, just to let them know what's going on here at Blackpool.
Well, it's going to be George Balderson to open up. From the southern end of the ground. It will be Balderson with Everson on strikes, a 6 without loss. Plenty of other one-day cup games taking place as well today, so we'll keep right across the scores on the doors, both in groups A and B. Lancashire and Kent are in group A. There's Balderson. There's a little bounce there for Balderson now. It shapes away from Joey Everson into the gloves of George Bell. Keaton Jennings at first slip, and then George Lavelle at second slip. Of course, we're in the first power play, so fielding restrictions are in place. Plenty of fielders inside the circle. Balderson to Everson again, just runs off his thigh pad this time and loops out into the onside, and Blatherwick comes up from mid-wicket to field. And there is no run. Looks like everyone's playing in the one-day cup. Looks like the weather's pretty decent. So Worcestershire, Durham and Hampshire, Somerset are the other games in Lancashire's group, so we'll keep across that through the course of the day. And then there's a stack of games in Group B as well. The test match is ongoing at Edgbaston. We'll have a look at that as well. There's plenty of cricket today. Balderson in, driven back down the ground by Joey Everson. On the bounce, back to Balderson. Kind of burst through his fingers and picked up at mid-off by Chris Green. And there is no run. 3 dot balls to start the second over. Everson on 3, fresh from a good 55 in that match at Somerset. Somerset winning by 3 wickets in the end. Off an appeal for an LBW here as that just deflects away off his pad. Probably shaping down the leg side, really. Picked up by Bell, who comes from behind the stumps to field. Leg by call by the umpire. David Milnes at the south end of the ground umpiring, and it's Graham Lloyd officiating from the northern end of the ground. There's Graham Lloyd walking out towards square leg. Swanepoel on strike. So 2 balls left in the second over, 7 runs on the board. Balderson and Williams opening up the bowling for Lancashire. Balderson comes into Swanepoel and bowls, has a little nibble at that. Again, that's decent carry and pace, isn't it? Nice little bit of bounce there through to Bell. Start by Balderson. Blatherwick is also a seam bowler that's come into this side. No Tom Bailey, no Harry Singh, no Tom Bruce. All featured at Sepper School on Wednesday. And there's Bailey on the balcony. Here comes Balderson. Clipped out towards the leg side by Swanepoel. Whipped away towards deep mid-wicket and bounces its way over the boundary rope. And that is 4. The final ball. So we've had 2 overs here at Blackpool Cricket Club on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV. 11 runs scored from the first 2 overs. Swanepoel on 7. Joey Everson's on 3. So early inroads being made by the Kent opening batters. A couple of overs gone.
Yeah, Swanepoel at the top of the order. Tended to bat kind of 7-8 in the T20 Blast team, so he'll certainly look to be positive at the top of the innings, as Williams is in and bowling to Joey Everson. That's a lovely line, and a little bit of bounce and carry, smidge of movement as well, away from the right-handed batter through to the wicketkeeper. Who's it that's got the gloves on today for Lancashire?
Yeah, they're not short of options, are they? Really?
Yeah, we joked about that during our time together for the 4-day game at Old Trafford about Lancashire's embarrassment of riches behind the stumps. They've kind of taken over from Kent in that regard. As Williams is in. Oh, full delivery, which forced Everson into a stroke, and he's got a thick outside edge down towards third man for a single. Credit the skipper for having said third man. Otherwise the bowler would be very frustrated if that had gone to a vacant area for 4 runs, but just the one. And the field will swap over once again for the left-handed batter, the South African Swanepoel. Just trying to find the details from the warm-up fixture that Kent had. So of course lost to Somerset on Friday, but they played their national counties game on the Tuesday of this week, as Williams is into Swanepoel, and he's just patting it back up the pitch. Yeah, Swanepoel scored his first century in a Kent shirt in that game from the top of the order, having managed a half century on his opening red ball fixture. Yeah, blasted away at the top of the order in that game. Obviously a higher standard of opposition in the One-Day Cup, as it's turned away into the onside defensively. But certainly enjoyed himself on that particular outing, scoring 120 from 90 deliveries, 11 4s and 5 6s, and they actually retired him out to let someone else have a go. Here's Williams to Swanepoel, the left-hander. Nice delivery, back of length, hip high, in which Swanepoel just defends into the ground. Who did Lancashire play in their national counties warm-up fixture?
Cumbria.
I thought it might have been.
Yeah, Seb School. It's been a kind of, what's it, 3 years on the spin in these kind of warm-up national county games. I quite like them. They're quite good. Yeah. It's a good game. Bit of rain around, so we got a bit of a shortened match, but it's a good game.
Full delivery, which has been driven away into the covers without total timing. Jennings from point comes around to do the fielding. They take a single to end the over. Kent after the first 3 on 13 without loss.
Yeah, that Kent's warm-up match for the One-Day Cup was quite late, wasn't it? I think most teams played on the Wednesday, didn't they? But
yeah. Some people played almost the week before, didn't they? Whereas
you played on the Tuesday.
Yeah. Kent played a few days later. Kent have actually had as much as people like to moan about the schedule. Kent, I think, probably had the best T20 schedule of any team in the South Group, and ended up finishing bottom.
Balderson starts a fresh over to Swanepoel, trying to nudge it away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
They rarely had any horrible back-to-back games. Had a bunch of Friday nights and Sundays. The odd midweek game. But yeah, all their back-to-back ones were pretty manageable. So it was, say, Essex on the Thursday and then home on the Friday.
Balderson to Swanepoel. Comes off the inside edge, plays forward, the ball deflects off his inside edge past the stumps, down towards short fine leg. Hurries through for a quick single, but we're a bit fortunate for Swanepoel, but he gets one anyway. Moves on to 9-14 without loss. I guess a pretty rough group that, isn't it, for Kent? A rough campaign, 10 defeats from 14 T20 matches.
Yeah, it was pretty rough, to be honest. They bizarrely won their first game against Middlesex at Chelmsford, which is bizarre in itself.
Balderson's into Everson, driven to cover, and there's no run.
By a record amount of runs for a blast game for Kent, so they won by 98 runs, I think. And then they thrashed Surrey, who won the group, in their last game at home by 80-something runs, got 220 on the board, and then rolled them out. Albeit Surrey didn't, there was nothing on the game for Surrey. But they had those two brilliant wins at the back and start the competition.
Balderson to Everson. With appeal for LBW, the ball again deflects off his pad out towards backward square leg.
And yet we're rubbish in the middle. And even one of the wins they had against Gloucestershire was a rain-affected game where they batted first, didn't get enough runs, to be honest. Apart from Daniel Bell-Drummond, who made 75 at Cheltenham, everyone else struggled. But there was a rain delay. They came back out after the rain delay, had to bowl a couple of overs to get through to 5 to constitute a game.
Balderson's in, that's lifted over green at mid-on and over the boundary for 6. Oh, blimey, it's caught someone in the crowd, and that looks pretty nasty. It's gone for 6, but the immediate concern here is for that spectator who's been caught pretty full-on ball, which travelled over the boundary and in towards the spectators. Oh, let's hope he's okay. That looked like a pretty nasty blow, that. Chris Green's was inside the circle at mid-on, and he's gone across to see if he's okay. Looks like he's sat up, but he's actually waving some of the players away to say I'm okay. But I think before we press on too much here, I suspect the medical staff are going to come out and have a look.
Well, Bayer Swanepoel, the player that's just clubbed the 6 in said gentleman's direction, is actually wandering over to check he's okay as well, which is a nice touch. I guess if this was a game at Wimbledon or something, Novak Djokovic would be giving away some free kit to the spectator in the stands as a means of an apology.
Well, someone going to bring him a beer then. Well, he's been looked after by the
that's good to see.
St John's ambulance, that type of thing.
Yeah, sorry, just to finish on the Kent T20 blast situation. Nathan Gilchrist actually ended up bowling a very good over, which was the 5th over constituting a game at Cheltenham. Got a couple of wickets, and subsequently Gloucestershire sunk below the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, and Kent very much stole the win. So yeah, they had 2 thrashing wins, burgled one.
Yeah.
And the other one, Sam Billings had to get 100 to chase down a score at Canterbury to beat Somerset. So,
and then lost 10 in the middle.
And then they lost all the other ones. Yeah. So it was a somewhat bizarre blast campaign for the 2021 winners.
Because it seemed that kind of in recent history, you'd expected Kent to qualify, or at least to compete to qualify.
Yeah, I think normally Kent would very much be hoping they're capable of qualifying, and if they don't, they would narrowly miss out as they did last year.
Yeah. We're going to resume with Balderson to Swanepoel. It's pushed away, beats the dive of Blatherwick at point, and out towards the boundary for 4. Nice square drive by Swanepoel, just forcing it off the front foot and on the ground for 4. And that's the end of the over, a slightly elongated one because of that blow the spectator took on the back of Swanepoel 6, and he completes the over with a nice push drive through point for 4. 25 on the board, 4 overs gone. Swanepoel 19, Everson at 4.
If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, Scott Reed 16 on Twitter or X at Ben Watts Sport. And then we've actually got an email address, kentcricket@gmail.com, if anybody wants to get in touch using that, whether you're fans of either a team or any other team, if you're tuning in as a neutral. Here comes Williams to bowl to Joey Everson. Again, a thick outside edge from Joey Everson. Down towards third man for a single. And Kent moved to 26 without loss after 4.1 overs. We just had a brief view as that Swanepoel boundary went to backward point of Rocky Flintoff. He was fielding down at third man and jogging over to go pick the ball up. And I love the fact that he wears number 11 as well. That's a really nice touch.
We're trying to work it out the other day, how many players for Lancashire have worn 11 since his dad.
Williams bowls, flicked away in the air, and it's taken just about at mid-wicket by George Lavelle. It looked like he fumbled it at the first attempt, but managed to hold on, and the dangerous Bay of Swanepoel, as demonstrated by the 6 and the 4 that he hit in the previous over, has been dismissed. He's just tried to flick that over the top leg side, and it's just ballooned up over the shoulder of Lavelle. My first instinct was that it might be just safe. Then it looked like it was going to be a comfortable catch, by which point he fumbled it and then held on and came to 26 for 1.
Yeah, it was a bit of a juggle, wasn't it? But did really well actually to get back to it. He's juggled the first attempt and then did really well to kind of gather it on the second go. And Williams with the first breakthrough then, 26 for 1. And Swanepoel departs. Well, we just seen, haven't we, in the last couple of overs, the threat that he's got, Swanepoel, so I think he should be pretty pleased with that dismissal pretty early on. Good catch by George Lavelle. First wicket for Will Williams.
And that'll mean the arrival to the crease of 18-year-old Ekansh Singh. He's wearing the number 5 on his back. Scored 16 on debut against Somerset at Taunton, but hit a couple of lovely shots in there. His 16 was made up of 2 4s and a 6, and the 6 was a little whip over the top of mid-wicket which went all the way. And yeah, he's got some talent. He's been talked up amongst the Kent ranks as maybe the next one who might break into the first team. Played plenty of second 11 cricket this year, but has also been around the T20 Blast squad for a couple of games, as Williams comes in and bowls to him, and he whips this away behind square on the onside down towards long leg for a couple of runs to get off the mark straight away. Nicely played. He scored a century back in April at Beckenham in a second team win over Essex. A couple of 40s since then, but very much learning his trade. Judd schoolboy in Tunbridge, and he's on strike here as it's once again a full delivery on the leg stump, which has been flicked away into the onside, and he comes back, Ekansh Singh, for a couple of runs. So a couple of deliveries faced, and he's already on 4. Kent moved to 30 for 1.
There'll be a few teenagers on Sheldon today, won't they? But a 16-year-old and Charlie Barnes 19, I think. So a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old in Lancashire's team.
And then, yeah, a couple of 18-year-olds in the Kent side with Singh and also Jaden Denley, England under 19 player, of course. This one's a full delivery on the stumps, and Singh fully in behind this one, playing defensively. Actually bumped into him in the winter because my club side were having a net at Tunbridge School, and in one of the other nets there was a lad wearing some Kent gear, and one of the guys goes, have you seen the lad in the other net? He's absolutely timing the pants of everything. And turned out it was Mark Decker, the Kent One Day Cup coach, who was also the second team coach, was having a one-to-one with him, and it was Ekant Singh. He's playing this one off the outside of the bat down towards third man for a single, and he moves on to 5, same as Everson. Kent a 31 for 1 after 5 overs, but a breakthrough in that over for Will Williams, removing the overseas Bears Swanepoel. Caught at the second attempt by George Lavelle. So yeah, after that chance encounter, very much looking forward to seeing him hopefully get stuck in with the bat here today.
It's kind of one of the we were chatting before the toss, weren't we, about the competition and some of the kind of the benefits of playing it in this particular block, and one of them is the visibility and the opportunities that some of these younger players are getting, which I think he's great, isn't it? And it's not just a bunch of kids all playing together, it's actually quite a nice blend. You look at some of the pros in that Kent side, there's enough experience there to introduce some young lads into the team.
Yeah, and I guess if you played it at the start of the year, if you played it in April, some of these young lads would have exams and that sort of thing.
It's Balderson to Singh, just trying to flick it out towards the leg side, half an appeal for an LBW by Balderson. Yeah, and I suppose on the back of that is that potentially you would have stronger teams because the 100's not being played. So
True.
It would again maybe narrow the gap for some players.
Yeah, there would be a different feel to the competition, I guess.
I quite like it. It is a bit more of a leveller, this format. There's Singh defence and there's no run.
I think for me, when you think about, say, the Lancashire team, actually it's not too dissimilar from the, say, Championship team that played at Old Trafford in that, because I guess guys like Phil Soul or Wood and Mahmood don't always play Championship. Butler obviously doesn't.
Balderson to Singh. Again, it's a short ball that nips back in to Singh and wraps him on the thigh pad, no run.
But that would be because, of course, with them being in different T20 groups, fans of teams like Kent and the southern counties don't get to see the Lancashire T20 one-day side. This feels more like their one-day cup team, feels more like their county championship 11 with a couple of other young lads. So, whereas, say, compared to Somerset, you know, their team is very different to their T20 Blast team.
Balderson to Singh off the front foot, pushed away to the right of mid-off for a single. Moves on to 6, 32 for 1.
And they've got a lot of young lads who wouldn't normally get in their Blast 11 or their county championship 11, and I think there's fans of a Somerset or other teams that would like to be a bit more competitive in this competition and feel like, well, what are we supposed to do with 10 first team players not in the side?
Balderson to Everson, that's down the leg side, taken by a skipping George Bell away to his left hand side. Wide call by the umpire.
But like you say, it does feel like a leveller in some ways, and as we mentioned at the toss, some of those less popular or less well supported or less prestige counties perhaps have won this competition in recent years.
Listen to Everson on the front foot in defence, solid looking defence up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Or certainly non-test match counties have won this competition in recent times.
And even actually these counties have got to the finals, actually, haven't they? You look at the number of different sides that have reached the final since this was pushed into August. Balderson to Everson. Again, let's just come back into it. Getting a bit of movement here is Balderson. He's come off his inner half of the bat. Ball deflects out towards square leg, where Blatherwick catches it with it, and that's the end of the over. Tidy stuff that. He's probing away, Balderson, from the south end of the ground. We've had 6 overs. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, so in recent years, as you mentioned, Leicestershire beating Hampshire in the final last year. Kent, of course, beating Lancashire in 22. Glamorgan beat Durham in 21. So there you go. 4 of those counties, obviously non-test playing counties. Even back in 2019 when Somerset won it, I don't think at that point they'd won a trophy for ages. Obviously they've won the Blast since.
Yeah, that was the last one at Lords, I think, wasn't it? That Somerset win, and they moved it from Lords to Trent Bridge.
Yeah, Kent lost the final against Hampshire at Lords the previous year. Well, the year prior to that in 2018, as Williams is in and bowling here to Joey Everson. The right-handed batter, just defending away into the offside. Other previous winners, seeing as we're on that thread, Notts winning it in 2017. Surrey were the runners-up in 15, 16 and 17 to Gloucestershire, Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Durham beat Warwickshire in 2014. I was saying this the other day, actually, when Kent were beating Surrey in their final Blast game, that as this one's clipped away by Everson down towards long leg for a single. I was guesting on a T20 podcast the other day as well, and saying, they were sort of asking me, out of all the teams that have made the knockout stages, who do you think looks the most likely, kind of assessing some of the South Group teams, and saying, well, Surrey, year in, year out, you think they've got the best squad, and they somehow find a way not to win it. So I think the Lancashire quarter-final against Sussex could be an absolute belter, because Sussex have played a really fearless brand of T20 cricket this year, got such a young, exciting team. Particularly at Hove, they've done well. It's going to be a tough game for Lancs, but always a decent side as well themselves, as this one's a slower ball which kind of balloons up off the pad, maybe rolls up the thigh pad and drops away on the offside. Hekansh Singh, the batter, half an appeal, but nothing from the umpire.
Yeah, tough place to go, isn't it, for an away quarter-final in the Blast at Sussex.
Yeah, likes of Tamal Mills, the captain. Ollie Robinson, the England Test player, will bowl it up the top with a new ball. Bit of spin in the middle. Flicked away behind square on the leg side by Singh. That's pretty much where all of his runs have been so far. And as he moves to 7, and gets to 36 for 1. But yeah, depending on the availability, and presumably at that point in time Lancashire will have had some of their international players back, I'm sure that they'll be able to make it a really good game of it.
Yeah, I think the England one-day series starts the week after the quarter-finals, so potentially they could have a few of the big guys back.
Williams bowls, full delivery, which Everson drives gently up towards mid-off. Williams finding a decent spot here so far, just about to complete his 4th over, and on the verge of his economy being 4 runs per over, 1 for 16. So good stuff from Williams so far. Been pretty steady on a spot, maybe just as strayed fractionally straight at times, has been knocked away behind square out towards long leg. Just a slight tweak in the field here for Lancashire, taking a slip out and putting him into a catching cover area, as that one is an absolute beauty and goes past the outside edge of Joey Everson's groping bat through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. Really nice finish from Williams. 7 gone, Kent to 36 for 1. Swanepoel the man out to Williams, and we just get a moment to look around this wonderful outground, Stanley Park. You can see marquee over on the far side, which I'm assuming is the beer tent.
I think it is, yeah.
There's a fast food grill next to some portaloos over on the far side.
It's Betsy's Pizza, though, in the red van.
I was going to say there must be an... Oh, there we go. There's a pizza van, ice cream truck as well on the far side.
Balderson to Singh, who plays forward. Ball just holds its line past the edge of the bat, through to Bell, no run.
I also love here, of course, you have the the kindergarten, the nursery that is obviously a permanent fixture here when there isn't cricket on, and you can see some of the outdoor playthings like mini slides and.
It's Balderson to sing. Play. Well, he just pulls the bat away. Actually,
looks like some sort of climbing frame castle type thing as well.
Looks quite good fun. Yeah. He's kind of sat a little deeper the ground, isn't it? It's in a kind of a natural ball.
Yeah, which actually really works nicely for different viewing spots.
Balderson to sing. It's left through to Bell, no run.
And you have those lovely grass banks where people can sit on deck chairs or standing seats, and then there's the big white rows of what, they're not benches, but they're kind of rows of seating area, so people are just propped up on those.
Balderson to sing. It gets forward and dry. He's playing a bottom hand on that, trying to force the ball away straight to green at mid-off. No run.
You've got the nets over on the far side. You can see a couple of youngsters are flinging some balls around in there. Yeah, like you say, even the sight screens at the two ends are on a raised footing on the top of the bank, at the far end at least.
Which is where Balderson's running in from to sing, just dabbed into the offside. The ball bounces down toward gully, and there's no run.
Yeah, we're sort of sat behind the bowler's arm, the opposite end to Balderson at the moment, with the pavilion away to our right, which is a super looking pavilion as well.
Yeah,
perfect for the ground.
Balderson to sing. Again, that gets up onto to sing and whips it away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. A maiden over from Balderson. He's bowled very nicely. In fact, both have started well, Williams and Balderson. 36 for 1, 8 overs gone. Yeah, that's the old pavilion that Ben was referring to. It is a grand old building, then, isn't it? There are other games taking place today. Worcestershire, Durham and Hampshire, Somerset. These are the two games that are in the same group as Lancashire and Kent. Worcestershire batting first against Durham. This game taking place at New Road. Worcestershire 25 for 3 in the 8th over. And there it is. The scenes from New Road. So Worcestershire 27 for 3 in the 8th against Durham. And the other match in Group A is Hampshire-Somerset, and it's Somerset who are batting first. Looks like the weather's pretty good around the country. 38 without loss, 9 overs gone in that game between Hampshire and Somerset. And the games in Lancashire and Kent's group, that game that the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. Back here at Stanley Park in Blackpool, we're going to see our first bowling change, and we'll see some spin from the left-arm spinner Charlie Barnard replacing Will Williams.
Yeah, it's nice to see the youngster handed the ball, particularly within the power play as well. Interesting captaincy, but positive captaincy. His first ball is a good one. Angling it in from a wideish position on the crease and forcing Joey Everson into a defensive stroke. Jennings is just, having seen that, encouraged enough to possibly go pop himself in at first slip. I think he is going to slot in there. So slip, point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, man on the 45 and a long leg. Joey Everson comes down the ground and bops it straight over the top. One bounce and away for 4 runs. And a little counter punch from Joey Everson. Inside the power play, the spinner introduced, the slip popped in, just gave that a little bit of extra flight, and it encouraged Everson to take a couple of steps down the track and hit straight over the bowler's head. Minimal risk, and 4 runs collected to take Kent on to 40 for 1. As he's forward once again to this next delivery, tossed up once more, a little bit slower from Barnard.
but more watchfully played by Joey Everson. Barnard quickly to his work once more. In the air for the moment, that one, as it was turned away leg side by Joey Everson, but it was quite straight. The catching mid-wicket was a good few yards away from the ball, and Everson takes a single up towards Blatherwick at mid-on. So a nice variety in this Lancashire attack when you think about the bowlers that Jennings can choose from. Quicker delivery from Barnard. There's a nice shape and flight and drift about his action, and the way the ball comes out of the hand. Defended away that one by Ekansh Singh, who's facing this next one down the leg side, so a wide signalled by the umpire. 42 for 1 Kent, with a delivery and an over remaining in the 10 over power play as Barnard bowls. Singh goes back, but it was again a flatter delivery, and off middle stump he ends up pushing it back to the bowler. So Barnard's over is worth 6 runs. 42 for 1 Kent here on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV if you want to watch the pictures with our commentary. Yeah, in terms of the Lancashire attack, you've got the young seamers in the likes of Balderson and Blatherwick, and Barnard bowling his spin. Obviously the experience and the metronomic work of Will Williams. Chris Green, of course, his quality, the overseas with the ball too, the slow bowler. Saw him get a hat-trick for Middlesex in the Blast once.
Here comes Balderson. Big appeal for LBW. That slips, and the captain quite liked it. It's probably the best shout we've had so far, actually. I think he's had 2 or 3 bowlers in which have looked like they've been sliding down the leg side. That looked like
looked a bit high to me from first look.
There we go, back on the replay. Yeah, it's hitting kind of just above the knee roll, hasn't it?
I think they were excited because of the movement in particular. Just seeing that replay, it's really seamed back.
He's got a few to do that, hasn't he, Balderson, in this opening spell? It's in the air, driven up and over point, up towards the boundary. They've come back for 2, but the ball actually beats the run of both Sutton and Williams, who are chasing after. It's gone for 4. The score moves on to 46 for 1. Cries of catch it. That was driven up and over, well, through point actually. There's a field of just a back point and cover in between the gap by Joey Everson. He moves on to 16. Ken edging towards the 50. Of course, Ollie Sutton also on debut for Lancashire. List A debut for him. As Balderson brings Everson onto the front foot, the ball slides past the edge of the bat, and there's no run. He's a left-arm seamer, so we'll see him as well.
Any relation to the former Lancashire player Luke Sutton?
No. I about Chilton on commentary up in the warm-up match at Cumbria, and he was chatting about Ollie Sutton. He made no reference to relation to Luke. It's quite an interesting story, actually. It was left again by Everson through to the keeper, no run. He was with Lancashire, went through kind of the age group level, played for the Lancashire's under-19 side, and then was released and left and went back and played some club cricket, went to Australia for a little bit, played some cricket there, and then a few years later Lancashire have kept an eye on him and they've kind of brought him back, played some second team cricket and got a chance to play in the One Day Cup here as Balderson's bringing Everson to the front foot again in defence, and there's no run.
Interesting little sort of pathway to the team then. I guess as a left arm bowler, as you mentioned, perhaps would have been one of the reasons why they kept their eye on him. Obviously that point of difference.
Here comes Balderson. That's hammered out into the offside by Joey Everson. Good stop of cover by Will Williams. That was hit firmly. Excellent start by Williams, way down to his right-hand side. I reckon Joey Everson probably thinks he's cracked that away for 4. It's the end of the 10 overs then, first 10 overs. And Kent have lost a wicket, but they've built pretty nicely here. 46 on the board, Singh on 7, Everson on 16. 10 overs gone on Lancashire TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. From sunny seaside, can't quite see the tower from that camera position, but it's beyond the pavilion.
So we're going to see Barnard continue. Of course, we are now out of the 10 over power play. Kent making 46 for 1 from that. A dot ball to start. So now fielders more spread out, and mid-off in particular, just down in front of us. Chris Green has been posted out on the boundary. Another dot ball as it was fired in more towards the leg stump by Barnard. Trying to see if there's any further boundary riders. Yeah, there's one out on the offside at deep cover as Ekansh Singh comes down the wicket to this next delivery and drives for a single up towards Green at mid-off. Now seeing mid-on go back as well, so looks like we've got a deep square, a deep cover, long on, long off. Spread of fielders out on the boundary's edge as this one's defended away by Joey Everson. Of course, we're in the second power play, if you like, between overs 10 and 40. It's 4 outside the circle, if I'm correct in thinking, and then 5 for the final 10 as Everson drives towards mid-on for a run. It creates an interesting little spell at the back end of the 38th, 9th over, doesn't it, sometimes, if you've got a couple of set batters who are trying to make the most of the fielding restrictions before an extra one goes back outside the circle. That one defended away by Ekansh Singh again, so a tidy over, but a very economical and smooth over as well from Barnard, the left arm spinner. Lovely action and really neatly into his work so far. His couple of overs costing 8 runs. Kent are 48 for 1 after 11 overs here at Blackpool on the BBC Sport website and Lancs TV. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent and Scott Reed of BBC Lancashire here at Stanley Park. Glorious sunny day, warm day. Spectators packed into the ground in caps and sunglasses and shirt sleeves and shorts. Perfect weather really for a bit of cricket.
It's a proper kind of summer look to it, isn't it? Balderson continues where it's been a really good opening spell from the south end of the ground. Joey Everson playing forward in defence and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a festival cricket vibe, summer holidays.
Yep.
Sunday, of course, people have got the day off work. Come and have a few drinks and ice creams and enjoy the cricket.
Balderson to Everson again, one that just nips back in towards him. Bell comes up from behind the stumps to field. Joey Everson on 17. Kent are 48 for 1 into the 12th over. One slip in place, which is Keaton Jennings. Balderson with his 6th over on the bounce, going for 22. A step to the leg side by Everson and finds a gap through the cover for 1. Moves on to 18, 49 for 1.
Enjoying the Olympics so far, Scott?
I haven't watched any of it yet.
I managed to watch a little bit yesterday, actually,
Right,
before I went off to play some club cricket, which actually coincided with that first medal of the games for Team GB. In the diving,
Balderson to Singh. He's in behind it in defence. No rump.
and that was rather exciting. You're watching it thinking, oh, they're probably going to finish fourth here.
Right.
Unless the Australian duo muck this up, which they duly did.
Oh, right.
One of them came off the diving board almost sideways,
blimey.
Which wasn't very synchronised at all, and they got marked down for it. And
I bet they did.
Hey presto, bronze medal.
Happy days. Balderson to Singh. They're going to be really watchful here. That ball just again coming back in towards him, and there's no rump.
But yeah, we had a 17-year-old Eva Acaro from Kent who was involved in the swimming in the relays last night. Had a chat with her before the games, and then I think on my drive home later after this game, be tuning in to hope that Adam Peaty might return to his blistering best in the swimming pool.
I quite like watching the slightly more obscure events. Oh, again, that beats Singh. Come back in, past the inside edge of the bat and over the top of the stumps.
It really has jagged, that delivery from Balderson. Wonderful seam position, and somehow that doesn't take the inside edge of the bat or the glove.
He's been a bit unlucky in this spell as Balderson. He's gone wicketless, but he's sent down 6 really good overs that have been testing the batters. He's got some nice seam movement from that southern end of the ground.
Yeah, 9 for 23, and you bear in mind that 10 of those came from 2 deliveries where Swanepoel whacked him for 6 and 4 in consecutive tries. Yeah, like you say, some of the more obscure sports are...
Everyone becomes an armchair expert on these, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, which is quite fun.
During the Winter Olympics, it's curling. But yeah, during the Summer Games, there's various sports to get your teeth into. As this one's defended away by Everson. Yeah, just the diving, for example. You know, even I, as a non-diving expert, knew that going off the board sideways didn't look right.
It was definitely points lost.
Yeah, they were definitely going to get marked down for that.
There was surfing in the last Olympics. There was surfing in this one, probably not, because
funny you mention it, as this one's driven away by Joey Everson. There is surfing.
All right.
But because the waves are not good enough in France, it's actually in the French Polynesia, in Tahiti.
That's outstanding.
So, miles away from Paris, of course.
That's the gig to get.
That is the gig. As it's defended away by Ekansh Singh. There's a little bit on the BBC Sport website about this, actually.
Right.
That the athletes are staying on like a luxury cruise ship.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
So compared to the cardboard beds that the rest of them have got in the village, the surfers are winning. As Singh comes down the wicket and bops it over long on for a boundary. In fact, long on was up in the circle. That fielder has been posted back on the boundary for Everson, but has been up at mid-on for Ekansh Singh, and he's decided to utilise that. Little skip down the pitch. Lovely follow-through with the bat as well. And he gets 4 to move Kent on to 54 for 1. He's got 12, and he's trying the same shot again, and is lucky to have not been bowled. And were it not for the fact that delivery from Barnard turned past the outside edge and past the off stump, he might well have been cleaned up.
Yeah, turned, and it was quick from Barnard. He fizzed that one in a little quicker, didn't he? Gripped and spun away.
How that didn't hit the stumps, I'm not quite sure. Singh coming down the pitch, this time squirting it past mid-wicket. They are going to come back for the second pretty comfortably in the end. But more circumspect, watchful stroke from Singh gives him 2 runs. He moves to 14. Kent are 56 for 1 after 13.
Right, so there is a bit of surfing then. Okay.
Yeah, that's
for that.
Absolutely the one to look out for.
Yeah, I quite like watching the ones that I've got absolutely no idea. Never ever watch it. Let's watch something a bit unusual.
Myself and some of the Kent cricket media crew were getting excited yesterday when we discovered that one of the gold medal winning French rugby players was born in Bromley and went to school in Kent, played county rugby for Kent. So all of a sudden
he's one of yours,
saying allez, 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 supporting the French in the rugby.
Brilliant. 56 for 1. It's going to be 7th over on the spin here for George Balderson. 6 overs for 23. Nicholson's on strike. Just eased away off the hip, behind square on the leg side. Flintoff comes up to field.
One would assume possibly Balderson's last, maybe. Rare to see someone in a 50 over game bowl more than 7 in a spell, unless you're a kind of medium pacer or a spinner in mid innings, perhaps, where you might bowl 10 straight through if you're bowling particularly well.
And again, this time to Singh, who's off the front foot and just smothers that ball away into the offside. No run. Yeah, we've only seen the 3 bowlers used, haven't we, with Balderson, Williams and Barnard. So there's Chris Green and Jack Blatherwick and Ollie Stone. Sorry, Ollie Sutton. Sorry, for Lancashire. We've yet to bowl. Pressed away by Singh. Into the offside, no run. Picked up by George Lavelle, who took the catch for the only wicket to fall so far. It was a bit of a juggling catch, but Bears Swanepoel the man out. He's going to loop one up toward mid-wicket, and Lavelle did really well to get to it, and then kind of cushioned it up and caught it at the second go. And Singh defending. Ball bouncing away through point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough yesterday to witness probably the best catch I've ever seen in a club cricket game.
Okay.
And it was off my own bowling.
Oh, outstanding.
So very grateful to the lad at mid-wicket who...
Here comes Balderson to Singh forward in defence, no run.
Yeah, who decided after I'd been bowling to this right-hander and played too many shots. He got one on middle and leg and suddenly thought, well, here we go, this is my area. And he's smacked it into the mid-wicket area. And it was kind of a sort of a short, wide, mid-on / mid-wicket position. And he's just taken off, you know, all limbs off the ground, sprung to his right, and just the ball was stuck in the outstretched right hand.
Singh defends again from Balderson, no run.
Just the sort of stuff you don't expect to see on a village cricket pitch. It's one of those that if we had the game on a streaming service, you'd be clipping that up and sending it into Cricket District for their top 6 catches of the week, or the feature that they like to do on there. Alex Blake, the former Kent player, took a stonker for Hayes Cricket Club the other week as well, diving away to his right, and it was a pretty similar grab to that actually. So yeah, this sort of scenes you don't expect to see on your Saturday game. You expect to see horrendous drops and all of that sort of thing.
Don't expect a worldie.
I bet the batter couldn't believe what had just happened. As soon as that came off his bat, he's thinking, right, 4. Only to see some uni lad springing to his right, taking an athletic, ridiculous catch. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Lancashire and Kent can live up to that standard and take any stunning grabs today. We've already had the juggle from Lavelle. And a single taken there by Everson up towards long on. As Barnard, the left arm spinner, continues. He's in here, bowling to Ekansh Singh, who is driving up towards long off. I think Charlie Barnard might have done what I've done and forgotten his sunglasses. Usually it's rare to see a spinner bowling in the sunshine without a pair of shades on, but he's gone without the left armour. little bit wider on the crease there, angling it into the pads of Joey Everson. I love the flight and the pace, but the smoothness and the rhythm that we're seeing from Barnard here as Everson comes down the pitch. It's a lovely kind of drift and angle he gets with the left arm round to the right-handed batter and angling it in towards the stumps. There's enough flight to kind of invite them down the track, but also there's enough pace to it that they could make a mistake, the batter, trying to do that. As Ekansh Singh has hit this up towards long on, there's a chance for a run out, and Joey Everson goes. And there was a hesitation there between the two batters, and Blatherwick has thrown the ball to the wicketkeeper's end. Bell has done the rest, and Joey Everson is the unfortunate man to depart. He was slow setting off. Singh has knocked it up towards mid-on and made the call to run, and unfortunately the teenager has probably got to take the blame for that one, and the more senior man in the partnership is the one who is run out, and Kent find themselves now 60 for 2 in the 15th over. And I wonder perhaps if Everson should have maybe insisted on telling his junior partner in that situation that there probably wasn't going to be a run there. It felt like as soon as Everson set off with the throw, it just had to be decent to the wicketkeeper's end, and the keeper could do the rest, and Everson was going to be struggling, unfortunately, from a Kent point of view. So smart work in the field, but a little mix up between the batters that felt like a slightly panicky single from an inexperienced player, and Everson paying the price for the fact that Ekansh Singh has hit it to a fielder and gone for the single, albeit he hit it gently to a fielder, so he could have made his ground, and I think if Everson had set off straight away would have probably been fine. But from Everson's point of view, he probably turns and looks at the fielder and then sets off and maybe doesn't hear the call straight away. Anyhow, it's brought Jack Leaning, the captain, to the crease for Kent, and he defends this delivery away. 15 overs gone, and Kent are 60 for 2 courtesy of the run out in that over. And now the skipper will need to just have some words of advice for the youngster up the other end to say, yeah, try and take that out of your mind. Try not to feel too guilty and worry about that in the meantime.
What we're seeing here is Lavelle taking a stunning catch at Sedbergh on Sunday in the National Counties warm-up fixture.
There's the standard.
And then a juggling effort, but a good one nonetheless by Lavelle. That's the first wicket to fall, and as Ben's just been describing the run out, seeing the second wicket to fall, a little bit of hesitation, and with an accurate throw like Blatherwick did, he was always struggling. First bowling change from the south end of the ground. It's two debutants for Lancashire. Ollie Sutton, left arm over the wicket, shapes a long way across, and so far across it's called a wide by the umpire. Lancashire, and Bell in particular, wondering whether he's just got a little thin toe end of the bat on that.
I mean, Singh did throw the kitchen sink at it, but it was very wide.
Started wide and took off, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there'd be a few butterflies in the stomach for Sutton on debut. Balls again. Oh, that's in the air. He's top edged it. Lavelle's under it. Should be a second catch for him. It is, and it's the first wicket for Ollie Sutton. 2 balls into his Lancashire debut. Sutton gets Singh, and Lavelle takes the catch. Skyer off the top edge out towards backward point, and Kent have lost 2 quick wickets here.
Oh, he looks mightily disappointed. Ekansh Singh, short ball, a lot of width on it. Singh will feel that he probably should have put that away to the boundary rather than top edging it up in the air, and not only has he been involved in a run out, but he now himself has lost his wicket. So 2 quick wickets for Lancashire. Disappointment for the Kent youngster, who departs for 15. I'm sure there'll be plenty of learning to come from this outing here at Blackpool, but in the meantime it'll only be disappointment and perhaps a bit of guilt, the fact that Joey Everson has lost his wicket with that run out involvement as well. But interestingly, it's Jaden Denley who is heading out to join Jack Leaning at number 5, rather than Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper. So a slight tweak to the Kent batting lineup, and we will have a left-hand, right-hand combination. But plenty of time for Jaden Denley to try and settle in. Number 42 on his back, alongside his captain Jack Leaning, who's just faced a single delivery so far. So 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, debut for Rocky Flintoff here for Lancashire. One of 2 debutants, the other Ollie Sutton, who's picked up his first wicket for Lancashire. We're in the 16th over. Jack Leaning and Jaden Denley batting for Kent. Lancashire won the toss, opted to bowl first, and Kent is 61 for 3.
Delivery from Sutton again, back of length, left alone by Denley. Scott just doing an update for BBC Lancashire. I'm going to do one for BBC Radio Kent.
Cheers, Ben. He's got quite an angled run here, Sutton. Kind of curving in towards the stumps. Arms pumping back and forth, long blonde hair. Denley has a little dabble at that. Ooh, and then Sutton's just instantly clutched aside of, oh dear, this doesn't look great. He's on his follow through, has just instantly grabbed the side, which quite frankly for anybody, but in particular for a bowler, is not a good sight. And Ollie Sutton, if he has, well, by the looks of it, he has, hasn't he? Has damaged his side. That's a really cruel blow for him. He's only 3 balls into his debut game, and yeah, that looks like that could be it for Ollie Sutton in this match. Well, that's such a cruel blow for him. You have to feel for Ollie Sutton into his opening spell on his debut for Lancashire, and straight away on his delivery follow through. I don't know whether we can see the replay of that or not, but straight away on his follow through, he clutched his side, didn't he? So something went straight away. It's a big blow for, well, obviously for Lancashire at the minute, because they're a bowler live, but more importantly for Ollie Stone. But you'll watch this on the follow through as he comes into bowl, and then straight away reaching for his side, and he knew, didn't he? And that's such a shame. Let's hope that's nothing too really sinister. It's going to be Josh Bohannon to complete the over.
Got a bit of bounce in turn there as well.
Didn't he?
Well, that's caused a couple of photographers to spring into action to try and get a quick snap of Bohannon bowling.
Into Denley, who this time defends back to Bohannon. He used to bowl a little bit of medium pace, Josh Bohannon. I'm not seeing too much...
collector's item for the off spin.
Yeah, not seeing too much off spin from him. Into Denley. Yeah, that's defended, and there's no run. Well, he's sent down 3 dot balls there as Lancashire's vice captain to complete the Ollie Sutton over. Let's hope he's all right.
Yeah, shame for Ollie Sutton, because, as you pointed out, obviously in his follow through felt that injury straight away, but he was looking pretty lively on this wicket. It was banging it in back of length, and the ball was carrying through nicely. So yeah, that looked like a promising start for him, and getting a bit of pace and bounce, and kind of bowling it at a height, sort of a hip, chest high. The ball was coming through, awkward for batters. So yeah, real shame to see him have to duck out. But now we're going to see one of the big stars on show here at Blackpool today, the overseas for Lancashire, Chris Green. He's going to come into the attack. Perhaps the arrival of the likes of Jack Leaning at the crease. Lancashire keen to get their premier bowler on against the Kent captain nice and early. Just seen, by the way, that Surrey are 64 for 5 against Glamorgan at the Oval. Slightly surprisingly. As it's a full toss to start from Green, and Leaning's clipped it straight to mid-wicket. So a bit of a let-off for Green to start with.
It's not the worst Surrey team, is it? Or certainly wasn't in the
no,
opening
absolutely
group match.
not.
Some decent play.
They've got a real mix of kind of former Test players and youngsters. That one turns past the inside edge of the bat and past the wicketkeeper, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary actually for 4 wides from Chris Green. So we have seen this pitch, which, you know, on first look looked really good for batting on. We have seen it take some spin so far from Barnard and now from Green, and even the opening spell from George Balderson. He was getting the ball to nip off the seam and go quite a bit actually, not just, you know, a little bit of nip. It was really moving off the surface. Forward comes Leaning then, the tall Australian. Lovely high action, defended away out towards extra cover by Leaning. Getting the 66 for 3, having been 60 for 1 with the loss of Everson run out, and then Ekansh Singh defended away out towards point. Dot ball. Bet Chris Green likes a bit of surfing. He looks like the sort of bloke that could handle the waves on a board. The Australian. Might just be a massive stereotype from me. And this one's clipped away.
To be fair, Benny, it looks like the type of guy
that
would probably do just about everything.
Yeah,
you know, he's got the whole lot, hasn't he? You know,
he's a talented sportsman.
Yeah.
Maybe less the Aussie rules. He's not the bulkiest Australian, but he looks like he'd have good balance on a board. Maybe if you interview him at some point, ask him if he does a bit of surfing in his spare time. See if he's tuned into the French Polynesia, the Olympics in Tahiti.
God, it sounds lovely.
Bucket list destination. If you've ever been there, get in touch.
You're listening to us from there.
That one goes past the outside edge. He's coming around the wicket to Jaden Denley, the left-handed batter. Crikey, if we had somebody listening to us from there, that would be something.
Yeah, it would be pretty epic, wouldn't it?
Got a slip in play for Denley. Not surprised with the spin that we saw earlier on in the over. Encouragement there as Denley forward on the front foot to play defensively. A little bit of a rebuild required here for Kent after the loss of Sonaport at the top, but then Everson and Ekansh Singh in quick succession. They're 67 for 3 after 17, and just seeing, if you're watching the stream, the Kent run rate dipping towards the back end of the power play, and then outside of it it slipped down as well. So Lancashire doing a good job at keeping the run rate down, and we're actually going to see Josh Bohannon continue here.
Yeah, have a go again, isn't he? He has taken 1 List A wicket, Josh Bohannon.
I reckon he fancies another one.
I think he does.
He said to the skipper, "Go on, Skip, I'm into my groove now."
Balls to Leaning, and that's turned out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
With all the prep and analysis that goes on these days, I bet Ken didn't prepare and watch any video clips of Josh Bohannon.
Into leaning, goes back and pushed into the offside. No run. You did quite well to find any clips of Bohannon bowling off spin. But,
analysts are going to be frantically recording this right now, aren't they? In case they ever have to face the Bohannon off spin.
Into leading. That's eased out through the offside. Lavell's just at backward point to field. No run.
Struggling to get him away at the moment. All dot balls so far. He's bowled an over's worth of deliveries. But he's midway through this one.
Keith Jennings having to find some overs here from somewhere else, and he's gone to his vice captain again. Flat and quick from Bohannon, pushed away off the back foot by leaning. No run. Gathered by George Lavelle at backward point. 67 for 3, so we're into the 18th over. Bohannon to leading. So driven back down the ground, Bohannon low down to his right fields.
Not seen any of Blatherwick so far, have we? So still got a few from Balderson and Williams.
Again, that's defended by leaning, and Josh Bohannon with a maiden over. 18 gone, 67 for 3, leaning on 1. And Jaden Denley yet to get his first run. He's faced 7 deliveries so far, yet to score.
I wonder when the last time Josh Bohannon will have actually done some bowling would have been. Is he a regular net bowler? You know, there's a chance that he might not be. There's a chance that he probably hasn't bowled for about 3 weeks and just thought, yeah, I'll fill in here for you, Skip, and he's been kept on and bowled a maiden. So yeah, there's another question for you to ask.
Better write these questions down.
A slightly more serious one, but
I think I prefer the surfing one, really.
Yeah, it's a bit more exciting. Turned away into the onside. So bowling much, Josh? You know, or did you just rock up, having not done it since the last time? So dot ball to start for Green. As you mentioned, Jaden Denley yet to get off the mark here. Off the back foot, playing it up towards Lavelle. He's got a good temperament, Denley. He actually played at Chelmsford for Kent in the county championship earlier on in the season and helped them bat out for a draw earlier on in the campaign on the final day. He's got a patience about his batting. Maybe for the situation at the moment, as Kent are just under the pump a little bit.
Yeah, they bowl well here, haven't they, Lancashire?
Happy to play watchfully. Yeah, putting on the pressure at the moment. A couple of quick wickets now. They got Green, the overseas, bowling from around the wicket. Deadly defending. Uncle Joe is trying to work his way back to fitness after a knee injury. Jaden in the side and beaten by that one on the outside edge. That one gripped and turned, and maybe Denley's taken the wrong option there and kind of sat back in his crease and perhaps should have come forward to it, but played inside the line and protected his stumps, and it went through to the keeper. Forward he comes this time, and a couple of maidens in a row for Lancashire. So 19 gone, and Kent remain on 67 for 3 here on BBC Lancashire, BBC Kent, BBC Sport Online, and on Lancs TV. Yeah, so I was mentioning that Surrey score, wasn't I? And you were talking about the makeup of their side. So Dom Sibley opened the batting with Ryan Patel out for 6 and 4. Ben Geddes, good talented young player, out first ball. Rory Burns, the captain, came in at 4.
Bohannon continues leaning his feet coming down the pitch towards Bohannon, works it away through mid-on for a single.
Yeah, Burns out for 9, and then Ben Folkes is currently not out on 40. Cameron Steele was out first ball. And then Josh Blake who's actually wicket-keeping. Ben Folkes not actually taking the gloves in this competition. So yeah, I did see a tweet the other day. If you ever wondered what Ben Folkes' hands looked like, because he's probably only ever been pictured wearing some sort of gloves.
Behind from around the wicket to Denley. Loops off the face of the bat. Catch and cover position is creeping a little bit nearer as Bohannon comes back into Denley, who finds a way to get the ball through the infield out towards the point boundary, where Blatherwick feels. Denley gets his first run. 69 for 3 now.
The more partisan crowd might have been giving ironic cheers as Denley got off the mark there. You're just seeing
Bohannon to leaning again in the air as he shuffles down the pitch and flicked out towards mid-wicket for 1, moves on to 3, 70 for 3 now.
In the other group, admittedly, but Nettleworth knots a 54 for 4 against Yorkshire, so not the only team struggling with the bat today, Surrey. In fact, they're 6 down now, Surrey.
And from around the wicket to Denley, clips it away down towards the fine leg boundary. And it's gone for 4 runs. Denley moves on to 5, 74 for 3 now.
Yeah, so Blake's just been run out, so yeah, sorry. 73 for 6, and then Worcestershire, another match in this group, over 5 down against Durham, 63 on the board.
Bohannon to leaning, and there's more runs down the leg side. It's helped on its way by Denley. Picked up by Harry Singh, who's the 12th man fielder, with Ollie Sutton off the field. And that is the end of the over. So 20 overs gone, 75 for 3. Leaning on 3, and Denley on 6. And there's the, for viewers on Lancs TV, the views of Blackpool, views of the Tower from the seaside. Nice day on the Fylde coast of Lancashire. Bit of rebuilding work here to do for Kent.
So Green to continue. Jayden Denley tapping his bat and waiting for the off spinner. Oh, and he slogs this one away leg side and gets himself a boundary. 1 bounce and away into the spectators, out towards the little public address box to our left hand side, where I assume the Tannoy announcer is doing his work.
I think so. I think he's in there. I think he's on the upper deck.
Oh yeah, yeah, 2 tiers.
Business class seats up there.
That'll be a decent view from up there. Albeit he's got to climb a slightly aging looking ladder to get there.
It's all part of the experience.
Yeah. Here comes Green again, tosses this one up. Denley this time plays watchfully. So having taken a while to get off the mark, Denley has now sprung on to 10. Green in and bowling to him, defended once more into the onside. Yeah, we were just seeing those pictures on the stream of the Tower a moment ago, and as I was coming into Blackpool earlier on today and checking the sat-nav and seeing, oh, only 3 or 4 miles to go, I was looking around thinking, I must be able to see the Tower from here. Delivery outside the off stump, which Denley drives into the ground. Took me a moment, but then, oh yeah, I did spot it in the distance.
There it is, it's not moved.
Yeah, I was looking in the wrong direction. That was my fault. So Green once more to Jayden Denley. Drives uppishly into the cover area. It just dropped short before it went into the hands of Williams. Smart bit of fielding. Didn't quite come to him on the full. Wry smile from Green. It's a slog sweep this time from Denley behind square, just shuffling across his stumps, and a bunch of youngsters in a couple of red tops and a bright teal one, going to do the fielding on the boundary's edge. Denley just stepping right across his stumps there to access the leg side and sweep that ball away for 4. So he's, with 3 boundaries in the last couple of overs, jumped on to 14. Jack Leaning is still there on just 3. After a couple of maidens and tight overs from Lancashire, Kent have now moved the score on to 83 for 3.
Ever been at Blackpool Tower?
No, I don't think I have.
Bohannon to Leaning off the back foot. That's pushed out through point for a single. 84 for 3.
This game here actually is the start of a little tour that I've got coming up in the next few weeks with work. So in the first month of Gillingham's fixtures in League 2, they go to Fleetwood.
Right. Oh, I should stop the road.
And then the weekend after, Morecambe.
Ah. Oh, you'd be quite popular then on this part of Lancashire. Bohannon comes around the wicket and balls. That's a good ball that beats Denley. That's turned and bounced for Bohannon.
So I'll know the way without using the sat-nav by the end of the month.
Yeah. Well, you just keep going further north for Morecambe. And then Fleetwood's just a
bit up the coast,
just a bit up the coast, yeah.
Probably the next turn-off on the motorway.
Denley forward in defence is no wrong. You could stay in Blackpool and get the tram to Fleetwood.
Oh,
yeah. Could be good for you.
That would be fun.
Yeah. But look, he runs right alongside the ground. Bohannon just dropped short, carved away by Denley out through the offside for 1.
Yeah, from previous experience, there's not many hotels in Fleetwood.
No, well, I think Blackpool could be a little trip for you. And then get yourself on the tram up to Highbury.
Yeah, go up the town.
Go up the tower, yeah. Get yourself some fish and chips. Good chippy next to the ground at Fleetwood. It's whipped away to the onside by Leaning, shuffling back into his crease, worked out to mid-wicket for a single. 86 for 3.
Yeah, when I went to Morecambe in a previous season, I had a load of salad and bits in the fridge that I needed to use up, so just sort of chucked them in a container.
Right. Bohannon to Denley. That's worked to the leg side. He's sent back, actually. He has to put the dive in. The throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Denley diving to make sure he was back safe.
Yeah, right call from Leaning. Another Kent youngster almost involved in a run out though. Slightly nervy moment for Jaden Denley. It was perhaps fortunate it wasn't a direct hit at the wicketkeeper's end. So end of another over. And yeah, when I got to Morecambe, I was getting stick from some of the stewards that I'd come to the home of pies with a salad.
You could have had a pie with your salad.
Well, I could have done, couldn't I? The year after, I didn't bring any food. Got pie instead. So I'll learn from my mistakes.
So you got successive Saturdays in Lancashire then?
Yeah.
Bit of a trek for you, isn't it?
Here comes Green. Pushed away defensively by Leaning. Yeah, just a sort of kind of 8 to 10 hour round trips, depending on the traffic and whatnot. It could be worse. It could be in the middle of winter and freezing cold.
That's fair.
Here's Green again, Leaning down the pitch, but can only pick out mid-wicket. It was a slightly wild throw to the wicketkeeper from Bohannon, but Bell did well to stop it going too far.
The Granada Fish Bar is where you want to go in Fleetwood.
Oh, okay.
Delicious.
Good to know.
Yeah. Tremendous chippy.
It's Green. Down the pitch comes Leaning. He's picked out that fielder at mid-wicket again. Very frustrating when fielders keep getting in the way of where you want to hit the ball. .86 for 3, Kent, in the 23rd here at Blackpool. Pulled away by Leaning, and again he's managed to pick out a fielder. This time one in front of one of the out-and-out stands here at Stanley Park, and has a lovely white fence in front of that particular stand. Looks very picturesque. was fielded out on the rope, so just a single taken by Leaning. He moves on to 6. Just the one run from this over so far, 87 for 3. It's been difficult to get away at the moment for Kent. That's nicely driven by Denley for a single past Williams through the covers, but we were talking about this ground on previous years being a 300 sort of pitch, batting first. Kent looking a long way off that at the moment with 27 overs to go after this delivery, but really need to put a partnership together after the loss of Everson and Singh in quick succession. Swanepoel caught in the power play, the first one, as that comes off an inside edge of Leaning's bat to the short fine leg fielder for a single. That'll come through for 1, so Kent at 89 for 3. Another tidy over from Green, who's bowled his 4 overs so far for just 17 runs, so neat work from the tall Australian off spinner.
Yeah,
White ball specialist.
It's been great for Lancashire. It's been a fantastic signing for them. It was superb in the blast, in the bat, and with the ball in the field. I think just around the place in general.
Yeah, that's what he does, isn't it? That's his day job. T20 cricket around the world. Chris Green.
Here comes Bohannon to Leaning, whipped away to the leg side through mid wicket for 1.
You'll probably be enjoying this slightly more relaxed game. More than 100 balls. Get to enjoy your afternoon out. Bowl an extended spell. It'd be done and
you would
out the attack if it was a T20.
You would. It's behind them. And Denley forward in defence, and there is no run. He's not played any one-day international cricket. He's only actually played 1 international game, a T20 match. And you look at his record. Bohannon's in, punched away through the offside. It beats short cover. It's down towards the boundary, and flipped back from the boundary rope. Good fielding. Super work, actually. Of course, it's Chris Green out there, saving a boundary. 92 for 3. Put the dive in, flip the ball back, saving some runs. Let's work through straight mid-on by Jaden Denley for a single. 93 for 3. Yeah, T20 cricket, Chris Green's got 181 wickets, an average of 27, going at 7 runs and over from 212 games.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. Leaning goes back to this next delivery from Bohannon. Gets a single. And that might be the... no, not the end of the over. Delivery to go. And Bohannon to Denley. Punch back down the ground, gathered by Bohannon off his own bowling. And there's no run. 24 overs gone. 94 for 3. Leaning on 9. Denley on 19. Bohannon collects his cap. Sunglasses from the umpire. If you're wondering why Bohannon's bowling, well, Ollie Stone went off with a side injury 3 balls into his first over. And Bohannon completed the over and has continued since.
Yeah, real shame for Ollie Sutton. Pulled up with that injury, but Bohannon enjoying a little spell, and in fact Chris Green's spell is done for now, so maybe he's only allowed to bowl 4 overs at a time. Going to see Blatherwick come into the attack. It's a bit of a change up from the spin that we've seen in the last few overs. Looks like Blatherwick's got some of the zinc on his face. Spectators, take note, make sure you're wearing your sun cream.
Definitely.
I can see one chap in a tangerine orange Blackpool football jersey on the front row away to our left.
Could be Stephen Croft.
I don't think it's Stephen Croft.
He's a good Blackpool fan.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's good to know. I think this gentleman is a couple of years older than Stephen Croft, possibly. As Blatherwick is in and bowling, a full delivery which leaning clips away. It was a slightly low full toss in the end, which has been fielded in the deep. Just a single taken. That must be Harry Singh, the sub-fielder out there, possibly. Deep mid-wicket, unless it's
I can't see.
Will Williams.
Singh definitely has been almost 12th man for Lancashire.
He's wearing 16,
yeah,
I think.
That's Harry Singh, yeah.
As Blatherwick bangs one in on the hip of Denley. He's got something on that down to the boundary. Will it be leg byes or 4?
4?
I think he must have got a bit of glove or bat on it. So Denley moves to 23. Having taken 10 balls to get off the mark, he's comfortably outscoring Jack Leaning at the moment. And yeah, it's a very deft bit of bat.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Just a little flick off his hip towards fine leg, just cushioned away.
So a bit of extra pace on the ball, and the run rate has crept back above 4 runs and over. As Blatherwick bowls to Denley, and he runs that into the gully area. Just saw Bayers Swanepoel, the Kent opener, who was dismissed earlier on. Just must have been going for a little lap around the boundary's edge, but just stopped momentarily in front of our commentary position, which is right behind Jack Blatherwick as he gets to the top of his mark and prepares to run in once again to Jayden Denley, the left-handed England under-19 international for Kent. Drives out into the covers, and Bohannon swooping in to do the fielding. Can't quite see it from our position, but we can see it on the stream behind Bohannon there. The flowers looking absolutely glorious in front of the pavilion. Bright pink in colour. It's a beautiful cricket ground. It's almost the epitome of out-ground cricket. Blackpool Stanley Park. On a day like today in the sunshine, as Blatherwick bowls a short ball which has been flashed away down towards third man. Gully was rooted to the spot. It was well over his head. And Denley comes through for a single, and Kent 100 exactly on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Almost the halfway stage, 2 deliveries away from the halfway stage. So that says how well Lancashire have bowled. They've kept the scoring down to just 4 runs and over, as Leaning on the back foot wanted to drop it into the offside for a quick single, but Denley very wisely not fussed by that. And so the end of the over.
Halfway through the innings, the Kent Spitfires
might be having a little drinks break as well.
I think we are, aren't we? Halfway point, isn't it? 25 overs gone. So 100 for 3. Might be a chance to have a little look at what's happening elsewhere. The Metrobank One Day Cup. So there's Group A matches. Same group as Lancashire Kent, which is Worcestershire Durham and Hampshire Somerset. Let's take a look at the Worcestershire game first, shall we? Up against Durham at New Road. Here it is, 24th over of their innings. Worcestershire Rapids batting first, 84 for 5. That's at New Road, so 84 for 5. Worcestershire Rapids in the 24th over. And the utility bowl in Southampton, Hampshire are playing Somerset. It's Somerset who are batting first. They're fresh from that victory against Kent on Friday evening, and Somerset are 101 for 2 in the 26th over. Felix Orban off-spinner bowling there for Hampshire. So that's the other 2 games in Group A, and then there's also games in Group B, quite a few of them taking place. We've touched on a few times the Surrey match. We'll take a look at that. Surrey are playing Glamorgan. This game taking place at the Oval, and Ben Foakes is batting for Surrey. Conor McCurr alongside him as well. 89 for 6. That's the end of the 22nd over there, so 89 for 6. Surrey batting first in their match against Glamorgan. Plenty of wickets in the game at Sussex as well. They're up against Warwickshire. And Hove for this fixture, 123 for 6. Sussex batting first against Warwickshire on the south coast. Got Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire and Gloucestershire, Essex, the other two games in the Group B. Nottinghamshire are up against Yorkshire today. This is at one of their outgrounds, isn't it? Notts are batting first, 66 for 5. Lyndon James and Tom Moores batting for the Outlaws.
Yeah, it's at Nettleworth, that one.
Okay. Lancashire played there last year, actually. Nice little ground. And finally, in this sweep around the grounds, we've got Gloucestershire, Essex. It's 114 for 4 now. Essex at Gloucestershire, 114 for 4. 25 overs gone there. So you're up to date. Elsewhere as Josh Bohannon twirled his way back in. That's cut away through the offside for a single.
I've been reliably informed by Karen Leach, who's got in touch, that the flowers in front of the pavilion here at Blackpool are hydrangeas.
Oh, very nice.
So there you go. Thanks to those of you who've actually been in touch by email, actually, on kentcricket@gmail.com. I'll get to those in a moment.
101 for 3, Kent. There's Josh Bohannon. Balls to Jack Leaning. Goes back and carves that ball away through the offside. There is a fielder sweeping around on the boundary. It's George Balderson. Just a single for Leaning. Moves on to 11. And it's 102 for 3 now. Into the 26th over Bohannon. Then unexpected chance to bowl some off spin. Run down towards third man. Beats Charlie Barnard. That'll be 4. And nicely played by Denley. Just open face of the bat. Steers the ball down towards that third man region. Good shot.
Yeah, deftly played. He's on to 29 now. Jaden Denley top scoring for Kent so far in this game.
Yeah, it took 15 deliveries to get his first run, but into his rhythm now. It's driven towards long off for 1 run. Takes him on to 30. 107 for 3.
Yeah, Jack Leaning, by way of comparison, has had a lot less of the strike, admittedly, since they've been together, but 11 from 25 deliveries.
Bohannon 2 leading. That's shovelled away towards the leg side. And to long on for 1. Moves on to 12. And it's 108 for 3. It brings Denley back on strike. There's a delivery to go with the 26th over. Around the wicket to Denley. Drives 1 bounce straight to cover where Lavelle fields. And that's the end of the over, with 8 coming off it. 108 for 3. Leaning on 12, Denley on 30.
See a couple of those emails. Carl Murray getting in touch, Lancashire member. He's based on the outskirts of Manchester, enjoying the live streaming with the BBC coverage of county cricket. Wonderful when supporters are unable to get to the ground. Also talking about how some counties have begun charging for their home T20 streaming, Kent being one of those. Mixed reviews on that one, I think, particularly when the team have not been performing well. Maybe it means we get a few more listeners on the BBC Sport app and website. As Blatherwick is in. Played away by Jack Leaning. Out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single. And then if you thought that one was a slightly awkward email, wait for the next one. Because Kent cricket fans have very much noticed that Ben Compton's not in the squad at the moment, and the club has not clarified why. As Blatherwick is in, Denley playing this one away off the back foot. Of course, we're into silly season now, aren't we? Where for some reason contracts for players for years to come get sorted in the middle of the season when we don't play for half the year. I don't know why there isn't a sort of transfer window at in October or something where this all gets sorted. As Blatherwick bowls and Jayden Denley tucks this up towards green at mid-on and scampers through for a quick single. So yeah, without just giving you nonsense rumours I've heard or whatever, Kent have not clarified why Ben Compton's not in the squad, nor have they told us he's injured. So it is effectively a choice that they're not picking him and playing, for example, a young player like Ekant Singh. So here comes Blatherwick, leaning, almost dragging that onto his stumps as he went up to try and cut the ball away into the offside. No run taken. I had heard a rumour actually that he was maybe going to be going out on loan for this competition elsewhere, but that hasn't seemingly materialised. So
right,
I would very much expect to see him back in the Kent squad come the end of the month for the county championship fixtures, and where his future lies, I guess, will be announced as the time goes on, whether that's at Kent or elsewhere. As Compton cuts away. Sorry, it's definitely not Compton cutting away, is it? Because he's not playing. It's Jack Leaning for a couple of runs. Of course, Kent are in a difficult situation in the championship. Might well be playing Division 2 cricket next year. Someone like Ben Compton, where that is his main format and his main strength. I'm sure there will be Division 1 counties that would like Ben Compton opening the batting for them. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. As Blatherwick balls down the leg side this time to Jack Leaning.
It's an odd one though, isn't it? If he's going to come back and play championship cricket in September, then why not play him in this as well?
Yeah, well, that would be my assumption, and on the basis that Kent need results to try and stay up, and Compton is that anchor at the top of the innings, and has in this format been a key member, a top order batter to play around, as this one is driven away by Leaning, nicely collected on his follow through by Blatherwick. End of the over, 27 gone, 113 for 3, and yeah, I think plenty of Kent fans would make that argument that you'd have Compton at the top of the innings in this format. He's very steady, knows his game well, and then maybe someone at the other end can be slightly more aggressive as he kind of tries to play that sort of batting through role. But at the same time, I think there is an argument and there is an awareness that this is also a competition where you can develop young talent, and maybe Kent see this as an opportunity to give guys like Jayden Denley more game time, and Ekant Singh at the top of the order, and Joey Everson and Swanepoel getting a chance to open. So I think there's very much an idea from counties that we want to win games in this competition, but we also want to use it to develop talent.
Josh Bannon's spell comes to an end, and Charlie Barnard returns from the southern end of the ground. That's driven off the back foot by Denley through point for a single.
Just had an email in from Dave saying greetings from Florida. He's enjoying watching the cricket with his morning coffee. Great coverage as ever on the stream. Yeah, one of the best, if not the best, I think, on the circuit. The Lancashire streaming guys. And I think there'd be few arguments in that regard from county supporters around the country.
Barnard to Leaning. Let's work through cover for a single.
I guess it's one of the real benefits of, I mean, obviously the knock-on effects, if you will, perhaps, of COVID, that you can now, from the comfort of your own living room, digest so much county cricket from here, there and everywhere.
He turns it to the leg side. They think about one, and they both agree there isn't a single there.
And of course, for the game between these two in the county championship, it was on wider TV.
Down the pitch comes Denley, lifts it down towards long on, and he's caught. Barnard gets a wicket. Green with the catch. Denley's enterprising knock comes to an end. He's gone for 32. And Charlie Barnard gets his first list day wicket.
Yeah, and credit to him, bought a really nice spell earlier on. He was talking about the flight and the rhythm that he found, and to me it just felt like he gave the ball enough chance in terms of the flight to draw a batter forward out of his crease and entice a sort of shot like that. And Denley perhaps felt that Kent needed to up the run rate at some stage, maybe felt up against someone of his own age in Barnard that he might be able to win the battle, so to speak. And hitting towards that leg side boundary, went for the big shot, and unfortunately as soon as it really left the bat, it was always going up rather than long, and with the fielder out in the deep, pretty comfortable catch taken in the end. So Jayden Denley's 44 ball knock of 32 comes to an end. Again, positive signs from a Kent point of view. Plenty of talent, Jayden Denley, and just starting to show it in this game. He'll have certainly learned a thing or two from his experience of coming up against the likes of Chris Green out there. Played some nice strokes too, but it is now Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper, who comes in to join Jack Leaning, the captain, with the emphasis on having to try and restart again. Here Kent from 115 for 4, made 97 in the National Counties game, Harry Finch, against Bedfordshire. Be hoping to try and get back into that sort of form here at Stanley Park.
Yeah, it's Barnard then too, Finch. Single played out through the offside. Gets a run straight away. Chris Green it was with the catch.
Never in doubt.
Yeah. He's bowled nicely, hasn't he, Charlie Barnard?
Really nicely.
1 for 21. One ball left of his 5th over. This is first back into this spell. Edge down past the keeper. Down towards the boundary. Keaton Jennings chasing after it. Captain's done really well there.
Yeah, and Harry Finch was ball watching and actually thought it was going for 4. Maybe if they'd have run that slightly better, might have got 3. But fair play to Jennings. Went a long way over the boundary's edge actually after he flicked it back. So yeah, definitely should have been 3, but they only took 2. Leaning, I think the biggest compliment you can give Jayden Denley is he was comfortably outscoring Jack Leaning, who hasn't really quite got going in this innings so far. 18 from 32.
He played really nicely, didn't he? Nice shots, and it took a little bit of time to get going, but then just ticked along nicely, got into his innings, worked the ball around. You can see play all around the park, can't he? He's got plenty of shots, finding gaps, running well. Yeah, it's a shame for Denley, but maybe he just felt like to try and press on a little bit, taking on the spinner caught by Green.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily the wrong option, but maybe didn't get it quite square enough for the fielder, and it was down his throat and never long enough, unfortunately for him, as this one's short from Blatherwick and pulled away by Harry Finch into the onside, and they will come back for 2. So Finch straight into his work with 3 from his first 2 deliveries.
You've got to move on a bit here, haven't they, Kent?
Yeah.
This kind of middle chunk. Get yourself kind of bogged down a bit if you're not careful.
Yeah, it feels like these two need to build a partnership and up the rate. Short ball again, pulled away by Finch, this time for 4. Long leg fielder rather, unable to cut it off, and it slams into that pretty looking fence. Blatherwick trying to use the pitch, bang the ball in with his pace, but Finch playing it nicely at the start of his innings. 7 off 3. Yeah, it feels like in an ideal situation these two bat for a good period of time, and then you bring the likes of Stobo and Stewart in to try and accelerate towards the end of the innings, perhaps, as Stewart managed to do with Kadri at Taunton on Friday. As this one, Finch on the back foot, just riding it, defending behind square, dot ball. $124 for 4. Having been asked to bat first, Kent, by Keaton Jennings at the toss. This one's played away out into the backward point area. We believe that technicality for the delay at the toss was because the umpires were checking the availability of Chris Green and what the rules were off the back of his one appearance in the 100. Just double checking that he was allowed to feature, which indeed he is, so all fine. And we got underway on time. As Blatherwick bowls a short ball which Finch rides. Leaning was thinking about coming through for a single, but scampers back. He's currently holding his gloves in his left hand. Check Leaning.
It's better, isn't it, I appreciate the Green thing's different to other examples, but when players are with 100 sides and not really getting the game, it feels better. I think it happened a little bit last year and again this year, that you can just come back and play some one-day cricket.
Yeah, so it'll be round about now. The 100 teams have played their first couple of games. If players have been left out, they can be made available to come and play county cricket again, as this one is a full delivery which Finch defends. And last season we saw that at Kent in particular with Daniel Bell-Drummond, who wasn't playing in the 100, and he came back to Kent and had a really successful competition, got 150 at the Isle of Wight. And yeah, I think Kent would have been struggling without him at times, to be honest, last season in this competition, so it was a very welcome inclusion off the back of him not getting in his 100 side. But so far he's actually played the first 2 games for London Spirit, and Tuanama Yeye playing the first game for the Over Invincibles that they won. Actually rewound the stream on the BBC Sport website to have a look at Twanda's innings, and I think it was possibly Adam Milne. He played this ridiculous kind of lofted back foot punch against 90-mile-an-hour bowling over extra cover for 4, showing all his talent.
It's Barnard to Leaning. Barnard goes leaping away to his left, trying to stop the ball as Leaning pushes off the front foot and gets a single. Moves to 19, 125 for 4. As we start the 30th over of Kent's innings here. Charlie Barnard just picked up his first List A wicket. It's his second game this for Lancashire. Dabbed away by Finch. Leans into it, full face of the bat. Bounces back down the pitch and gathered by Barnard off his own bowling slip, and Kent, there's no run. Left arm round the wicket, reverse sweep, it's in the air, it's cries of catch, it's down towards the boundary, spins over the rope and goes for 4. Good shot by Finch, opting for the reverse sweep. Maybe a little bit more top edge than he would have liked, but 4 nonetheless. 129 for 4. Barnard to Finch. It's off the back foot and forced away into the offside.
Yeah,
no run.
Fine when you get back on it. If he'd have missed it, it might have been LBW.
Yeah.
Like you say, there was a catch and play with the top edge.
There'll be more runs for Finch. Up towards point for a single.
Timing it well so far, and his 11 deliveries at the crease.
Yeah, he's been quite busy, hasn't he? Single off the first ball he faced. Got to 12 already. Leaning back on strike. Barnard in. And that's steered away off a thickish edge down towards third man. Tumbling Will Williams stops the ball. And it's just a single to complete the over. 30 gone. And 20 remain. Leaning on 20. Finch and 12. 131 for 4.
Yeah, it feels like Kent almost need to kind of view this as a T20 now. Got to at least double the score and add a few more possibly. I feel like 260 would be something, but it's got to be up near a 300 for it to be a winning score, you would have thought. Batting first on this pitch here at Stanley Park. Well, we have seen some turn and seam movement off the wicket as Blatherwick. Short ball to Jack Leaning, and he rides this one and plays a cut shot down towards third man for a couple. So it moves to 22 and Kent are 133 for 4. Waiting for Blatherwick once more. This time drags it into the pitch, Jack Leaning. No run into the cover area. So Lancashire have mixed up the bowlers successfully so far. One stage we're being kept to just 3.5 and over. That's since gone up to 4 and now shy of 4.5, but slightly improving. As Blatherwick ball bowls a short ball to Leaning, which has hit him on the body and deflected up for Leaning to take a catch. Also for Jennings to take a catch at slip. Normally in that situation you'd have at least one person who'd appeal.
It was silence, wasn't it? Yeah.
As if to say, I might have hit the glove or something, but absolutely nobody did. They were all pretty certain it had come off the shoulder. So Blatherwick again, Leaning this time, slightly hesitant push into the covers. Like I mentioned earlier on, doesn't feel like he's found a groove out there, Jack Leaning. It's one of those where, as a batter, the mindset will be, well, stick around for long enough and hopefully that flow will come. A couple of balls will come my way that I can hit to the boundary rope and get yourself going. As Blatherwick bowls, turned away into the onside. I guess from a Kent point of view, it's just important that he doesn't give it away. The captain, if he can kind of anchor the back end of this innings, guys can be aggressive around him. Maybe that's the way to go. Nice fielding once again from the sub. Harry Singh swiftly away to his right, keeping that to just a single, so Leaning 23. 134 for 4 here, Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the stream. Thanks, TV. As Blatherwick bowls and it's defended away into the offside. End of a very tidy over from Jack Blatherwick. He's 4 overs, none for 20 so far. That one went for just 3 runs. 31 gone. So there's 9 overs remaining in this particular power play phase. The final 10 overs of the innings. Lancashire will be able to post an extra fielder out on the boundary. Just seeing, if you are watching the stream, the run rate. Again, a bit of a flat line in the middle after an okay start at the front end of the power play. Just seeing some of the bowling figures. Most of the bowlers utilised so far by Lancashire, their overs costing less than 5 and over. So they'll be pretty happy with the tidy work that they've done so far. With the ball and in the field.
Yeah, there's not really at any point kind of under the pump, have they, from Kent. So Barnard continues and leaning, using his feet and coming down the pitch and pushing away into the offside. No run. 134 for 4. This will be a single. Clipped away out towards square leg. Rocky Flintoff fielding for Lancashire. Leading moves on to 24, 135 for 4.
Yeah, at a very base level, Kent need to get enough runs today that Rocky Flintoff has to bat at some point. That's what the people have come here to see.
He kind of got the biggest cheer, didn't he, when the teams were announced? It's pushed away by Finch. So 135 for 4 in the 32nd over, leaning on 24 and Finch on 12. So far wickets for Will Williams, Charlie Barnard, his first List A wicket for Lancashire, and one for Ollie Sutton, who's since gone off injured. Jack Leaning and Harry Finch batting here for Kent. Rocky Flintoff making his Lancashire debut in this game as well. 32 overs in, Kent 136 for 4. Two balls left of the over for Barnard. It's dabbed away by Leaning into the offside, and there's no run. This is his 7th. He's got 3 left. Balderson's got 3 left. Williams has got 6 left. There's Barnard down the pitch. It's in the air. Cries of catch, and taken well at long, like a wide long off by Chris Green again. And a second wicket for Charlie Barnard. And Kent are 5 down, and it's a big breakthrough too for Barnard and for Lancashire, because it's the captain Jack Leaning who's gone. Barnard with his left arm spin, leaning down the pitch, going for the big shot. Green comes up from the boundary, takes a good low catch. Kent have lost another. Their captain heading back towards the very pretty looking pavilion between the flowers, but goes for 24. Wicket number 2 in Lancashire colours for young Charlie Barnard. 136 for 5. 32 overs gone. He's bowled very, very nicely today. There's Barnard. Charlie Stelbo's a new batter, heading out for Kent, I think. Yes, it was. It is Stelbo. Make that look easy, Chris Green, but a lot of work to do. Having to come up from the boundary, diving forward, fingertips right on the grass. It was it's a good catch. Final ball of Barnard's 7th over as well. Leaning's 24, coming off 43 deliveries. Always a good day for an ice cream. Stu's ice cream. He was popular in the game here in the championship match when Lancashire played Durham. Chris Green's going to return, so it was a spell from Blatherwick. 4 overs for 20. Seemed to get into a bit of rhythm towards the back end of it. His 4th over probably was his best for Blatherwick. Bat with spin. Tall Australian off-spinner Chris Green, returning from the north end of the ground here at Stanley Park. Finch on strike, beaten on 13, 136 for 5, and this is the start of over number 33, and that's clipped away down the ground by Finch through mid-on for a single. He moves on to 14, 137 for 5.
Oh, just by way of comparison, you look at Harry Finch's 14 or 15 balls, and it feels like from ball 1 he's come out there and found his timing, whereas Jack Leaning in truth never really did. Just never really was quite comfortable out there, scoring at, I don't know, strike rate of about 60. Never really found a boundary option, and I think probably the pressure sort of grew on him to play that stroke, as this one is defended away by Stobo. Australian to Australian then with Green against Stobo. And yeah, fortunately Leaning's attempts to up the tempo ended in the same way as it did for Jaden Denley against the spin of Barnard. As this one's played away into the offside for a single, who on paper, if you're looking at the Lancashire attack and the sort of seniority and experience, you might look at this young spinner Barnard and think, right, maybe he's the one we need to attack. But actually, as we pointed out, he's bowled really well with excellent flight, and perhaps when batters do try and attack him, that's where he's really going to take his wickets, because of his wonderful control. He's got a short leg in play at the moment for Green, as it's defended away by Finch. One bounce into the leg side. So Barnard at the moment the pick of the bowlers with Tufa, as Finch is forward defending this one away from Green into the offside. Here Williams has got plenty of overs to go, likewise Green and Blatherwick. Alderson and Barnard have bowled 7 each. Bohannon skipping through 5.5, perhaps unexpectedly, as Finch, lovely footwork there from Harry Finch to set himself on the back foot and then fire away a cut shot to the rope for 4. That was really smart cricket, precise and crisp footwork from Finch, and then lovely timing to find his 4. So he has 18 from 18 deliveries. Stobo 1 since arriving at the crease. Kent 142 for 5. Which on paper feels a bit light at the moment, leaves them with work to do, but as we're seeing elsewhere, there's plenty of other teams who are struggling with the batting first. Barnard continuing.
So Stobo looks to drive. Thickish edge down towards short third man.
Yeah, Sussex 150 for 8, Worcestershire 120 for 6, Surrey 110 for 8, Notts 120 for 5. Plenty of teams struggling with the bat today.
Barnard into Stobo. He wants a single here. In fact, he might want 2. He does. He's just nudged the ball away towards the leg side. It gets underneath the body of mid-wicket. And by the time that Flintoffs come round to complete the fielding, they can hurry back for 2.
Yeah, elsewhere, Somerset 157 for 5 against Hampshire, and then Essex 160 for 4. Probably the best position out of anyone.
Barnard to Stobo. Well, that's a lovely ball, just angled in towards him. A little bit of grip and turn there for Barnard. Nice from the left arm spinner. The captains at slip, Keaton Jennings. Works that towards point for 1. Moves on to 4. 145 for 5. Finch back on strike. Spins the ball to one hand to the other as Barnard twirls into Finch. Is going back and playing it late and pushing it away to the offside. No run. Just 3 off the over. 1 ball left of Barnard's 8th of the day. Balls to Finch again. That's run out through the offside, but no addition to the score. Nicely bowled by Charlie Barnard again. His 8th over, 2 for 35. 34 overs gone. Kent are 145 for 5.
Yeah, so impressed by Charlie Barnard today. Bowled with just such good control. Gets into a really nice position on the crease. Balls from quite wide, coming around the wicket to right-handed batters as a left arm spinner, and drifts it in towards the stumps and then spinning the ball hard away off the pitch. Certainly looks a prospect. Turned away into the onside by Stobo here as Green starts a fresh over. Come through for a single. Throw from the boundary is a bit wild. Well backed up by the fielder at third man as it flew over the head of Bell. Finch taps his bat and waits for Green. The tall Australian. Down the pitch comes Finch, meets it on the full, tucks it away into the onside. And they come through for a single.
He's come up through the Cheshire pathway as Charlie Barnard is regular for Lancashire, certainly this season in particular in the second 11. He's played England under-19s cricket as well. Jack Morley's another left-arm spinner that was in the squad who has played more cricket than Barnard. He's played county championship and T20 and List A cricket for Lancashire, Morley, but Barnard preferred.
Yeah, perhaps shows how highly he's rated as this one's chipped back to the bowler. And another wicket for Lancashire, and it's Stobo who departs. His fellow Australian Chris Green has removed him. He gets his first wicket with the ball, having taken a couple of catches. And Stobo, pretty innocuous way to go, to be honest. Kind of went back to knock the ball into the leg side and has ended up pushing it back towards the bowler. Whether there was a bit of extra bounce or Green has kind of cramped him for room, I don't know, but Stobo to me looks like he's got in a slightly awkward position and ended up punching it much straighter than he wanted, and subsequently he departs just scoring 5. And Kent now 147 for 6.
I suppose as catches off your own bowling goes, that's a nice one to get, isn't it, really?
Pretty straightforward for Green.
Yep. Grant Stewart heading out now for Kent. In a bit of a pickle here, Kent.
Yeah, it feels like this is kind of the partnership, if you will, with Gilchrist, Parkinson and Garrett to come in whatever order, 9, 10, 11. Not really the guys you want to bat for 15 overs in a one-day game. In fact, to be honest, 15 overs is probably more than Grant Stewart would generally be coming in for, in truth. And perhaps that's where Kent leaving out Kadri for this one slightly weakens their batting depth. But Stewart on Friday will come into this off a bit of form, having scored a half-century at Taunton, so Kent need him to stick around here with Finch. Plays his first one defensively. Back to the bowler. Yeah, made just over 200 batting second here on this ground last year, Kent. Feels like they're going to need plenty more than that if they're going to get some sort of a score here. It's a very nice shot from Grant Stewart, cutting that one away into the offside. Again, like Finch did in the previous over against Green. Nice quick bit of footwork to set himself and create the angle for the cut shot. And gets 4. There's no cover out on that offside boundary at the moment. Lancashire have just tried to squeeze the field a little bit. Got a slip in play as well. Green to Stewart, it turns, it pops up for short leg. I don't think he's hit that, and neither does the umpire. Lancashire were convinced, but
yeah,
they don't get their wicket, and I think totally right call from umpire. It's just popped up off the top of the pad, and that ain't out. In the over, 151 for 6. Green got his wicket in the over. Wanted a second one, but denied on that final delivery. So still Lancashire very much on top in the game. 151 for 6, Kent after 35.
didn't look out watching it live, did it? Unless Lancashire just thinking he just briefly flicked his glove or something on the way up. But
that would be the only possibility. Because I'm pretty confident it didn't hit the bat.
Yeah.
So Finch 19, Stewart 4, Green 6 overs, 1 for 29.
You see Will Williams return here for Lancashire. Having started off bowling 4 overs from this north end of the ground.
Feels like a nice positive move to bring the opening bowler back.
So that ends a little sequence of Barnard's spell. 4 overs, 2 for 17 in that spell for Charlie Barnard. Will Williams returns, 1-5, 1 for 6. Finch on striking and bowling. Oh, they want a single. There's a mix-up again. There should be a run out at the bowler's end. He may have just got back. I think he has. Well, it looked like he would be a mile out. Sent back by Finch with Stewart. And I think it was Harry Singh kind of desperately trying to get into position to execute the run out. It looked like he should be well gone. He was so far down when he was sent back. He just managed to scramble back over the line.
Yeah, it wasn't the best throw to the bowler's end, was it, in the end? And actually impressive turn of speed from Stewart, because he was well down pitch.
Williams to Finch. Just deflects out into the onside. Yeah, probably a better throw, and he's gone. It felt like he should have been out by a distance. He was so far down by the time he turned back, but he did do well to quickly turn. Had to put the dive in to ground the bat. Not perhaps the most accurate throw, and as a combination with those factors, he's managed to survive. But a bit fidgety, these two at the minute. As Williams is into Finch, just dropped into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Finch has given you exactly what you'd want for a batter fresh to the crease. Has settled into a rhythm quite nicely, but the ideal scenario was that you'd have a set batter there with him and the two of them would be ticking the score along quite nicely, but because of the loss of leaning and then Stobo having departed since as well, Finch is having to almost have a little bit of a mini reset and think, right, well, we've still got 14 and a half overs to bat here.
Slow ball from Williams, and Finch plays forward in defence. The ball ricochets back off his pad into the offside, no run. Five, 1 for 6.
Lancashire, perhaps for the sake of the food kiosks and the beer tent, doing the ice cream man a favour by not taking that wicket.
It's quite a queue at the ice cream van. Williams is into Finch and just drops it into the onside, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he nudges the ball out to mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, if that run out had been taken and Kent found themselves 7 down, all of a sudden you've got the bowlers in with one of these two.
Yeah.
And then it's looking like a really uphill task to try and get a score of note on the board.
There have been some big scores in games here. I mean, these two sides played here last year in this competition.
What you would say is that it feels like potentially there is a bit more in it for the bowlers.
Yep.
Certainly in comparison to last year.
Williams to Stewart. Let's play back down the ground. That'll bounce down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Stewart moves on to 8. End of the over. 1-5, 6 for 6. Yeah, in the fixture here last year, there's a century for Josh Bohannon. Balderson making 57 and George Bell making 71. Lancashire made 328 for 5. Kent bowled out for 203. This was a big win for Lancashire, 125 run victory. And in the 2 matches played here in this competition the year prior to that, Lancashire played Nottinghamshire scores of 340, and the game against Northamptonshire scores of 370 were match-winning scores.
Yeah, some big totals on the board in those games.
They've actually got an outstanding record here in one-day cricket, Lancashire, since they've been playing one-day games at Blackpool.
Here's Chris Green carrying on the Australian. Defended away by Harry Finch into the onside, no run.
First white ball game here was in 1976 in the John Player League against Sussex, which Lancashire won by 9 wickets, and they have not lost here in white ball cricket, either one-day games or T20 matches.
Appeal for LBW. Finch going back. Height and possibly leg side-ish a factor. But happy there was enough doubt. The way the ball has at times been turning, see why umpires would perhaps be hesitant to give an LBW. Here's Green again. Finch just dabbing this away into the offside. Yeah, it feels like there's more in it for the bowlers on this occasion, but at the minute you would argue that Kent don't have a significant enough score to potentially try and utilise set conditions with their own bowling. Job on here for these two, Finch and Stewart, before Gilchrist, Garrett, Parkinson and the bowlers potentially have their turn. 156 for 6 as Green is turned away into the onside here by Finch for a single. Busy fielding again from Josh Bohannon. Felt like he was playing the game at almost double speed, the county championship game at Canterbury. You know, most don't necessarily put 110% in the field in a 4-day game, but Josh Bohannon was whizzing around the field at Canterbury a few weeks ago, doing his very best to save runs wherever he could. Just seeing young Rocky Flintoff being posted back at long off in front of our marquee where we're situated, watching on as Green bowls to Stewart, and he's just defending away here into the offside. End of another very tidy over from Green. He's got through 7 overs, 1 for 30, just a single coming off that one. Again, 37 overs in, 13 remaining, run rate just shy of 4.25, so they would ideally want that up near a 5-6 and over, but they don't have the wickets in hand they would have liked at this stage to really be trying to kick the score on.
Yeah, it's a difficult position, this, isn't it, for Finch and Stewart to try and manipulate and to decide when to try, possible, accelerate a little bit. There's still 13 overs to go, so maybe just not quite yet. But it's a big task for these two. It's in the air, flashed out towards the leg side. That's going to be 4, actually. There's a Harry Singh at mid-wicket. 4 for Finch. Some of the kids are there to help out on the other side of the boundary. A little mini game of cricket going on by the looks of it. 161 for 6.
Caught and bowled actually in that mini game of cricket as we were watching that delivery.
Williams to Finch, and there's more runs here. Just worked to backward square leg.
I would be stunned if their ball doesn't end up on our pitch in a minute.
Looks a little chaotic, that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm having a good time though.
Although I think they might be using an autograph bat as the actual bat.
I think they are, yeah.
So it's not going to be getting hit too far. Somebody's just been caught as well. Yeah. 2 wickets in about 3 balls.
It's all happening over there, isn't it?
Maybe that's the one we should be showing on Lancs TV.
What a game that is. Here comes Williams, bowls to Stewart.
How many balls left till the end of the over, and then we can pan across to the real game of cricket going on here on the boundary's edge.
162 for 6.
Tennis ball v autograph bat. 4 close fielders in. Oh, they got some stumps as well. I think they've just been castled. That's the 3rd wicket. Sorry for anyone getting confused. This is it's happening on the boundaries edge and not out in the middle.
Williams in to Finch, swatted out towards the leg side. Bladwick Fields at deep square leg.
Wickets have been falling elsewhere though. Sussex all out for 173 against Warwickshire at Hove. Surrey all out for 121 at the Oval against Glamorgan.
Yeah, teams having problems batting today. Williams. Oh, he's been bowled, Stewart. He's dragged it back onto his stumps. To his horror, the ball ricocheted back off the inside edge and hit the base of the stumps, and the ball and the bails dislodged and lands on the ground. And Williams celebrates a wicket. 7 down now. Stewart chopping it back onto his stumps and has to go, and it's 164 for 7.
Yeah, well, at first look that looked like a pretty innocuous dismissal and a bit of misfortune for Grant Stewart, but looking back at the replay, it's a really clever bit of bowling. My first instinct was that maybe it was a slower ball from Williams, but I think it was the off cutter, and it's really jagged back quite a fair way, and as a result that's why it's taken the inside edge of the bat rather than Stewart meeting it with the middle of the bat and knocking it away for a run. So yeah, well bowled Will Williams. Just on that replay, the way that has kicked up there and gone off the inside edge, which you see in a replay of Williams' other wickets and involvements so far. And some of the other wickets to fall. The run out of Everson for 22, Ekansh Singh chopping one up in the air and caught by Lavelle. Just want to bowl at the top, out for 19, and then Jaden Denley didn't catch it cleanly as he tried to attack Barnard and was caught in the deep for 32. Barnard also managing to dismiss Jack Leaning. Tried to go up and over the top but ended up hitting it too square. Green taking the catch. Green himself taking a pretty simple one off his own bowling. And there we go, there's that replay of Williams removing Stewart. Just does nip back in towards the batter, and I think that's why it caught the inside edge and rolled agonisingly onto the stumps, and just the one single bail falling off. But that's enough to send Stewart on his way, and now you feel like Kent are in a spot of bother. Matt Parkinson is in at number 9 against his former county.
Here comes Will Williams into to Parkinson. Through it goes to the keeper as he tries to jab the bat down. It squirts through to Bell. It's the end of the over for Will Williams. 164 for 7. Finch on 27. Parkinson, the new batter. It's interesting that when we watch the replay back, as you say, that Will Williams dismissal, and sometimes when you see a batter play back onto their stumps, you instantly say, well, that's a bit of an unfortunate dismissal, isn't it, for the batter? But we've seen quite a bit.
It's got lucky.
Yeah. But we have seen quite a bit of movement coming back in, especially from that top end. Balderson first up, and then Williams has got the balls to come back in. So interesting to have the benefit of the replay there, and just maybe sometimes you say unlucky to the batter, and perhaps you should be saying well bowled to Will Williams.
Yeah, I think in this case definitely the case. Green to continue then. Williams 2 for 28 from his 6 overs. Green none for 30, or 1 for 30, sorry, from his 7, as Finch comes down the pitch, just nudges this away into the onside. Interesting that Kent have sent Parkinson in ahead of, I think I'd have probably expected it to be maybe Gilchrist, possibly Garrett and then Parkinson, but he's worked hard at his batting, Matt Parkinson, in the winter, and he's also the type of character that perhaps is required for this situation. He's very determined, very gutsy, nuggety sort of batter. He's beaten his first class best twice this season in the county championship. He's worked hard with the Kent batting coach Toby Radford on his technique, and he's just nudging this one away into the onside. So Right now, when you've got 11 overs, after this one's still to bat, plenty of time. Why not send Matt Parkinson in, say, stick around there with Harry Finch, try and grind out a few runs for us. Forward here, playing green defensively.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's 7 down, so with 11 overs left, don't want to be not batting through, do you, really? You can just try and eke out some runs at the back end of their innings. It could prove crucial in what has been a trickier pitch than we thought, maybe.
Yeah, turned away once again defensively by Parkinson.
Does seem a little bit old-fashioned, doesn't it, to say kind of bat through a little bit, but maybe in this situation it's not a worse ploy.
I think it's about all Kent can probably try to do with the resources they've got left. Now Grant Stewart's gone, he's the one the hope they had of somebody really opening their shoulders and hitting some boundaries and ending with a flourish. So it might not be pretty if they are going to try and add something to their score as Parkinson plays another one away. 2 dot balls in a row and just the one coming from the green over. So with a single over remaining in this second power play phase, Kent 165 for 7.
Yeah, well, the bowlers at Lancashire have used his left. Barnard's got a couple, hasn't he? That's at the end of Green's 8th. He's got 2 left as well. Williams bowls 6. He's going to continue. He's got 4 remaining. Balderson's got 3 left, so plenty of options here for Captain Keaton Jennings with 11 overs to find. Blatherwick's only bowled 4. Finch on 28. Top scorer in the innings so far has been Jaden Denley's 32. He's played off the front foot. He's cushioned away into the offside for no run. So this is over number 40 for Kent. Finch on 28 from 35. Williams in conversation with his captain, Keaton Jennings, who's at mid-on as he gets back to his mark. Sets off again. And just tapped away into the offside by Finch. And a slower ball from Williams. There's been quite a few deliveries from Williams with pace taken off. Maybe the odd cutter in there as well. Bowled nicely, 2 for 28. 165 for 7. Williams and again to Finch. Again, real choice but to defend as that just comes back in towards him and plays safely away to the offside. Lavelle comes up to complete the fielding. 3 dot balls then to start this 40th over. Williams in the sunshine and Blackpool comes in and bowls to Finch. Play back along the ground. Williams goes leaping away to his right trying to stop it. Can't get anything on that. Picked up by Keaton Jennings. It's another dot ball. Parkinson having a little chat with Keaton Jennings. Williams and again to Finch, and plays forward in defence and there is no run. We've seen one maiden over from George Balderson, one from Josh Bannon, one from Chris Green. Could be about to see the 4th of the innings here.
Yeah, not quite exactly how we potentially foresaw the end of this power play going. Sometimes you're seeing batters try and take advantage of the fielding restrictions before they come to an end. Not so at the moment.
Last ball of the over, Williams to Finch. Again, he defends, and that indeed is the maiden over for Will Williams. So he's bowled 7 overs for 1 maiden, 2 for 28. Excellent stuff from Williams. 10 left. So we're at the third phase of the innings. 5 fielders allowed outside the fielding circles. Run rate's been pretty consistent for Kent, as indeed of the wickets that have been taken at pretty regular intervals. Just in that 1-6, which was hit straight down the ground by Swanepoel right at the start of the innings. 10 overs remaining for Kent, 165 for 7.
We're going to see Balderson come back into the attack. So perhaps that was the plan all along for Balderson to bowl those overs up top and then come back in this phase. Replacing Green into Parkinson. He's in behind this one, playing defensively. Kent very much looking to grit this out at the moment. Lancashire not giving them any balls to hit. Parkinson's faced 6 so far, and yet to get off the mark. 28 for Finch. There he is, trying to get off the mark now, Parkinson, and he'll do so. Just steering this into the offside in the gap nicely. They come through for a run. Spectators on the move, ambling around the perimeter of the ground here. Maybe off to get some refreshments. Bit of grub. This one's defended away by Harry Finch into the onside.
I hope Stu's ice creams don't sell out. He's been busy. Well, actually, maybe from his point of view, it's a good thing he sells out. But you don't want to miss out on custom, do you, really?
Looks like there's still a nice queue over there.
There is, isn't there? Yeah.
And the pizza van's doing a decent trade as well. This one's through to the wicketkeeper, past the outside edge. A little bit of extra bounce, perhaps, for Balderson. Since Finch has gone into his shell, he's found himself a little bit stuck. Came out bubbling with positivity and got off the mark straight away. Hit a couple of nice boundaries. Since the situation has dictated that he's maybe had to rein it in a touch and wickets have fallen elsewhere, he hasn't been able to keep up the scoring. That's a shorter ball. He pulls away into the leg side, but he's picked out the fielder in the deep, so there will just be a single. 2 off the over so far, 1 to come in it. 167 for 7. Slightly jealous of some of our media colleagues who have been tucking into various bits of sandwich and pie-looking lunch while we've been on air. It's a bit much, really, just eating in front of people that can't, because we got to talk. Very inconsiderate.
Subject us to the smell of the pie.
Exactly. End of the over then. So just 2 from it from Balderson. His 8 overs, of course, just 26, bowled really well up top. Now back into the attack successfully. Kent's run rate has dropped back further still to just a nudge above 4 and over. 9 overs remaining. I think as much as anything, it feels like the singles have really dried up. Certainly the boundaries have dried up since Stewart managed to punch one back over the bowler's head. They probably need to try and rotate the strike a bit more. These two. Perhaps Lancashire sending some men back now will almost allow them to do that. No, they do still have 5 men in the circle.
There's Williams in. Finch hits it back over his head. Jennings is chasing after it. And He's gone for 4.
He's made a bit of a meal of it.
He did a bit, didn't he? Yeah. It's a decent effort from Lancashire's captain, but in the end it has gone for 4. He put a bit of a dive in, and I don't quite know, he's not managed to flick it back, but
I must admit, as soon as that came off the bat of Finch, I thought that might be going straight up in the air.
Looked it, didn't it? Plenty of height on that. Bounces. Here comes Keaton Jennings chasing after it. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Put the old dive in, but couldn't quite flick it back. Defended by Finch.
He ended up almost squashing the ball onto the rope, didn't he? If they'd had the sort of triangle Toblerone type boundary, he'd have squashed it.
He would, yeah. 171 for 7. Not been many boundaries for Kent of late, so that would be a welcome one for Finch, who may have thought himself he was in a bit of trouble when he hit it. Didn't time it as he was hoping for. He went plenty of height. Runs here out towards backward square leg, just one of them. Finch moves on to 34.
Top scoring now for Kent, Harry Finch, with that 34. And a couple of batters that have got starts that haven't really kicked on, Kent.
Parkinson back on strike. Jennings in position at first slip. Parkinson. .172 for 7. Williams bowls to Parkinson, who hammers it out towards the leg side, and it's one bounce over the rope and towards some spectators who are doing well not to spill a single drop of their beer, and it's gone for 4.
Hey, Matt Parkinson. Where did that shot come from? Little shimmy down the pitch. Bit of a yahoo into the leg side. Have some of that.
Bet he enjoyed that.
He's a fighter, isn't he? Matt Parkinson. Great character, the Bolton lad.
He's a cracking lad. Williams to Parkinson, who defends.
I'm surprised really that he's perhaps been overlooked for the 100, considering his experience in white ball cricket, and he's a clever spin bowler.
I don't think he played in it last year, did he?
No, he didn't.
Definitely played in it the year before that, the Manchester Originals. His brother's got a gig, hasn't he? He's playing at the Northern Superchargers. Williams bowls again. Just deflects away off the thigh pad for Parkinson and bounces out towards the leg side. And there's no addition to the score. There's the end of the over as well. So we're a couple of boundaries off that. It's pushed Kent on to 176 for 7. We've got 8 overs remaining. Finch on 34, Parkinson's on 5.
I haven't had a chance to check out this video because it's not loading properly, but if you go to the Metro Bank One Day Cup social media pages, you can see Ben Kellaway of Glamorgan, who mid-spell against Surrey is bowling some with his right hand and some with his left hand, apparently. He's pulled some bowls to Finch, drives up towards long on for a single. Apparently during COVID he taught himself how to bowl left-handed as well as right-handed. I mean, there were people maybe learning new languages in COVID. Some of us were lucky enough to still be covering sport, actually, but others were, obviously furloughed. Some people were just enjoying the weather, and he was teaching himself how to bowl left-handed. There's Parkinson coming down the pitch here, trying to flick it away leg side. The ball hits him on the thigh pad, drops away into the offside.
Has he had much success bowling with?
Well, I mean, Glamorgan in general had some success today, didn't they? So he can't have gone for too many runs.
Is he in the wickets?
Because Surrey didn't get many.
What did they finish up on? Oh dear, 121 all out.
So yeah, he can't have been too expensive. Oh, he did get a wicket.
He got two.
Oh, I wonder what he was bowling. Left or right? Maybe a bit of both. Which one's got the wickets? This one's run away by Parkinson. Shorter ball outside off, down towards third man. Yeah, see if you can load up the Kellaway magic.
Oh, here he is.
There we go. There's the left arm delivery that got a wicket, and there he goes, right arm to the left-hander, and gets him LBW.
Brilliant.
That's delightful. Here comes Balderson again. Finch backing away, gets a single into the offside. And there was a Sri Lanka under-19 player who did that in the World Cup. Bit of left and right hand, but don't often see that from professional players in this country. Balderson to Parkinson. Steps away, balloons into the offside. They come through for a single. Harry Singh, the sub-fielder, was the man closest to it, but it evaded him. Parkinson's just replaying the shot. I'm not sure that's exactly what he was trying to play. He sort of practiced the Mahendra Singh Dhoni helicopter shot. I'm not sure that was quite what he was going for there. Balderson bowls on leg stump to Finch. Nudges it away. Dot ball to end the over for Balderson.
Let's have a look at the two other games, shall we, in Group A. Worcestershire against Durham and Hampshire against Sussex. Worcestershire batting first against Durham. Lost early wickets in that game.
Back for them, actually.
I think Jake Libby's still going. Yeah, 61 not out, so 199 for 7. Or Worcestershire.
They put in a decent partnership with their loan signing from Notts. Singh making 60. The loanee.
The other game, Hampshire-Somerset. Somerset are batting first at Hampshire, and they're 214 for 8 in the 46th over.
Yeah, Mead made 100 against Kent and made 84 at the top.
Barnard back into the attack, falling around the wicket, slipped away back towards him by Parkinson, almost.
Yeah, it wasn't far off the cornboard.
Yeah, bounced just a fraction in front of Charlie Barnard, who bowls again to Parkinson, takes a single out to square leg this time. Moves on to 8. 181 for 7. Test match, West Indies are 5 down, 153 for 5, lead England by 59 runs. Barnard to Finch. The back foot punched into the offside. Bannon at cover fields, no run.
I was just looking at the sponsors advertising hoarding that people will be able to see on the stream, behind the bowler's arm and behind the batter.
So Finch comes towards Barnard, no run.
Says champion of women's and girls cricket. I mean, I don't know who decided that. It feels like someone within the advertising department might have decided that.
Barnard to Finch, going back, trying to cut the ball. Oh, he may have got something on it. Wasn't taken by Bell.
I'd like to see it maybe say something along the lines of...
Is Barnard to Finch. That's pushed away, no run. End of the over, just a single coming off it, 181 for 7.
Have you got Metro Bank 50 over cup fever? Rather than awarding themselves the prize of champion of women's and girls cricket.
Have you got the Metrobank One Day Cup fever?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Yeah, good to hear. Positive test for that.
Good. I think it's slowly starting to grip the nation.
Yeah, sort of an underground movement that's bubbling up.
Yeah.
Slowly. The fever is spreading as Balderson bowls, flicked away into the onside by Parkinson. Seems to be only at this time of year that it catches on. Comes around. It's a summer thing. It's like a little summer cold. 181 for 7, Kent. With 6 overs to go then. These two have been pretty circumspect and watchful in recent overs. Very much determined to try and make sure Kent see this out. Parkinson trying to be a bit more positive, comes down the pitch, and then Balderson follows him and he gets it in the midriff. It's a little bit painful.
Yeah. Have a breather, Matt. No need to rush here. George Balderson quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, he's got a wide grin on his face. His former teammate of Parkinson, again giving himself a bit of room. Possibly leg buys here. They're coming back for 2. The slide to try and stop it. Oh, that has gone for 4. Despite the best efforts of Will Williams down at long leg. Had to move away to his right as it went quite fine. Surprised at quite how quickly it did go down towards the boundary. Just seeing the replay now, and oh, that was of the one that hit Matt Parkinson in a more tender area. So it has indeed gone to Parkinson for the boundary. This next one just pushed away out towards point. So 185 for 7. Parkinson now has a very respectable 12 from 21. Finch is 36 not out. And Balderson bowling to Parkinson, goes for the short one. Parkinson tries to swat it away like an annoying fly in his kitchen. That makes no contact.
I think he reckons that should be a no ball.
He's got his hand on his hip, looking positively peeved that wasn't signalled. The square leg umpire did point to his shoulder and say that's the one over that height of the over. Fuller delivery. Parkinson runs up towards deepish mid-off for a single to Rocky Flintoff. End of the over. 5 to go in the Kent innings. They might yet bat out their overs, but how many runs can they try and put on the board to set Lancashire? At the moment, the home side, I think, will be still feeling pretty confident with the run chase. Going to see Barnard come back into the attack here. He's going to, well, bowl out, isn't he now?
He is, yeah. This is his 10th final over. Balderson's completed his 10 overs today. 10 overs for 35.
Very unlucky not to get a wicket, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly that opening spell, I think he bowled 7, didn't he, on the bounce to begin with, and bowled very nicely. Parkinson going back, edge down towards third man, but for no run.
Yeah, I think he was probably right there. They looked like a single to me.
Barnard in to Parkinson. Well, this will be a single. Ball played away through the leg side. Blatherwick comes up to field. And 187 for 7. Parkinson moves on to 14. Finch on 36. Barnard bowls. Finch on the sweep. Blatherwick again on the boundary on the leg side. Just a single for Finch. Moves on to 37 not out. 188 for 7 now. Gets Parkinson back on strike. Barnard in to Parkinson. Sweeps again. This might be 4. Blatherwick trying to get round and cut it off, but he can't. Nicely timed sweep shot by Matt Parkinson, another boundary for him.
Yeah, that was really well played actually, and I like that as an option. Just moving across to the offside, rule out LBW, and then try and sweep to the leg side. Finch showed Parkinson how to do it, he just executed it better. Didn't have that man out on the boundary either.
More runs for Parkinson here. Worked away through mid-wicket for a single.
Now he's beaten his county championship best this season. What's Matt Parkinson's List A best with the bat? It's this.
Down the pitch comes Finch, and that's worked through straight mid-on and all the way to the boundary for 4. That's nicely played with Green on the boundary at long on, but quite wide. And he's punched that straight. There's Finch. Nice use of the feet. Coming down the pitch to the Barnard. 4 down the ground. And that's the end of the over. It's 196 for 7. Finch will be on 41. And Parkinson's on 18. Once that is all up to date, I think they've given Parkinson some Finch runs there.
Yeah, I think you're right. That second boundary should be Harry Finch's. But yeah, previous best Matt Parkinson in List A cricket was 15 not out. Here he is on 18 with that sweep shot into the leg side. A new PB for Parky. 41 for Finch. So 4 overs to go. I thought that was sensibly played in that last over. They took some good options to try and score their boundaries, Kent, as well as worked it around pretty nicely. Can they do the same against a man with the vast amount of experience that Chris Green has, the Australian? There we go. I think they've worked it out on the on scoreboard now on the stream. As Green bowls to Parkinson, goes for the sweep shot, chance for run out of the bowler's end. Parkinson stretching for his ground, doesn't make it. Somehow his helmet has come off in the process of trying to grope for the line. Exchanging a few words with Chris Green as he walks off. Good throw to the bowler's end, that. Parkinson stretching for his ground. Ended up in a heap on the floor with his helmet coming off in the process. Always felt like a risky single. The way that Parkinson had kind of gone down on one knee to sweep meant that he then had to kind of jump up and get into his running stride. And yeah, good throw to the bowler's end, and Parkinson always looked like he was struggling. So decent little partnership for Kent, that one. In the circumstances, comes to an end. Parkinson, a really proactive 19 and a new List A best with a bat. Shame he couldn't perhaps have carried it on. Nathan Gilchrist will now come to join Harry Finch, and very much does feel now like the onus is on Finch in these final few overs to get Kent above 200 and to some kind of a total. 197 for 8 now with that run out. Second one of the innings.
Partnership was 33 between Finch and Parkinson. Off 49 balls.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a brisk partnership, but I think that's what the situation very much required. As Green appeals for the LBW, Finch came down the track. A little bit of turn and it's away off the pad. I thought for a leg by, but did the umpire give that as a leg by?
See,
not sure.
No.
One more to the total. Still says 41 up on the scoreboard away to our left, so I think he did give it as a leg by. So Gilchrist for the first time on strike. All plays back to Green and inside edge onto the pad. I think somebody might need to tell Nathan Gilchrist to try and get forward if he can here against the spinner. As much as there would be a preference for some to kind of sit deep in their crease and wait for any turn, you've got to try and get forward as he does here. Just pushes it back to the bowler. On this pitch feels like you've probably got to get forward to try and negate the turn before the sharp movement that we have seen. Some seam and spin movement off this pitch. That's Green to Gilchrist, nicely turned away into the onside by Nathan Gilchrist to get off the mark. Kent onto 199 for 8 in these late stages of this first innings. Here at Stanley Park in Blackpool, BBC Sport Online. Scott Reed and Ben Watts watching on as Finch goes back in his crease and they run a single into the onside. And he will keep the strike. 200 comes up for Kent. Green's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 33 now. And with 3 overs to go, Kent 200 for 8. Finch on 42.
Only 2 bowlers have completed their 10 overs so far. Barnard's come through 10 overs, 2 for 47, and Balderson 10 overs for 35. Green's got 1 more left. And Will Williams, who's coming back into the attack, he's got 2 left.
So could well be 2 from Williams, 1 from Green possibly.
Yeah.
Just the 4 from Blatherwick, perhaps a surprise. Certainly the surprise was that Bahan bowled 5.5.
Yeah.
It's been difficult to get away in that middle period.
3 left then. Exactly 200 on the board for Kent. 8 wickets down. Will Williams to Finch. And there's no run to start the 48th over. Turned out towards Harry Singh, who's been out there for some time now because Ollie Stone, Ollie Sutton went off kind of halfway through his first over. Went off with a side strain by the looks of it. Sutton, he felt it on his follow through, clutching this right hand side, having to leave the field on his debut. Williams coming in and not releasing the ball.
Yeah, Finch jumped to the leg side and Williams decided, well, if you're going to do that, I'm not going to bowl.
Yeah. The result is going to change the field. He's dropping mid-wicket out towards the boundary and bringing up fine leg inside the circle. Deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on the leg side. Fine leg now comes inside the circle. Here's Williams. Cracked away into the offside again, with a step to the leg side and driven away through cover for a single. Finished to 43, 201 for 8. Yeah, that's why Harry Singh is on, because of Ollie Sutton's injury and Josh Bahan bowling 3 balls that Sutton was unable to bowl, and then going on to bowl 5 more overs. But just 24, tidy stuff from Bahan. I cannot remember the last time I saw him bowling, and it was certainly would have been a bit of medium pace, not off spin, but it was quite a few seasons ago. Williams to Gilchrist, that's whipped away to the leg side where Singh fields no run. Let's hope that Ollie Sutton's injury is not as bad as what it appears to be, really. Clutching your side as a fast bowler doesn't look good. Fingers crossed for a speedy recovery. Williams 2. Gilchrist is a slow ball bouncer. It's down the leg side and called a wide by the umpire.
That was an extraordinary delivery.
I mean, Gilchrist ducked under it, but it barely reached him.
He certainly gave it the big sort of effort in the action, didn't he, Williams? As if to make the batter think it was a full-paced bouncer.
Slow ball, and it was leg side. Oh, it's played back to him on the full. And he's off a chance there, reacting off his own bowling.
It was an awkward one, actually. Yeah? He went with one hand, I think, because he almost had to. It was very low in the end, and he's just caught it with the fingers on the full before it slipped away to the ground.
Kind of dipped, didn't it, at the last minute?
Tough chance.
It was. 202 for 8. Williams to Gilchrist. Played through mid-on for a single. Doubles his total. Green comes up from the boundary to field. 203 for 8, and Gilchrist moves to 2. Well, you've got to think that Finch needs to face the majority of these final couple of overs. He's 43 not out. Can they try and end with a bit of a flurry here?
Could do with a single here to keep the strike for the next over, and then, like you say, starting to think about where his best boundary hitting options might be. Can he find a couple?
Williams to Finch. Well, it's misfielded by the looks of it, or maybe took a bit of an awkward bounce, perhaps. I couldn't see. He's got a single, though.
Yeah, sort of burst through the hands of Barnard at backward point. It was a bit of a sort of crowd catch UNR. It was very much slammed into the ground by Finch. Suited him to get the single. Find himself back on strike. 44 from 61 for him. 2 overs to go. Couple for Gilchrist. 204 for 8 for Kent.
Will be Green to finish at this north end of the ground, leaving Williams with 1 over to bowl from the south end.
Yeah, so does Finch perhaps back himself to get across his stumps and sweep against Green, or with his height, perhaps extra bounce, does that make Green a bit more awkward to sweep? What will Finch try to do here? Does try the sweep, gets it out of the meat of the bat and 4, beats the short fine leg fielder, and then the one at deep square can't cut it off. So there you go. That was the thinking Harry Finch had, where he might be able to find a boundary. Sort of started off on off stump, moved further across outside of the stumps. You could see all 3 as he caught it on the full and timed the sweep shot well. So 48 he moves to. 208 for 8 Kent, with 11 balls remaining in the innings. Green tosses this one up, and Finch has tucked into it, but there's a fielder in the deep who takes the catch, and Finch has to go for 48. Clever bowling from Chris Green enticed Harry Finch into the big shot. Lavelle there again with a safe pair of hands. And just seeing the replay now, maybe just held it back a touch. Finch would have felt like it was there, but never really quite had the legs. And a comfortable pouch from Lavelle on the boundary's edge. And Kent, having battled hard to take this innings deep and try and use up as many balls as they could. Finch in the late stages of the innings trying to hit out, and has departed now for 48. A couple shy of a half century. Would have been a deserved half century as well for Harry Finch, so a shame from his point of view that his efforts to try and scramble Kent to some kind of a total haven't ended in the landmark. And now it's up to Garrett and Gilchrist, numbers 10 and 11, to see what runs they might be able to add late on in this innings. 10 balls in theory remaining, but just 1 more wicket now left for Kent. Feels like this will be an under-par score, certainly, even with the movement we have seen off the pitch for the likes of Balderson and Williams with the new ball, and then Quality spin has been hard to play. Green has now got 3 for. And young Barnard with a 2 for as well, so they both bowl really nicely. Garrett gets on the front foot and they come through for a pretty good single there, actually, considering it was Green who had to field off his own bowling. Looks a bit like the actor Chris Pine, doesn't he? Chris Green. He's got a bit of the sort of the
Hollywood style look.
Yeah, sort of Hollywood style hair flick. Good looking chap. There's a wry smile from him. Big teeth. Big smile. So I'm going to chat with Josh Bohannon about where he wants his field. Not sure he needs to worry too much. Numbers 10 and 11 at the crease. In all honesty, I don't think these two are necessarily going to hurt Lancashire in a way that's necessarily going to be game defining in these late stages. Gilchrist might try. He's popped it straight up in the air and he's going to be caught here. Moved away to the offside to try and slog it to leg, and he's topped it straight up in the air. Easy catch for Keith and Jennings. Kent are 209 all out. 210 will be the victory target required by Lancashire, and the home side here at Fortress Blackpool have very much done the first part of the job. They're very much the favourites to go on and win this game, you feel, Scott Reed?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've bowled really well, haven't they? They've caught really well pretty much every chance that's come their way. They've taken. Lavelle's been excellent in the field, but I think that's a pretty impressive bowling performance out by Lancashire. Set up nicely by the seamers with the new ball. Williams and Balderson are excellent. Balderson unlucky not to got a wicket, really. Bowled beautifully. Spinners worked well. Barnard with a couple and Green with 3. As you say, it's difficult until you see both sides have a bat on the pitch, and it appears, maybe like previous one-day games here in the last couple of years, that perhaps a little bit more in it for the bowlers than in previous years. It has been particularly flat, this pitch here, for one-day cricket, but it feels quite a bit under, doesn't it? Even with those factors in play. But we'll see. It's 210 to win for Lancashire. That's the card. Finch in the end top scoring with 48, and a little bit unlucky not to go on and get a 50. Had to work hard for that, and Jaden Denley's 32 was good while it lasted as well. Lancashire's bowlers, well, all of them contributed. Balderson was excellent, unlucky not to get a wicket. 2 for Williams, 2 for Barnard. Green finishes with 4. 1 for Sutton as well, unfortunately having to go off with an injury. Green 4 for 38, and Kent 209 all out. So it will be 210 to win for Lancashire here at a lovely Blackpool Cricket Club, right on the edge of Stanley Park, and we're not too far away from the seaside there with the tower in the distance. Lovely scenes here on Lancs TV, and for listeners across the BBC Sport website and app as well. We'll take a break. We've got a half-an-hour break. Lancashire set 210 to win. Join us for that.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rolls together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How's
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mistoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
There's certain bits of it that
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Yeah?
You believe it?
No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all out action, all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Laugh, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's what a morning. He don't play.
Well, a real suspect instinct from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. It's a really wonderful game of cricket. What a catch that is for Tara Norris. It's going to be brilliantly caught by Nick. Again, that's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
Oh! Where's my slip?
Oh. This is comfortably the quickest I've ever faced. Yes guys, how's it going? Welcome back to Cricket District. Now today we're here at Emirates Old Trafford for the Roses derby. Sadly outside it's been raining all day and it's abandoned. But you know Cricket District, we have adapted.
Of course, that's right. We're here for an episode of Village vs Pro with fast bowler Luke Wood and mystery spinner Chris Green.
We've managed to borrow some kit from the Lancs lads. Massive thanks to you guys for doing this. I know you're short on time. Let's get into it.
Wish us luck. Right, you've seen Toby warm up.
Yeah.
What are you expecting?
His defence looks alright. I'm just worried about where he's going to score some runs. Power play against Luke Wood, he's typically known for swinging that ball in. We've seen highlights of the Vitality Blast showing that in-swing York at Alex Hales. So I'd love to see him test out those shoes.
Right, here we go. Borrowed some kit off Luke Wood and he's about to bowl at me. Seen him on TV, bowls absolute rockets. Can't wait to get started. Let's go.
I'm a third man.
Yeah.
And a deep square.
Cool.
Right, first ball, here we go. Oh, exactly as good. Bit of swing, bit of shape.
I'll give you one.
One.
Jam down late on it. One run.
One run. Lovely start. Lovely start.
Come on, Toby, watch the ball. This is comfortably the quickest I've ever faced.
The junior thigh pad's going to get a testing here, I can feel it.
Oh, that's cut him in half. Oh, he's played that well.
Blocked out.
That's what we saw in the warm-up. That's strong defence.
He has got a good defence to him.
I reckon he's scrambling a quick single there.
Yeah, let's give him one. Toby, we'll give you one for that.
No, you get a quick single there.
Oh, again those.
Beautiful technique.
One again?
Yeah, easy one.
Another one.
We just need you to extend a little bit further to try and get the gap, but we'll give you one run.
I'm taking this power play.
Yeah.
We're on 2 or 4.
3.
I'm on 4.
3 or 4.
He followed him.
Oh,
that's brilliant, that.
Yeah, no ball, 2 runs for that.
Great, free hit, yeah?
Free hit, yeah, I think.
Hit? No,
is it not a free hit? Oh no, it's not. Sorry, the new rules, I get confused.
2 left.
Two balls
2 left, yeah, you're on 5.
He's getting so lucky.
Oh, great lead, mate.
Amazing how much swing you get indoors.
Humid. I say it's humid.
Can't believe how much he's swinging it. Come on, Toby, last ball.
Last ball, you got this.
Oh! There goes the GoPro.
Hold on.
He's not done bad there. What's your tactics going into it?
As a bowler?
Yeah.
Look, I think being an off spinner, surely he's going to play a few more shots. Oh, mystery spinner. But being an off spinner, I'm hoping he's going to play a few more shots, be a bit braver.
Let's see.
I'm going to go for a few caught on the boundary. So you and Woody be kind.
Make sure you set that field early.
Right, I'll tell him.
All right, let's do it. Let's start from Toby. Right, Toby just said to me about how you're getting it to swing indoors and he's mesmerised. Yeah. What's the secret?
I just reckon it's quite humid.
Fair.
The weather's actually quite humid.
So even indoors it makes a difference?
I'd say so, because sometimes when the wind around it's freezing. It just doesn't do anything.
Just go straight.
Whereas I think it's quite like muggy.
Yeah.
It swung I just swung that much this year outside. It's a bit colder.
Yeah.
That's spinal.
That's hoot.
It's good.
That's hoot.
Yeah, that's good.
To be fair, he's got good defence, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, if that was a game, he's blocked the first 2 quite well there, so I think I would have bounced him anyway.
You would have bounced him anyway.
Yeah. Perfect.
He is an absolute pro. I'm sure he was only bowling at like 60-70% of what he's capable in, but the swing on that ball, even indoors, is just crazy. So I'm a bit relieved that I get to face spin now, although Greeny's probably going to get me out even more times, but this is so much fun.
Long on, deep in wicket. Power play.
I've got a call from Chris here.
He hasn't.
Long on and cow corner.
He's not told him, but he's got me here. He's got a brand new ball, so he'll bowl this arm.
Is he going to hoop? Yeah. Okay, first ball.
I wouldn't surprised if he bowled an arm ball first ball.
Oh! It's not. Where's my slip?
That's it, Grinny, you're not claiming that. Who's
Where's the
catching?
slip?
Never been.
That's hit Salty in the face.
That's it. I had a slip in the face. That's 4. I'll give you 4 for that.
Salty catches them.
It's a great start, 4.
Yeah, good start, Toby.
Oh yeah.
Oh! How was that?
Sorry, partner.
Too early. Well watched, yeah. The contrast, I think we've done this quite well. Obviously, we've done this with various people.
Yeah.
It's usually been seam,
Yeah.
or just a spinner. So now to have,
they're both.
no offence to Chris, but no contrast.
Yeah.
See if
Win
I
the
can,
battle, come on!
See if I can land the carom
Whoa! What was that one?
That was just a carom ball.
Wow, just a carom ball.
I thought you told me I was mystery, so I was bringing out all the tricks.
You're probably doing mystery spin, aren't you?
Well, he asked me about mystery.
Jack, you've done me here by telling me it's mystery.
I've only seen him bowl an off here and an arm ball.
Go on, Toby. You got it.
Smack him.
Yeah. That's 4.
That's 4. I'll give you 4 for that.
Yeah, 4 runs.
Yes.
Oh, well weighted, well weighted.
Good work,
good work.
So before we watched my innings, the reason we're up in Manchester was to watch the Roses Derby, which, if you didn't know, a lot of people would say is the biggest derby in domestic cricket. We managed to catch up with a few of the players to find out what makes the Lancashire versus Yorkshire clash so special.
It means so much, especially to the homegrown lads. We're usually a team full of homegrown lads as a Yorkshire. Got some great setups, both counties. So I think local lads playing for the home county, there's that little bit more on it as well, and you chuck in those extra special sort of international players. It's usually a great game.
You know, it's the biggest game in domestic cricket. It's the biggest stage you'll get in domestic cricket, apart from finals day, to get your chest out and show people what you can do and really take the game on. You know, sometimes the atmospheres aren't the friendliest in these games, and it adds another element to it. And I feel like the team who gets the chest out and puts it on the table that day, more often than not, will be the team that comes away with the points.
A couple of years ago, I had a Yorkshire pudding lobbed at me from the stand over there, frozen Yorkshire pudding. So those kind of things kick off. I think in my career in Blast, we hadn't had too much success against Lancashire, but the last few years we've had a couple of wins, and it's been nice to get one back. And like I say, it's always good for the Yorkshire fans to experience that.
Apart from those people who are lucky enough to represent England, it's probably the best game they'll ever play, and the best atmosphere, beating the 100 or other franchise stuff around the world. Even, I mean, you get 20,000 plus fans behind you, all cheering for your team. Some people who play football don't even get that kind of atmosphere. So for cricket to get it, it's special, and without doubt, this is. I mean, if it is even disputed, this is the best derby in the country. I don't want anyone saying that Middlesex against Surrey or what anything else comes close to this, because it doesn't. It really doesn't.
It's a real shame about the weather, but we'll definitely be coming back up to watch this match live in the flesh. Right, time for my innings and see if I can beat Toby's score.
Right then, here we go. I think I've ever felt so awful in all sorts of mixed match kit. Luke Quinn at the top of his mark. This is going to be interesting.
I want that full in-swing York.
15, just a heads up. I play village cricket. Jack's gone up in the leagues, so actually could be classed as a Premier League cricketer. So feel free to stick it up.
Premier League.
So feel free to stick it up 20 miles an hour.
I've heard you're Premier League.
Yeah, go on, in-swing yoga first ball.
Okay.
Test those shoes out.
Oh no.
Oi. He said you're a Premier League cricketer.
No chance.
Well played. To be fair, you kept that out pretty well.
Yeah, 1 run though.
To who?
Mate, you're not fielding that. You got to turn around and it's too hard. And plus the non-striker's backing up.
Okay.
Swung in so far. Actually, white ball and black curtain emphasises that even more.
Oh no, that's on. I hope that was pad.
You alright?
That's actually alright.
I hit your neck.
Yeah.
Hit the pad.
We've given the okay.
Hit here.
Oh.
That's going to hurt in the morning. Stay right, you know I sit in the morning.
Oh, Rams! There's two. You see him running down the wicket just
The one as well.
He was so stoked. Oh, well played. Oh, well played. Another single.
That 4 as well, Jack. Well played. Well played.
Yeah.
Just saw it a touch too late. Did see it, did pick it, but not early enough.
Oh no! Is that stumps? They are. There's the one dismissal.
The wide one. That is so annoying.
That's the worst ball bowled.
He looks spewed.
That was the one he could have hit as well. He's
Yeah.
very good through the covers.
We saw that with his sider.
Yeah.
He just caressed one through backward point before earlier.
Come on, concentrate. Last ball off Luke Wood.
Oh! Beautiful shot.
Give it a toe, give it a toe.
Get that one in slow-mo.
Great one to finish.
That last one was very toey, but they give me 4. Not going to complain. Next up, Chris Green.
Right, so what are we giving him off that first over?
Same field.
He hit boundary last ball.
Yeah.
2, probably got 7 or 8.
I reckon minus a few for the wicket, and let's go. He needs 9 to win. Magic calculators popped up. You need 9 to win.
There we go.
First ball.
Whoa! What is that?
You done him by saying mystery spin.
Yeah.
You said mystery spin.
He's
never,
I didn't say it. He said it. It's in my head.
He's not balled that ball. Oh yeah.
Cultured.
That is
2.
That is shapes. That.
How many, Greeny? 2?
2, yeah.
2.
Give him 2.
2.
Yes.
Nice to the offside gap.
Nice shot, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's 2 in the gap.
2.
Oh.
That's got to be 2 in the gap.
Wake up, long on.
You got long on cow?
Huh?
You got long on cow?
Long on and deep mid, yeah.
Oh, it could,
Yeah,
be,
split
could, be,
them
could be 4.
That might be 3, you know.
2.
What do you reckon? Oh, but it's the long side of the ground, and it's just straight in deep square.
No, he's got.
No, it's all good.
Give him 4.
One band's 4. You haven't quite got all of it, have you?
1 off 2.
No, not all of it.
I need, everyone's up.
Everyone's up.
1 off 2 you need. Scores a level. I'm playing for a super over. Catch it!
Shot over.
I think that's a shot.
It's a great shot. That's good.
Genuinely 4.
Yeah, that's 4. It's a great shot.
I'm not sure. I think it's genuinely 4.
4.
Right, bonus ball if you get a wicket.
Bonus ball. Everyone's up.
So wicket and you win.
Yeah, everyone's up.
Everyone?
Yeah, everyone.
Must be. Get behind it.
Catch it!
I think that's out.
That's out.
No worries.
Oh, no, that's right. Good throw.
Right, that was brilliant fun. Massive thanks to the legends at Lancashire Cricket and of course Emirates Old Trafford for hosting us today. Unfortunately we couldn't cover the game on the field, but massive thanks to Chris Green and Luke Wood for sorting us out with another episode of Village v Pro. Well played, Jack. We'll see you in the next episode.
When I was a kid there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mestoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mestoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So back here at Stanley Park, where Lancashire are about to begin their reply. Their target to win is 210. After bowling Kent out for 209. With Harry Finch top scoring with 48.
Number 9, Glenn Stewart.
.32 for Joe Denley as well. Wickets for Williams and for Barnard and for Green. George Bell and Keaton Jennings are in the batting here for Lancashire. So 210 to win. And it will be Grant Stewart to open up the bowling from the north end. With Bell on strike, 2 slips in place. There's Stewart to Bell. And that's the first run. Steered down to third man for a single, and Bell off the mark, as indeed are Lancashire. That's 209 all out. I suppose you relate back to games here in the last couple of years. Certainly scores of 350 to 370 are what you would need to win games here. That's been the trend in the last couple of years, but we shall see if this pitch here today is a little different, maybe offering a little bit more. We've seen some turn for the spinners. Jennings on strike, Stewart in and bowls. This plays calmly away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, saw some nip from Balderson, didn't we, early on, so it'd be interesting to see what Kent can do with the new ball and who will get the new ball, because Chatlini's got so many options. Bear Swanepoel open the batting, could well be an option. Charlie Stobo another, is most likely to get seam movement off the pitch. Stewart generally gets a bit of swing early on with his white balls.
So that's guided away to the leg side by Jennings, and again there's no run.
Other options would include George Garrett coming into the team for Hamid Kadri for this one. Perhaps missed the extra batting that Kadri can offer in the latter stages.
Stewart to Jennings is feeling for an LBW there. He's kind of stifled appeal, really. Quickly ebbed away because Jennings has hit it. He's clipped it away off his pads down to fine leg for a single.
Spin options as well for Kent, of course. Matt Parkinson. Jack leading himself, Jaden Denley.
Bell back on strike. Stewart to Bell, forward and defends. And there is no run. And there is Denley, good cover. Batted quite nice, he got himself in, didn't he, Jaden Denley, with 32. Went for a big shot of Barnard's bowling, caught it long off. Stewart to Bell. That's cracked away for 4. That ends the first over. And 6 runs coming off it. Nice way to end the over from Bell. Square drive for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. That's the risk and reward element for Grant Stewart. If you try and pitch it up to get that swing, that's when you're at mercy of a possible drive. And it was fast hands from Bell. So it will indeed be Swanepoel, the South African, to open up from the far end to our commentary position. Stobo, the one man in at slip. Finch behind the stumps, leaning. The captain is at mid-on. Swanepoel probably the, well, I was going to say the quickest of the Kent seamers, other than Nathan Gilchrist perhaps, who I haven't actually mentioned yet. In terms of the options, bowled well at the back end of the T20 blast, Nathan Gilchrist, and probably the most out-and-out kind of fast bowling, wicket-taking threat that Kent have. Swanepoel from around the wicket, poked away out towards a tumbling Akansh Singh at backward point. Jaden Denley doing the fielding. Very youthful offside field with Singh at point and Denley, the 2 teenagers, in that area square of the wicket for Jennings. Here comes Swanepoel again, left alone this time. Outside the off stump by Jennings. Bit of a way swing away from the left-hander for the South African. Quite a skiddy bowler. Shorter in stature. But does get some swing with the red ball, and trying to do that early on with the white ball, and that's a beauty. Wide on the crease, and really did straighten on Jennings. Went through to the wicketkeeper. Really good skill, clever bowling from Bears Swanepoel. Good little contest to start here. And could be a good examination for Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, it's a good ball, wasn't it? Ball around the wicket to Jennings, just angled in and just straightened up.
Defended away by Jennings, getting well forward on this occasion.
Yeah, advancing towards the bowler, Jennings. Step or 2 down the pitch. Well, from Lancashire's kind of tempo and the way that Lancashire bowled and fielded was probably set up, wasn't it, really, by how well Williams and Balderson started off. Stewart and Swanepoel trying to repeat it here for Kent.
Cracked away out towards point. Akansh Singh again there doing the fielding, and a good start from Swanepoel. Maiden over to begin for him. Stewart's First 5 deliveries were okay until Bell got the boundary, so 6 without loss after the first couple. Here for Lancashire.
England have been set a target of 85, I think it was, to win. Well, they're 8 without loss and they need 74 more runs to win. Ben Stokes is on the batting. Is Ben Duckett. Zach Crawley with a hand injury, apparently.
Well, there you go.
West Indies 175 all out. Mark Wood picking up 5 wickets for just 9 runs in 6 overs. Played away by Bell out to point, and there's no run. So the West Indies 175 all out. Wood taking 5 wickets after lunch. Stokes and Duckett opening for England, who need 82 to win that match, and they're 12 without loss in the first over. It's down the leg side by Stewart, called a wide by the umpire.
I was about to say, don't expect too many leaves then. They'll be trying to get that done nice and quickly and give themselves a couple of days on the golf course. England doing their best to make 5-day test matches redundant, aren't they?
Stewart to Bell, played off the back foot, just guided away to the offside, no run. What day is this? This day?
I think this is only 3, yeah.
3, yeah. Did go into the 4th day, didn't it, the last test match?
Yeah, and just at the point where they were offering free entry and please apply for your tickets here to get in on day 5, England decided, actually we don't want to come back for day 5.
Stewart to Bell, full of ball, he drives to mid-off. And there is no run. 7 without loss. Bell 5 and Jennings on 1.
Just going back to what you were saying earlier on, where we were chatting about this format and where it fits in the summer, it does feel strange that, you know, there's a sort of generation of young players or certain players.
Stewart to Bell. That's a nice shot, flicked off his pads out towards mid-wicket for a single.
Who can go a whole English summer without playing any 50-over cricket. Someone like Sam Billings, who's white ball contracted with Kent these days, only plays T20 because during this competition he's away at the 100. And you've got someone like Will Smead, who I don't think has ever played a List A game, the Somerset player. He's played last and then got into the 100.
Stewart to Jennings. On the walk, Jennings, and defends away to mid-wicket, no run.
And it's such a nuanced kind of format because, you know, batters are capable of, you know, going at bonkers strike rates or whatever in T20 cricket. There is an element of obviously building an innings a bit more in this format. But if you can set situations up well, then you can kind of switch it to T20 mode. And
Stewart to completely over. Jennings getting cautious, he just turns the ball out towards short mid-wicket. There's no run, just a single coming off it. There was a wide in there as well. We've had 3 overs and Bell's on 6 and Jennings is on 1. Target of 210 to win.
Depending on a pitch, you can get 300 plus being a good score, or you can get games where 250 is competitive and bowlers come into it a bit more. Yeah, obviously England, well, 50-over champions of the world and pretty miserably attempted to defend that title. And, you know, in terms of trying to win it back, for some, the only 50-over cricket they're playing is at international level. Here's Swanepoel then to continue for Kent. Hadn't conceded a run to start in his first over, but it begins with a wide. It started well wide of the off stump and then swung even further out of the way and through to the keeper.
the one-day international series in September. England taking on Australia. Games at Trent Bridge, Headingley.
Driven away square of the wicket by Bell. Again, swing for Swanepoel. Nicely played by Bell. Good footed by Jaden Denley.
Chester Street, Lords, and Bristol.
It'll be interesting to see what the makeup of that squad looks like. Who plays, who captains. Been talk about Butler's position as skipper and Mott the coach. There's Swanepoel in this one, defended away by Bell. 9 without loss, Lancashire. Chasing that target at 210 to win the game.
They'll build up to that 50-over series on the back of T20 cricket. Once the test series against Sri Lanka is finished, they've got T20 matches against Australia before the 50-over series.
Here comes Swanepoel. Again, well wide of the off stump. Umpire happy to let that one go. But getting some pronounced away swing from the right-hander Swanepoel. He was moving it away to the left-handed Jennings as well. So got both in the locker. The South African trying to find the edge and to get an early breakthrough for the Spitfires. On the stumps, Bell defends. Well, that was the one that he's been bowling to the left-hander, the in-swinger to the right-hander. Defended away by Bell. Really sharp movement in the air for Swanepoel. Nice warm day. This white ball early on. Certainly moving around a bit. Saw plenty of sea movement off the pitch as well for likes of Balderson and Williams. Full delivery driven away. There's Jaden Denley in the game again. Cover point. Bell trying to cash in on the full length, but could only pick out the Kent youngster.
It's full and wide, wasn't he? Trying to whip his hands through that. Good stop by Denley.
Either side of him it would have been 4 for sure. Swanepoel bowls again and it's caught a slip. A little bit of a leading edge. It was the in-swinger from Swanepoel. He's been swinging it both ways to these Lancashire opening batters. Excellent skill from the South African, and it's gone off a leading edge to Stobo at a wide slip. Just the one slip in play, and it couldn't have come at a more perfect height for the Australian Stobo. So the two Kent overseas players combine for the opening Lancashire wicket. Bell is on his way, and the home side here at Blackpool are 9 for 1 in the 4th.
It just swings back in, doesn't it, to Bell. It's closed the face of the bat as he tries to work it towards mid-wicket, and the leading edge loops out towards that slip fielder, who's actually quite wide, isn't he, at slip. So I mean, that's good cricket all round, isn't it? It's a good delivery, and it's good field positions too, not to have that slip too tight, quite wide. And yeah, Bell having to depart, but started well. Swanepoel mentioned how well Williams and Balderson started for Lancashire, and Stewart and Swanepoel needing really to try and replicate that, to try and create a bit of uncertainty in Lancashire's dressing room. Lancashire a couple down early on. They'll certainly do that.
If they could get this man out cheaply,
yeah,
then they'd certainly start to just feel like they're in the game a little bit.
Started his one-day cup campaign, Josh Bohannon, with a century against Durham at Sedbergh score, 147 from 119 deliveries. He kept Lancashire in the match, actually. They were set a target of 345 to win. In a couple of good partnerships, Bohannon with Jennings and then with Singh. Stewart comes in and bowls to Jennings on the front foot and defends, and there's no run. He got to a point where we had probably 5 or 6 overs left, and we still weren't 100% certain which way the game was going. That was thanks to Bohannon. A really impressive innings in what was, in the end, was a losing cause. First century here for Lancashire against Kent in this competition here at Blackpool last summer as well. It's Jennings on strike, clipped away in front of square on the leg side. Jogs through for a single. Jennings moves on to 2. Lancashire 10 for 1.
Lots of enthusiasm out there on the leg side boundary from Akansh Singh, chucking the ball in, fizzing it to Harry Finch, the keeper, who had to jump up off the floor to retrieve it. So they've now got that wide slip in Stobo, as well as leaning in more of a gully position for Grant Stewart. Here he's going to try and swing the ball away from the right-handed Bohannon.
Here comes Stewart to Bohannon, who defends. Ball bouncing off the full face of the bat, back down the pitch to Stewart. There's a little wander down the wicket as well. There's Josh Bohannon. Has nibbled about a bit for the seamers today, and we've seen spinners getting some wickets. Green and Barnard picking up 5 between them. Could prove yet to be a very tricky run chase, you never know. Stewart to Bohannon, just leans calmly onto the front foot. Eases the ball away to cover where Denley fields, and there's no run.
In a way it goes back to what we were saying perhaps in the 4-day game at Old Trafford, in that if you can get these two, Jennings and Bohannon, out, it's a very youthful Lancashire middle order these days.
Stewart to Bohannon, punched off the back foot to Denley at cover, and there is no run.
Denley's a busy bee out there at the moment.
He is, isn't he? He's right in the game. What does Denley bowl?
Left arm, slow left arm.
Okay.
So yeah, different type of spin to lean in the off spinner and park into the leg spinner.
It's down the leg side by Stewart.
He's bowled it for the swing and it didn't do anything. Shame, because it's been a tight over so far from Stewart's point of view. He'll want to complete it.
$11 for 1. Final ball of the 5th over. It's left by Bohannon.
Decent carry.
Yeah.
Final delivery.
It's quite a bit of that, haven't we, through the course of the game, actually. There's been a bit in it, hasn't it,
Yeah,
for the bowlers?
Ollie Sutton perhaps was the one who was getting the most carry in the few deliveries we saw from him. Blatherwick tried some of the shorter stuff, but actually Kent played it pretty well, you felt. So Swanepoel to continue, who doesn't look really dangerous in the early stages, swinging the ball both ways, bringing about the wicket of Bell. So primarily you'd expect him to swing this ball away from the left-handed Jennings. 5 overs in, Lancashire 11 for 1. Swanepoel bowls, through it goes to Finch, who's running left and right, trying to work out which way the ball's swinging after it's gone past the batter at the moment, Harry Finch. Ben Stokes enjoying himself in the test match. He's doing his best Zach Crawley impression at the top of the order. Full delivery from Swanepoel, patted back by Jennings.
Yes, he's 31 not out, Ben Stokes, from 15 balls. 7 fours, 3 overs gone, 38 without loss.
Hit almost half his 15 balls for 6. For 4, sorry. That's ridiculous. And Stokes is the one sometimes who bats the slowest in his own team, as this one's down the leg side from Swanepoel. That took off. after pitching, it felt like Jennings kind of came down the wicket to try and negate some of the swing, and it just moved sharply down the leg side. So Swanepoel himself struggling to control the swing a little bit, such as the movement he's getting. Here he comes again to Jennings, who plays and misses. Bit of a wild swipe outside the off stump, out the away swinger. Trying to get it square of the wicket for a possible boundary. I think if he'd got something on it, swung hard enough that it might have evaded slip. It's like Glamorgan have almost got the job done against Surrey. I think they have. At the oval, that one's flicked away leg side by Jennings. Off the leg stump. Man out in the deep does the fielding, Nathan Gilchrist. So, one ball to go in the over.
Yeah, Glamorgan set 122 to win. Have completed that run chase inside 16 overs to win by 7 wickets. Billy Ingram 39 not out.
Went at it like a T20. Came up hard and firing, try and get the job done nice and quick. Swanepoel completes his over with a delivery to Bohannon, which he lets go outside. The off stump away swing up to the right hander. In fact, there's still one more to go. I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, elsewhere, we obviously saw wickets falling in the first innings of a lot of the matches. A few happening elsewhere too. I think Durham in particular, was that 5 for 3 Durham? This one is kept out by Bohannon. It was the in-swinger. It came back sharply from Swanepoel, who is moving this white ball around corners at the moment, the South African. Remarkable skill. And well played by Bohannon to keep that one out. 6 overs gone. Lancashire 13 for 1. Slow start, but Kent putting the pressure on with the ball.
Yeah, Durham set 261 to beat Worcestershire at New Road. And now 9 for 3. Lees, Delida and Ackerman. 3 batters out. 9 for 3 Durham, chasing 261 to win. There's Stewart to Jennings. Jennings turns that away towards square leg. Moves on to 4. 14 for 1. Right on top of the bounce there, Jennings, with a bit of a snap of the wrist to play it with a horizontal bat towards square leg for a single. Stewart to Bohannon this time.
Oh,
that's gone in between keeper and slip. Off the edge of Bohannon's bat. Not sure if it would have carried even had this first slip been in a regulation position. It bounced in front, but right in between them, down towards the boundary. 4 runs to Bohannon.
Yeah, frustrating one for the bowler. Like you say, I don't think it was carrying to anyone. Wide of the keeper. He was never going to... Well, yeah, he was the only one that might have got there, but even then would have had to have dived forward. Yeah. I think you're right, if first slip was orthodox, it wouldn't have reached him.
Stewart to Bohannon. It's defended. Tell the way that both Bohannon and Jennings are defending here, that the ball is moving around a bit.
Yeah, Swanepoel in particular is really getting it to go both ways sharply. Stewart a little bit more predictable in the sense that he's only trying to bowl out swingers. And it's a bit more gentle in terms of the movement, but enough to catch the edge of Bohannon's bat. That prior delivery.
It's turned to the leg side by Bohannon. Just for a single. He moves on to 5. He's gone out towards wide mid on. Lancashire move on to 19 for 1.
And that'll be the thinking with the Kent bowling. I've mentioned how many seamers they've got, but these two that have got the ball in hand at the moment are the most pronounced swingers of the ball, perhaps Garrett as well, and then Stobo generally sort of bowls back of length to hit top of off.
It's going to be called wide, that. Push too far outside off stump by Stewart.
Gilchrist as well does like to bowl full, but isn't generally a pronounced swinger of the ball, so perhaps he'll bowl a bit more in the middle and at the end.
20 for 1. Here's Stewart again to Jennings. Just dabs the ball away off the front foot towards cover, no run. I mentioned the Durham score, losing 3 early wickets against Worcestershire. The other game in this group is Hampshire, who've also lost some early wickets in their run chase. They're taking on Somerset 2-4-3. Their target to win. Hampshire 27 for 2. Gubbins impressed, 2 men out. Stewart for Kent, balls driven by Jennings, driven nicely down the ground, all the way for 4 through that straight mid-off region. And Jennings moves on to 8. Lancashire 24 for 1.
Yeah, beautifully played. Very nice indeed from Keaton Jennings. And Lancashire just upping the run rate a bit in that over, courtesy of the wide, couple of singles. Slightly fortunate boundary for Bohannon off the outside edge, and then best shot of the innings so far from Keaton Jennings. Swanepoel to continue. Bowling to Bohannon, wide of the off stump. Possibly borderline on the blue line, the marker, which the umpires have got to help them with the wide calls. South African balls again to Bohannon. Is it in the air and he's caught? A cracking catch by Joey Everson, it has to be said, moving away to his left to take it on the bounce. Bohannon's annoyed at himself that he hasn't cleared the man and collected 4 runs. And another big breakthrough for Kent. Lancashire 24 for 2. Swanepoel strikes again. And Bohannon hitting the ball on the rise, but fantastic take. Just seeing the slow-mo of that on the replay. Joey Everson being congratulated by his teammates. And Bohannon has to go for 5. Lancashire 24 for 2 in the 8th over, and Bears Swanepoel continuing to put the pressure on.
It's a great catch, isn't it? Superb replay there. You can see on the slow motion replay that diving catch. He leaped up high to his left hand side, plucked it from the air. Great catch. He Farrell hammered it too, didn't he, Josh Bohannon?
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to hammer that over the top for 4. Just a little bit shorter from Swanepoel. Chance for him to hit it on the up.
Well, this is what Kent needed, isn't it? Certainly that wicket will give them a huge boost. Bohannon starting the competition with a terrific century on Wednesday at Seb, but runs against Kent here last year in Lancashire's victory. That'll give Kent real boost. And Bohannon's back in the dressing room. George Balderson is the new batter, joining Keaton Jennings. 24 for 2.
So 2 left-handers at the crease now. For Swanepoel to try and extract. Here comes the South African. Balderson wisely lets his first one go, has a bit of a look. Sharp movement off the pitch this time for Swanepoel. I wonder if Kent will maybe think about a bowling change with the possibility of 2 left-handers at the crease together. Grant Stewart, as I mentioned, generally will swing the ball away from the right-hander and then into the left-hander, so I wonder if Kent will feel, I want to get someone who can draw it away from the left-handers. Swanepoel's trying to do at the moment here, left alone by Balderson outside the off stump. Do you go to a Gilchrist possibly, or a Garrett, or even Stobo himself? Got pretty well done at Taunton on Friday.
There are plenty of seaming options in the Kent team.
You've almost got too many, to be honest, as a captain, to know which one's the right one in the situation, as this one was an in-swinger from Swanepoel from wide on the crease. Well dealt with by Balderson.
At the minute, you're not making any changes, are you? If you're the Kent captain, certainly from that top end, you're not.
Yeah, absolutely not. While this ball is still swinging for Swanepoel.
Yep. This is the moment, really, isn't it? Kent are going to... Well, they've already got 2 relatively early wickets here, and another 1 or 2 in this little period while the ball's still doing a bit, and it's absolutely game on.
Here he comes again, Swanepoel. Turned away nicely by Balderson through the onside. Parkinson chasing it down towards the rope, but won't get there. He puts the dive in. Almost ends up kissing somebody's feet down on the boundary's edge, but the ball all the way for 4, so well played by Balderson. And Swanepoel goes for a rare boundary. 2 for 7, his figures. It is going to be Stewart to continue then. Maybe one more from Stewart, maybe going to come round the wicket to the left-hander here.
Yeah, change of line by Stewart. Change of guard for Keaton Jennings as a result of that. Captain Jack leaning at mid-wicket, having a conversation with his bowler. In fact, he couldn't quite work out what he was saying, I don't think. He's really chucked up from mid-wicket for a slightly closer chat.
Yeah, Stewart's bowled tidily enough. I think just doesn't necessarily look that threatening. And with all the other seamers that Leading has to pick from, I'd be tempted to try and bring someone on who rates themselves against left-handers.
Stewart to Jennings, that's hammered away through the offside out towards the point boundary. Races away for 4. Shot of authority from the Lancashire captain.
Yeah, this goes back to the fact that, you know, in swing from a right-hander to the left-handed batters isn't as threatening, and that's what that conventional type of swing is, what Stewart offers. And Jennings cashing in there with the boundary. It's only 2 for 2.
Stewart back in to Jennings, who defends this time. It's pushed away to the offside, and there is no run. I mean, a good start here, though, Kent. A couple of quick wickets. Bell, Bohannon. Key wicket of Josh Bohannon, nice and early. Kind of ball themselves back into the game. 2-10 to target for Lancashire. Again, Jennings advancing down the pitch and then defending into the offside. No run. 32 for 2.
Yeah, number 25 so far for Stewart, and then Swanepoel's gone for just 7 from 4 overs so far.
Stewart right arm round the wicket to Jennings. Again, that's off the front foot, and solid looking defensive shot. Just drops it up to mid-off, where Joey Everson does the fielding for Kent, having taken that terrific catch to get rid of Josh Bohannon. It was a brilliant effort.
I guess once Stewart's bowled this over and then Swanepoel will get another one, then you're into power play 2. Do you then go to spin possibly?
Stewart to Jennings have worked out towards the leg side. He's gone behind square and it's gone for 4 actually. There's a fielder on that leg side boundary. Dive was put in, but unable to cut it off. 4 for Jennings. That just takes a little bit of the pressure away here that's been built from one end.
Yeah, as I've mentioned, if I was the captain, I'd have had a different bowler on in this over. Feels like not the same threat coming from Stewart, and then he'd swing it to 2 left-handers. It's just likely to be that bit easier, and it has been for Jennings.
They've reinforced the leg side with a mid-wicket now, no slips. It's thumped away by Jennings. Cut off by the captain, who's at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 8 coming off at the 2 boundaries.
That surely will be the end of Stewart, you feel?
36 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, done his bit in the power play one. Run rate looks okay now for Lancashire. It's just the loss of those 2 wickets. Interesting to see how long Swanepoel can keep this ball moving. Stobo looks like he may well be coming on next. Just going through some warm-up routines. The tall Australian. He might get some nip on this pitch, possibly. England trying to finish the job as fast as they can in the test match. As Swanepoel bowls, left alone outside the off stump from Balderson. That's like T20 power play type stuff. Stokes 51 from 26, 9 fours, 1 6. Ben Duckett 25 not out, 4 fours from his 16 balls, and they're 81 without loss after 7. We might be getting some more people listening in a moment. Once that's finished. Swanepoel bowls outside the off stump. Balderson happy to just let it go. Through to Harry Finch, the keeper.
Durham have lost a 4th wicket. 26 for 4 in the 7th over. 261 to beat Worcestershire, their target.
Gloucestershire 40 for 4 against Essex. Swanepoel bowls. Through it goes to Finch, again left alone by Balderson. Yorkshire 35 for 3, chasing 210 to beat Notts. Same target as Lancashire chasing here. Then Warwickshire 77 for 5, chasing 174 against Sussex. Wickets falling all over the shop today. What is it about? Metro Bank fever on this Sunday. That's
definitely is.
Exciting all the bowlers everywhere. Swanepoel bowls outside the off stump, and again Balderson happy to just let it go through.
Fever striking fear into the heart of the batters. Hampshire have recovered. They lost a couple of early wickets against Somerset. 46 for 2. Hampshire 10 overs gone.
Maybe it's just something about the weather conditions today that maybe making it perfect for the white ball to swing around early doors. In the air, and it's gone flashing past backward point. A little bit of width to Balderson, and he threw his hands at it, having left everything alone in the over. It's down towards 3rd man, where Stewart does the fielding. 1 run taken, 1 ball to go in the power play. I think the question for Leaning perhaps will be how long does he keep Stobo in the attack. I think I'd be tempted to, as long as the ball keeps swinging for him. Maybe do what Balderson did and go through 7. It's the last one in this over. There's a swing and a miss from Jennings. It was into the pitch from Swanepoel, possibly a cutter, and he was through the shot too early, Keaton Jennings. So a dot ball to end the opening power play. At this stage, Kent to a 46 for 1. Lancashire in reply are 37 for 2.
Yeah, we have that bowling change. Charlie Stobo coming in to replace Grant Stewart.
Well,
there you go, that Stokes 50, the fastest 50 by an England player in Test cricket. Ended up 57 not out with 9 fours and 2 sixes. 25 from 16. A slow 25 from 16 from Duckett from the other end, despite hitting a quarter of his deliveries face to the rope. But whatever hand injury Zach Crawley had, well, he'd have either been gutted not to be doing that himself, or he'd have been quite enjoying watching his captain blast it to all corners of Edgbaston.
There's Stelbo replacing Stewart. Run away by Balderson towards backward point. No addition to the score.
Yes, so far Kent have opted for... No, they've gone for fine leg, third man. Deep cover pointish fielder and a deep square. So those are the men on the rope. Mid-wicket cover, mid-on, mid-off. Backward point. I can see a bit of Jack leaning here, he's warming up.
Stelbo to Balderson. Playing a miss.
Bit of nip off the pitch from Stobo.
Yeah, you can see Jennington, the non-strikers, then to Balderson, just indicating.
Yeah, whereas Swanepoel was swinging it big in the air, Stobo's going to hit a length here and bowl for that nip. He's used to bowling on Australian pitches and getting a bit of carry from that kind of length. Tall man as well.
Striding back in to Balderson. It's driven. Calls Jennings through for a single. Driven to the right of Leaning, who's at mid-off. Balderson moves on to 6. Lancashire 38 for 2. Stelbo to continue. Jennings on strike. He's over the wicket to the tall left-hander. His first delivery just gets in behind it and calmly plays the ball away to mid-wicket for no run. 16 to Jennings and 6 to Balderson. 210 the target for Lancashire. Kent captain will feel as though his team is still in the game here. Taking a couple of early wickets. On the hunt for more. Stelbo to Jennings. And defends inside edge back onto his pad and deflects away into the offside. No run.
Yeah, decent start this from Stobo.
Yeah.
He'll look to bang away on that spot.
Runs were a little bit easier to come by when Stewart was bowling from this end. 29 off his 5 overs, but plugged that little stream of runs. Jennings comes down the pitch, and again that little bit of nibble away into the gloves of the keeper. It's a good start by Charlie Stelbo. 38 for 2. It's fascinating what the Kent captain's going to do from that top end and how long he's going to continue with Swanepoel. He's bowled 5. You reckon at least one more? Or
yeah, I'd have been
have
tempted.
Spin.
Yeah, I'd have been tempted for sure, but it does look like Kent are going to change it up. And with it being 2 left-handers at the crease, Leaning as the off spinner, going to bring himself on. I definitely would have been tempted to give Swanepoel 1 or 2 more possibly, while he was still continuing to swing the ball early on. Is going to be Leaning, still got a quite heavily strapped up left hand, which was the broken hand he picked up in the county championship game against Worcestershire. He's just undone a bit of the tape and handed it to the umpire. It's actually on his left hand, so it's his non-bowling hand, so it doesn't give him any grief in terms of the bowling. It's just adjusting his field there and sending Garrett out to long off. Here he comes. And a little bit of turn straight away for Jack Leaning.
Yeah, threw it out wide, didn't he? Did spin away from Balderson with so success for the Lancashire spinners, Barnard and Green.
Here he comes once again, Jack leaning. Through it goes to Harry Finch. He's not normally a big turner of the ball. He bowls a bit in Kent, for Kent in T20 cricket. But generally it's his control and his fly that is useful to him in white ball cricket. Good fielding there at cover by Jaden Denley as Balderson is on the drive. Leaning clearly relishing the chance to have a go on a wicket which is offering some turn. As Balderson attempting to drive again on the up, just hitting it into the ground, and it bobbles to Jaden Denley, who has his initials JK on the back of his top. This one's defended away. I think last year they both just had Denley, senior and junior.
Did they have Denley senior and Denley junior?
No, just Denley in the squad number last year. This one's defended away by Balderson, mainly because Jaden only got a rookie deal halfway through the season and made his debut in the One Day Cup. So, but this year they've gone with JL Denley and JK Denley.
Should have gone with senior and junior.
I guess because they're not father and son. I guess maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's Joe's brother Sam, who used to be a non-league football manager actually in Kent. Does play cricket himself. He's his dad to Jaden.
Like Stobo. Oh, that's a good ball to Jennings. Jennings spins around and glares back down the pitch.
Stobo was almost celebrating.
He was, wasn't he?
He was convinced that must have taken the edge.
He's landed it spot on from the first ball, hasn't he, Stobo? If he can just nibble around in and about that consistently, that's going to trouble both these left-handers. 38 for 2. Jennings dispatches this one away through extra cover for a single. Takes him to 17 not out. 39 for 2. Steady for Lancashire. No risks being taken here. Relatively modest run chase has been set for them in 50 over cricket, but it ain't easy at the minute. Stowball started well.
Just 2 runs outside the power play so far.
Into Balderson. That'll be a third run. Just tucked away to square leg by Balderson for 1. He moves on to 7. And it's 40 for 2.
Yeah, all off Stobo so far, leading by the maiden in the previous one.
Captain waits and beaten on 17. Stobo in and bowls. Dapping the ball away safely into the offside. No run. Picked up by Denley. JK. .40 for 2 here at Stanley Park. Stobo into Jennings. Just leans onto the front foot. Tall man with full face of the bat. Solid looking, reassuring looking forward defensive by Keaton Jennings. And again, there's no run. Just a little sense of quiet around the ground, but I think everyone appreciates this as a tricky spell and potentially Kent's chance here. As that just comes back in towards Jennings. Ball loops away off his thigh pad, bounces away into the offside, and there's no run, just a couple of singles coming off the over. Jennings and Balderson have pushed Lancashire on to 40 for 2. Target of 210 to win the match.
Yeah, it feels neatly poised at the minute. This game.
It does.
I feel like a wicket here would tip it in Kent's favour, possibly. But the longer this partnership goes on, the more confident Lancashire will feel. Kent know they need to keep taking wickets throughout if they are to pull Lancashire out. And presumably that's the way they're going to win this game. Lancashire are not going to get to 50 overs here without reaching the target, you wouldn't have thought. So Kent need to keep chipping away with breakthroughs. Single to start the over for Balderson. Square of the wicket out towards deep point for a run. Jennings just taking his guard and preparing to face the off-spinner Jack Leaning.
Crowd of 2,610 inside Stanley Park today.
Yeah, it's been a perfect crowd for the occasion, and a good spectacle for them so far as well. We've been really enthused to see the way that their team performed with the ball and in the field. As Jennings gets a single up towards long off. Here comes Leaning again, tosses this one right up, and it invites the attacking stroke. And Balderson goes up and over cover and gets his boundary too.
Playing host to List A matches since 1976 as Stanley Park. The first game here was against Sussex in the John Player League, which Lancashire won by 9 wickets. And a couple of gaps.
Tosses this one up again, driven out to Joey Everson.
He went from 1989 to 2001 without playing any List A games here, and then from 2003 to 2015, another gap.
Here's Leaning once more. Oh, that one turned sharply past the outside edge of Balderson, who went back to the delivery. Through to Finch. Leaning just tweaking his field slightly as he prepares to come in again to Balderson, cutting away out towards the offside sweeper this time for a single. Decent over, that one for Lancashire. We have 7 runs coming from it, and they're 47 for 2.
A couple of no results here. The game in 2016 in the One Day Cup against Nottinghamshire, and in 2018 against Warwickshire. Well, Lancashire have won every other match. There was a tour game here against India A in 2003. Lancashire lost that match by 1 wicket, but in county cricket, in List A games, they've won every single game here apart from those 2 washouts in 2016 and 2018.
It's a really impressive record.
Stelbo to Balderson. Plays forward in defence, no run.
Looks like Kent can have to bowl really well to end that run. Looking to break through this little mini partnership between these 2 left-handers.
Yeah, Balderson and Jennings quietly put together 23 so far. Stelbo to Balderson, that's driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Remains on 13. Lancashire 47 for 2. It's been a summer really of some outground cricket for Lancashire. They've played a championship match here, and the championship match in Southport, and the one-day game in Southport, in Sedbergh rather. Balderson defends, and there's no run.
It's arguably one of the few counties who are still really taking the game around their county. Obviously, teams like Middlesex sometimes get forced to go here, there and everywhere a little bit, but played a couple of T20s at Chelmsford this year just because it's cheaper to kind of bunk in and out of Chelmsford, but the spectator numbers there were very poor.
Stobo to Balderson. A lovely straight drive, he's captain like that. As he claps Balderson's off drive. Almost knocks someone's beer over, I think.
I think it might have been an empty cup, fortunately. Just snuck underneath Jack Leaning, argument that perhaps the skipper should have stopped that.
Brings up Lancashire's 50, 52 for one. Balderson to 17. On one kind of solid partnership. Well, make it a pretty calm dressing room, you would think. Punched away by Balderson off the front foot to cover. And there's no run. Almost a quarter of the way there, Lancashire in this partnership, having lost 2 early wickets. Just reassuring the home supporters. Final ball of the over is Stobo to Balderson, and there's no run as he clips it away off his pads out to the leg side. Fielded by Stewart at mid wicket, and that ends the 15th over. Balderson on 17, Jennings on 18, and Lancashire 51 for 2.
Leaning's going to continue. Wonder at what point he'll think about introducing Matt Parkinson. Again, I don't think it'll be right now, on the basis that it's 2 left-handers at the crease. So here comes Leaning, trying to get a breakthrough for Kent. Jennings throwing the hands at that one without timing though. 51 for 2 after 15 then. Kent was 60 for 2 at this point. But of course failed to really kick on.
Yeah, just couldn't find any way of injecting a bit of power into the innings. Obviously kept losing wickets, which clearly doesn't help, but there wasn't any particular moment where you felt the batter was on top and really asking Lancashire questions.
No, Lancashire really bowled well with the ball and didn't allow stuff to be hit. That's a poor misfield in the deep by Ekansh Singh, and they're going to get 4 runs, a real bonus there for Balderson. Probably should have got 2, maybe even 1 if he fielded it well. I think perhaps his enthusiasm to try and keep it to 1 has ended up misfielding the ball and costing his team 4, and he's just skipper bowling as well. Oh, now he's going to get the bird from the crowd, the 18-year-old. I think he had a bit of stick on the boundary at Taunton apparently on Friday as well.
He's only 18,
poor lad.
Yeah, exactly.
Here comes Leaning again. Jennings goes back and just screws it up towards the bowler. And that timing once again off the back foot, trying a bit of a pull stroke. So Leaning having bowled a maiden to start. It's now none for 13. With a delivery remaining in his 3rd over here. He bowls once more. Slower delivery and it turns past the outside edge. Jennings through the hands at that. Really well bowled. Jack Leaning, good little comeback after, well, the boundary in the over, but that wasn't particularly of his own doing. Or particularly fault of his as the bowler in that situation. Leaning and Finch just having a little bit of a discussion.
You can see on the worm there, can't you, that that little partnership has just pulled Lancashire back on track, really. This Balderson-Jennings partnership.
Yeah, there you go. After a couple of early wickets, Kent desperate for another one really at this starting to be at least. Try and break this partnership.
Stowbo doing his best. It's a wide ball to Balderson. Tries to cut it. Seems to nip through into the gloves of Finch.
Yeah, 2 false strokes in a row.
.57 for 2. Balderson waiting for Stowbo, who is in a ball that's pushed away by Balderson up towards the offside, and there is no run. Some rather awkward run chases for some sides around the country today. Looked like it's been pretty tough going for teams batting second. It's run down to third man. A single for Balderson, moves on to 23. 58 for 2. Yorkshire have lost 5 wickets in their pursuit of 210 to win, and Gloucestershire have lost 5 wickets in their bid to try and get to 260 to win their match. Warwickshire lost 5 wickets to try and get to 170 to beat Sussex. Stowbo to Jennings. Let's just drop back down the pitch by Keaton Jennings, gathered by Stowbo off his own bowling, and there's no run. 58 for 2.
I wonder if Kent will possibly be regretting not picking Kadri. I don't think they are expecting the wicket to play as it has and to offer so much to the bowlers and to the spinners as well.
Stowbo to Jennings. He drives it out through point for a single.
Likely it is with Kadri at the crease, they'd have maybe got a few more runs as well. Might have been defending, let's say, 230.
Yeah, it really has been an absolutely belting pitch to bat on in the last couple of seasons, but it looked a bit trickier today. Stowbo into Balderson. It bounces into the gloves of Finch. Completes the 17th over, just a couple of runs coming off it. 59 for 2. Jennings 20 and Balderson on 23. Target of 210.
Yeah, none for 9 so far from Stowbo from his 4 overs. Getting a little bit of nip off a length.
It's a lovely day here too, as well on the coast.
Going to see
Lancashire set 210 to win this match.
leaning continue.
It's been quite a tricky pitch to bat on through the course of the day. Lancashire have lost a couple of
The off spinner into his next over. It's being driven away by Jennings. All hands up towards long off. Here he comes again, leaning left alone outside the off stump by Balderson. 60 for 2 now then, Lancashire, which was Kent's score after 15 overs, but as we pointed out, they never really kicked on from there. Stowbo watching on from slip rather. Finch up to the stumps, Balderson playing square out towards backward point where Joey Everson does the fielding. So a couple of dot balls from leaning. Here he comes again, captain again, just tosses this one up and it's been edged past the slip fielder. Stowbo stretching out the left hand, but couldn't pluck it out the air. And Jennings comes back for 2. Well, that's what the sort of chance that Kent are bowling for, with the off spinner to the left-handers and the slip fielder being there. Balderson, to his credit, went hard at it. Again goes past the outside edge here, leaning. Another good delivery. And quite often, as a batter, you take that chance on. If you're going to swing the bat hard and get a thick outside edge, hope it goes past the fielder like that one did. Pushes a single to end the over. Balderson, disappointment for leaning. It felt like he could have maybe had the scalp and the breakthrough that Kent were looking for, but it remains 63 for 2 after 18 overs.
It's done a bit, hasn't it, for Jack leaning? Got a bit of bounce, he's got some turn. He attacked pretty quickly with the two left-handers out there batting together for Lancashire. 38 the partnership between these two now. Stelbo's going to try a different approach here. He's gone over the wicket previously. Try around the wicket to Balderson. Turned out towards the leg side where Stewart comes up from mid-wicket to field and there's no run.
In truth, it doesn't feel like he's done too much wrong from over the wicket. Maybe just trying the change of angle. Anything he hasn't done is managed to get a breakthrough. He's kept it very tight. Seeing what he can do from a slight change of angle.
Into to Balderson that whipped away out towards square leg. Moves on to 26. Correction, 27 with that Balderson. That's 64 for 2. Still back over the wicket to Jennings. Let's turn behind square leg. Just for one.
Slight fumble by Akash Singh out in the deep, but thankfully for him, his enthusiasm and speed across the ground meant he was able to pick it up at the second attempt and throw it in and still keep it to 1.
22 Keaton Jennings with that single, 65 for 2. Stelbo to Balderson and chips it to point, and Denley takes the catch and Balderson departs for 25 and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket, and Stelbo with his first, 62 for 3. Balderson the man out.
And there it is, the wicket Kent were looking for, and it's worked for Stelbo. The change of angle coming around the wicket to Balderson. Arguably one of the worst balls he's bowled, to be honest. It looked like a wide half volley which has just been slashed to point. And in fairness to Stelbo, he's probably earned it from being so bang on the money, so bang on his length for the entirety of his spell. He's just offered the batter up something for them to throw their hands at and to try and hit out at. And it's just been skewed out towards backward point, and an easy catch for Jaden Denley. Don't know whether there was any lateral movement or seam movement off the pitch which resulted in Balderson possibly miscuing it. But a breakthrough that Kent desperately needed to get through that partnership.
Yeah, just settled things down, having lost the 2 early wickets of Bell and Bohannon. It was 41 run partnership. Balderson out for 27, 65 for 2 in the 19th. George Lavelle is the new batter. I'm sure whether it'll be Chris Green or Rocky Flintoff next, but Lavelle got runs here in a one-day cup match a couple of years ago. Batted nicely from an unbeaten 60 to help Lancashire whip to win. And joins his captain Keaton Jennings. Wasn't his day at Sebbuck. First ball duck, George Lavelle, and the defeat against Durham on Wednesday. Can he make amends here today? Stobo in to Lavelle. Just follows that delivery and then slightly nervous look behind as the ball nestles into the gloves of Finch.
Straight into his rhythm, back over the wicket to a right-handed batter. Stobo, having bowled all of these overs at left-handers, leaning, encouraged to bring himself into slip.
Yeah, that wide slip position again. Stobo to Lavelle, edged, gone. Stobo gets 2 in the over. Lancashire 4 down now in the 19th, 65 for 4. And Lavelle departs. And Kent, and what has proved to be quite a tricky pitch so far for the batters here at Blackpool, and continues to be that way, are right back in the game, 65 for 4.
Oh, Charlie Stobo's spell has been almost perfect so far, and he's got his rewards in that over for all of the balls that have beaten the bat and not taken the edge in the previous overs. Tough for Lavelle, coming straight out and facing a guy who's bang on the money and just getting a little bit of nip. So here we go then, at 65 for 4 after 19 overs.
Number 11, Rocky Flintoff.
16-year-old Rocky Flintoff enters the scene and gets a really good hand from the home faithful as he makes his way out. And if there's one thing that we know from kind of following his career to date at a distance, is that he doesn't lack for confidence, and I don't think this situation necessarily will actually bother him. If anything, it's the chance for him to be the hero. Let's see what he can do on first 11 debut for Lancashire on this pitch, which is taking a bit of seam and swing early on, and now some spin. Jennings is still there, so he's got his captain with him. But a big over in the context of the game. Stobo getting Kent right back in it. Leaning into the attack, cut away by Jennings. Stewart scrambling around the boundary to do the fielding. They come back 4-2, so the off spinner into his 5th over. I wonder if Matt Parkinson might be a thought process in a moment's time. A young player like Rocky Flintoff, a senior guy like Matt Parkinson. See if he can outthink him.
I think he'd fancy it, wouldn't he?
So leaning, continuing to Jennings for the moment. Jennings now on to 24. Round wicket, the off spinner tosses this one up. Jennings just pushes it back to leaning. He's got the bright blue cricket boots on, almost matching the colour of the Kent shirt. He's up for it as well, the Yorkshireman, against his old rivals. Joey Everson, the man doing the fielding. Big call of weight from Jennings.
Key wicket now, isn't he, Keaton Jennings?
Yeah, Lancashire very much need the skipper to be the mainstay. Short ball, a bit of a drag down from leaning. It's been spanked straight to Jaden Denley though. Off the back foot, crunched away by Jennings.
They've been excellent, haven't they, Kent? Really performed well here with the ball, getting themselves right back into the game.
Yeah, bowling's been super and fielding excellent as well.
Yep.
Joey Everson's big catch to dismiss Bohannon.
Oh, it's an outstanding catch, wasn't it? Again, a potentially important moment of the game, isn't it? But in such good form. Stunning catch by Joey Everson. Ball was on top in Blackpool today. Hard work for Kent to try and get themselves going in their innings, and Lancashire losing 4 early wickets here.
Yeah, we talked about how historically it's been good to bat on, but different ball game here at Blackpool at Stanley Park today, here on BBC Sport Online and on Lancs TV on the stream.
Stillball's bowled an outstanding spell, hasn't he? Terrific work. He sets off again. Jennings turns us out towards the leg side, picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Stillball 5 overs, 2 for 11 in this spell from the north end of the ground, replacing Grant Stewart, who is a wee bit expensive, but whether it's Swanepoel and then Stillball leaning have all get the pressure on. Sets off again. Tall right arm ball into Jennings. Well, that's come back onto his boot from a bottom edge. It gets Jennings hobbling out towards square leg, trying to shake that off. He's looking to drive the ball away. Again, that ball's coming back in with some quite a bit through the course of the match. Movement both off the pitch. Swanepoel got the ball to swing, but tricky movement off the surface, nudged away by Jennings. Picked up at mid-wicket, no run. .68 for 4. 210 the target. Halfway point, wondering just how much of a game we get potentially here. Could be in for a thriller. Stillball to Jennings, and on the walk, and then following the ball as it snakes away past the bat into the gloves of Finch. Again, there is no run. Stillball to Jennings. Can't find a gap on the offside. Denley's there at cover to field. And again, there's no run. Pressure continuing. Dot balls piling up. Stillball bowling beautifully for Kent. And Lancashire having to work really hard here with the bat. 5 dot balls so far. Final one of the 21st over. That loops back over the bowler's head and lands in front of Swanepoel, who's trying to get across the ground. Takes the leading edge again, that giving us a clue as to the pace and the nature of this pitch here, which is what we've seen through the course of the game so far. Not sure there's too many batters entirely trusting what might happen here on this pitch. 68 for 4, 21 overs gone. It's helped to create a really intriguing game of one-day cricket, though. And a certain Rocky Flintoff about to face his first delivery in Lancashire's first team, youngest ever Lancashire player, at the age of 16 years and 113 days.
Tall young man taps his bat and waits, and immediately off the mark. And a little push into the offside out towards deep point, and a really nice applause from the 2,000 plus here at Stanley Park. As Leaning continues his work into his 6th over. Will now bowl to Jennings. Push drive from Jennings towards long off for a single.
Yeah, we're having a conversation today about how many Lancashire players have worn squad number 11 since his dad. I think we could think of 4, I think. We came up with 4.
Surprised it's that many, actually. To have gone through 4, but for the number to now be vacant.
Yeah. I reckon maybe the last person may well have been Nathan Buck, potentially.
Here comes Leaning to him. Turned away into the onside by Flintoff. Ekash Singh is in at short leg under the helmet. That's a real junior man in the team sort of job, isn't it, for him? As Flintoff forward, playing this turning off spinner back to the bowler. I think one of the things that's kind of caught the imagination about Rocky Flintoff so far is when everyone's been watching all the clips of him playing England under 19 or second 11 stuff for Lancashire, as this one pops up as it caught off a thigh pad, I think. Kent were interested for the moment, but no bat or glove involved. Good take by Stobo. Moving away to his right. I think what's captured everyone's imagination is just the style that he's played with and how similar he is to Freddie, Andrew, his dad. Oh, back he goes. There's a shout for LBW, possibly high. Height looked the issue to me. Leaning was super keen. But Flintoff survives a tough baptism of fire on debut on this turning wicket. Kent captain, 6 overs, none for 22, asking all sorts of questions of the young man in the early stages of his first team career. Lancashire 70 for 4 after 22, chasing 210 to win. Exactly 5 and over required from here on in.
Yeah, maybe height. He's getting some bounce, isn't he, Leaning? I'm sure in the umpire's mind, maybe height could have been the issue there.
Take the ball with the North End by Charlie Solo, number 44, George Garrett.
Well, Stobo's run has come to an end. And it will be George Garrett coming into the attack. Stobo 6 overs, 2 for 11, so terrific spell. Garrett comes on to replace him, balls to Jennings. Jennings on the drive. Leaning's at mid-off to field. And there's no run.
And very much the message to George Garrett is look at what Charlie Stobo's been doing and try and replicate that, I guess. Not an easy task.
No, he's bowled beautifully in the Stobo. 2 wickets in the over, the headline, but all the pressure really built up prior to that.
Turned away by Jennings on the onside. So after the dot to start, he gets a single. Bring Flintoff on to strike. When did you start doing your job, Scott? Did you ever commentate on Andrew Flintoff playing for Lancashire?
I did, yeah, I did. Yeah, I remember distinctly a one-day game at the Chesterfield.
Garrett to Rocky. He was on the front foot, playing away into the covers. Fielded by Jaden Denley.
Lancashire were playing Derbyshire. Pretty sure it was Chesterfield. And Freddie had a bit of a day out in that one. I think he quite enjoyed slightly shorter boundaries.
Excellent.
As indeed, to be fair, did the crowd. And of course, T20 finals day, Flintoff played at the finals day for Lancashire.
Was that when he had his comeback?
Mm-hmm.
Garrett to Flintoff, forward he comes, plays into the onside.
Lancashire lost that game, and it's, I mean, you know what it's like, it's a long enough day as it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And especially if you lose. So you're leaving the ground at 11:30 at night, and you've done your depressing post-match interview with the miserable captain who's lost. No offence, Paul Horton, but he wasn't in the most cheerful moods. And then you get a phone call to say, Andrew Flintoff will speak to you.
Garrett bowls a full delivery, which Flintoff drives into the covers, stopped by Grant Stewart.
And you kind of halfway back to the car. I'd left the ground. You kind of halfway back to the car, but I don't think Freddie had spoken at all since he's come back. Well, certainly I'd not spoken to him.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say no.
Can't turn that down.
I want to go to the bar and have a drink, really.
Well, he'd have gone with you too.
Yeah, me and Chris Ostick from the Manchester Evening News. I think Graham Hardcastle was there as well, and we managed to catch a word with Freddie, because obviously that was definitely time done.
Garrett to his 16-year-old lad, Rocky Jr., into play. This one up towards mid-on. Of course, he's played with his brother in the Lancashire second 11 at times this season as well. So both Andrew's lads on the books at Lancashire. 71 for 4 here, the home side. It's a task for him on debut to come into this situation and try and see through a difficult period and set your team up for a possible victory.
He got a big century, didn't he? In fact, he became the youngest player to score a century for England's under-19s. Maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that. Hit the headlines with his performances in the second 11 team as well. There's Jack leaning to Jennings. Just dabbed away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, the other day, Vaughan Jr. was run out without facing a ball against Kent.
Leaning to Jennings, drives. Dublin stop at cover by Denley, no run.
Feel sorry for Archie. The return.
Leaning to Jennings, cuts. Might be 2, no. Just a single picked up by Grant Stewart on the backward point boundary. So just the 1 to Jennings. Takes him to 28.
Yeah, the drive from his partner was flicked onto the stumps at the bowler's end. Catching him out of his ground. So Flintoff back onto strike. Short leg in play. Leading had a couple of LBW shouts in the previous over. And in fact there was one LBW shout and then the possible catch at slip that appeared to have come off the thigh pad.
Flintoff drives as Leaning comes in and bowls. Driven to mid-off, no run. The slip in place and the short leg. Down the pitch he comes. Swings through that, edge over the slip. Down towards the boundary. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Takes him to 5. Gets a big cheer as well around Stanley Park.
It's one of those when you see a sort of precocious young talent coming through.
Leanings over the wicket to Flintoff. Just jabs it back down the pitch, throws it out wide, he's spun back into him. No run.
You wonder if he's going to step seamlessly into a first team environment and continue to play the same way. It feels like maybe that isn't possible right now on this wicket, just with the amount that Leaning's getting it to turn, or the seam is nipping around. But nice to see he was willing to take a positive option in that over and gets his slice of luck. And the ball skewing away down towards third man for his boundary. Lancashire a little bit behind the rate at the moment. Can have been on the money. with the ball. Those 2 wickets in and over for Stobo as well, just pegging Lancashire back as Garrett continues here to Jennings, who drives beautifully down the ground for 4. Perhaps we'll sense an opportunity here, Lancashire, in that Garrett is not of the same quality as the overseas, Swanepoel or Stobo. Stewart obviously had that new ball swinging around a little bit, but was expensive. Garrett trying to continue the momentum for Kent, but Jennings trying to put it back on and swings hard at this one, plays and misses as it goes through to Finch behind the stumps. Fairness to Garrett, his first over just going for a single. Now none for 5 in his second over. Do have Joey Everson, do have Nathan Gilchrist as well, who hasn't been used so far from Kent, interestingly. Possible that they think the extra pace of Gilchrist might just help the batters. Garrett driven away towards cover. Awkward stop for Everson, the way the ball was bouncing uncomfortably in front of him. Matt Parkinson's the other one. At what point Kent turned to him? Don't think they'll necessarily chuck the ball to Jayden Denley right now. But surely Matt Parkinson will be chomping at the bit to have a go and get involved. Garrett to Jennings, who is well known on the circuit for being a good player of spin. He's managing the situation at the moment. For 4 Lancashire here on the BBC Sport website and app, and via the live stream on Lancs TV from Stanley Park in Blackpool. Jennings looking to drive, drags the ball into the onside for a bit of an inside edge. They come through for a single. 1 to go in the over. Flintoff won't necessarily have actually faced Garrett, former Warwickshire seamer, joining Kent this year. But it's the sort of bowler he will have had experience against in second team cricket, and he flicks him away confidently into the onside out towards Gilchrist in the deep for a single. The over from Garrett, 2 overs from him, none for 7. We're going to have drinks for the halfway stage of the innings. 82 for 4. Lancashire requiring 210 to win the game. Current run rate is just above 3.25 and over, and then their required rate is just above 5 and over, so if you can keep wickets in hand, that's not a problem. But it's been a steady start, and they've been pegged back thanks to some very good bowling from Kent. It's making for an interesting game of cricket, of course. Chris Green still to come. In terms of Williams, Barnard, Blatherwick, I'm not sure what order they'll necessarily come in, Scott, but
no, I suspect Green probably next. I think it's probably a bit of a certainly it would be Green or Flintoff that would come in, but I suspect Green in next.
I mean, I don't know if we'll get to a possible situation later where Ollie Sutton with his strained side might have to come out. That would be tense moments if we got down to that sort of a situation.
Yeah, that's fair point, that, isn't it? In terms of how fit or otherwise Sutton is to to bat. So the drinks break here. Warm day. Players just having a little breather. Elsewhere, we know that Glamorgan had beaten Surrey by 7 wickets. It's the only result so far that's come through in Group A, which is a group that Lancashire and Kent are playing in. Worcestershire 260 all out. Durham did lose some early wickets there, but Ben McKinney is on 61 not out and Scott Borthwick on 33, so they've found a partnership. There they are. In fact, Borthwick's out, so they're 5 down now. So Bushnell's batting, so 105 for 5 Durham. Target of 261 to beat Worcestershire. And Hampshire Somerset is the other match in Group A. Somerset made 242 all out. That's Hampshire's reply. Here we go. It's 123 for 4 after 26 overs. 23 for 4 after 26. Hampshire 242 all out. They're the games in Group A. Might be able to quickly get to some of the other games. In Group B, Sussex against Warwickshire. Sussex making 173 all out. So 174 to win for Warwickshire. In fact, they just lost another wicket. That might be 9 down now for Warwickshire. 8 down, 149 for 8. And it is the target of 174 to win. Yorkshire, oh goodness me, the Yorkies, what's going on? 81 for 8 in their match against Nottinghamshire. Target of 210 for victory for Yorkshire, but 81 for 8. He's won of the game, but we're about to start with some leg spin from Matt Parkinson.
Here he comes into the game. Slow, very slow turn to Rocky Flintoff to start. And that other game, Essex, very much looking favourites, aren't they?
Yeah, Gloucestershire have lost some wickets there, haven't they? Yeah, they're 8 down.
Tossed up by Matt Parkinson outside the off stump. Huge moonball-esque delivery, which Rocky Flintoff drives to leaning at cover.
Yeah, Gloucestershire 81 for 8.
Parkinson, that's the best ball he's bowled so far, on the money. Drawing Flintoff forward, bit of an inside edge into the onside. So Parkinson in, loops this one up. A little bit of a drive down the ground from Flintoff for a single. I was going to say he might be 16, but he's quite comfortably taller than Matt Parkinson. Here's Rocky Flintoff. Just adjusting the field slightly for Jennings. Matt Parkinson's former teammate. Of Kent players on the move, finding their new fielding positions for the left-hander. There he comes then. Parkinson tosses it up, flicked away into the leg side by Jennings. Even in T20 cricket, he's happy to flight the ball, Parkinson, and offer the batters something if they want to try and take him on. It's a misfield here by leaning at mid-wicket. Not come through for a single, but felt even by his standards he was really looping it up and tossing up the ball in that over. It's worth a couple of runs for Lancashire, and they're 84 for 4. And over after the drinks break, 84 for 4, chasing 210 to win.
Just to recap that final game, we didn't mention Essex well on top because they made 262 for 8 from 50 overs against Gloucestershire in Bristol, and Gloucestershire 88 for 8 in reply. So having a bit of a tough time. Benkenstein Jr.
Yeah, I think he got runs today, didn't he? He was 67 top scored for Essex.
Nice day out for him. There's Garrett to Jennings. That's pulled down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, Benkenstein 67 with the bat and has picked up a wicket as well. So Essex in a strong position. They're going to beat Gloucestershire in Bristol. These games all come pretty quickly, don't they? The group matches are all concluded pretty quickly. Garrett into Flintoff. It's defended out towards the onside. There's no run. Lancashire on the road after this game. And to Derbyshire, and then on to Somerset, and then Southampton. 4 home games, 4 away games, 2 being played at the club grounds at Sedbergh School and here at Blackpool, and then 2 at Emirates Old Trafford as well. Here comes Garrett to Flintoff, who wants a single here. Steers it up towards mid-on, and Jennings having just to push through the gears a little bit as the throw came in towards the bowler's end. No run, skipper, says Rocky Flintoff.
Yeah, after a slightly nervy start up against the turning ball from Jack Leaning, seems to have settled into his work now. Rocky Flintoff on debut.
Captain Keaton Jennings back on strike. Just calmly gets right on top of that solid looking front foot. Just defensively drops it away into the offside. Joey Everson comes up from cover to field. And there's no run. Just over the halfway stage. Lancashire's allotted 50 overs, 84 scored so far of the 210 needed to win the game. Garrett to Jennings. Plays and misses and through to Finch. Into Jennings. Well, that bounced a bit and did well to get out of the way of that. Just dropped his hands and allowed that to go through to Finch. Just reared up a little on Keaton Jennings and he played it nicely. End of the over. 84 for 4. Jennings 34. Flintoff on 7.
Yeah, well played that delivery. It was an awkward one, extra bounce. Yep. For Garrett. Decent little comeback over that one for him. Now Parkinson to continue here for Kent against his former team here at Blackpool. BBC Sport Online. Rocky Flintoff's debut in a first 11 shirt. The dark blue of Lancashire and the light blue of Kent.
There's quite a bit of blue around in the One Day Cup.
There is somewhat, isn't there? Parkinson tosses this one up. driven neatly along the ground by Flintoff for a single. Parkinson. Down the pitch comes Jennings and skews this away into the onside. In the air momentarily. Certainly didn't go where he was aiming it. Presumably wanted to go pretty straight back over the bowler's head because long on and long off were back. Long off comes into the circle for Rocky Flintoff. He would just push it back up to Parkinson, almost inviting the shot over mid-off down towards long off, although that fielder's just going back now as Parkinson again bowls a bit wider of the crease, or at least wider of the batter. Just a hint of turn, and Flintoff just went back and fiddled at it a touch. Parkinson is a real expert of working over a batter. And that one is a delivery on the stumps, which is sensibly played for a single by Rocky Flintoff. And through 28 overs, Lancashire up to 89 for 4. Just see the scoring on the stream. Just got a little bit stuck for the moment. But Lancashire in this situation just playing sensibly at the moment, trying to remain patient.
It's Garrett to Flintoff, clipped away off his pads out towards backwards square leg for 1.
The roots are overloaded, just too hot. Yeah. What's happening there? It's just the roots are from the main, it just keeps going. Well, just bear with us. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
85 for 4. Forward in defence, Keaton Jennings, and again there's no run.
Yeah, he's just reset it, so it should be any second. Mine doesn't connect. Yeah.
And defended by Jennings.
At the minute, the only place to find out the score is on the actual scoreboard here within the ground.
Oh, very old-fashioned.
Because of course, all the apps that are linked to the scorers, the digital scoring, need a reset. There we go. We're back on the live stream with the up-to-date numbers.
Switch it off and switch it back on again.
It's always the best tactic.
Jennings looking to try and work it out towards the leg side. The ball just trickles away off his pad back down the pitch, and there's no run. .90 for 4.
Steady from Garrett at the moment.
Slashed out towards the leg side by Jennings. It's gone for 4. Stewart trying to cut it off on the square leg boundary.
Felt like something was coming, to be honest. Garrett had been just bowling away on a spot, trying to replicate what Stobo did so well. Felt like it was probably only a matter of time that Keaton Jennings was going to continue allowing him to just bowl at him. It's a little bit agricultural, but he's got his boundary and just putting the pressure back on the young bowler.
Goes again, Jennings, but playing a miss, and through it goes to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. 94 for 4. Jennings on 40 and Flintoff on 11.
To continue. Rocky Flintoff playing forward. Just drops away on the offside. Rate just required creeping up to 5.5 and over. Again, continuing to keep it tight. Jennings and Flintoff staying patient at the moment. Extra flight from Parkinson, driven up towards long on for a single by Rocky Flintoff. Moves on to 12. Finch up to the stumps. Parkinson to Jennings, looking to cut, but sharp turn from outside the off stump. That means Jennings can only hit down on the ball into the ground. Parkinson comes in again, and this time Jennings just trying to work this around the corner. Stobo doing the fielding at short fine leg. Here it comes again, tossed up, turned away leg side. Stobo again the fielder. Has to scramble a little bit there, Jennings, to make his ground in the end. But does do so fairly comfortably. So he's on to 41 now, so a measure of how watchful he's been. His 41 runs have come off 81 deliveries, but he's stuck it out so far. Flintoff, oh, there's a chance for a wicket and he's gone. Harry Finch has stumped him. Rocky Flintoff's debut comes to an end at the hands of Matt Parkinson. And Lancashire 95 for 5, just slightly overbalanced as the leg spinner turned past the outside edge. Quick hands from Harry Finch behind the stumps. And 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff on debut out for 12. Presumably that foot was on the line, because it doesn't look like he really was dragged out too far. But Kent seemed confident.
Yeah, he said that his foot looked like it was grounded, didn't it? So it must have been kind of right on the line.
Yeah, it must have been on the line as maybe Parkinson's dragged him forward just a touch in the initial delivery, and then he did just slightly overbalance. And I think Finch has quickly done the work behind the stumps. Then maybe looked down and seen perhaps that the foot was on the line, and hence the confidence behind the appeal. And the umpire was very quick to give it out too, so he seemed pretty sure likewise.
It's nifty glove work, wasn't it, by Finch?
Oh, he had that moment, of course, didn't he, in the four-day game at Old Trafford, the leg side stumping to remove Jennings, was it, off Parkinson in the second innings, where I think it was given as a wide. But he sort of, as he was falling, managed to grab it and flick the stumps down. And it was doing the rounds a bit on social media. Harry Finch has got himself another moment against Lancashire, who are 96 for 5 at the 30 over mark, and now this is the point where Kent have decided to bring Nathan Gilchrist into the game. Nathan Gilchrist, who with the extra pace on the ball could be easier to hit for runs, but he is a natural wicket taker.
Into Jennings. Oh, it takes the leading edge as he shapes to work it to the leg side, just loops out into the offside and fumbled a little by Everson at cover. Through they go for one. Jennings moves on to 42, 97 for 5. It brings Chris Green on strike.
Well, that was almost the commentator's curse, wasn't it?
Comes Gilchrist over the wicket to Green, playing a miss.
It's a massive shot from Green first up.
He's in 100 mode.
There is a man who only plays short format cricket. First ball.
Just swing through that.
Albeit he does only have 20 overs left in this game.
Aye, true.
So it's
familiar territory.
It is very much familiar territory, but it looked like it nipped back a little bit as well from Gilchrist.
Let's play straight. It's a nice shot. It'll be a first run for Green. Having gone for a big booming shot, the previous delivery, just plays it with a straight bat, punches down the ground for a single.
Fielded in the end by Swanepoel, who ended up kind of body slamming the ball, falling on top of it to stop it.
He made sure of it, didn't he? It's turned to the leg side by Keaton Jennings just for a single. To Grant Stewart on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that Kent got so many seam bowlers that they're likely to just utilise them in certain periods of the game. So Grant Stewart probably won't bowl again. That'll probably be his lot at the top. And meanwhile Gilchrist, we're seeing introduced in the 31st over.
Comes over the wicket, balls to Green, clipped to the leg side, and there's no run.
Good stop by Joey Everson. Might have been a bit of shin involved there.
Yeah, Stewart 5 overs for 29 from this north end right at the outset, and with in tandem with Swanepoel at the other end, and then Stobo, Leaning, Garrett and Parkinson have all come into the attack before Gilchrist, introducing to the 31st over. Back into Green. It's a nice ball. Just nips away into the gloves of Finch. You like that? The keeper applauds Gilchrist. Decent first over that by Gilchrist. A couple of runs coming from it. 98 for 5. 31 overs gone. Keaton Jennings 42 not out. Green on 1. And well, could be in for a bit of a low scoring thriller on the Fylde coast. Lancashire 5 down with the bowlers due in next, potentially one that's injured if required.
Nicely played by Jennings, this one. Driving this one past mid-off for 4 and bringing up the Lancashire 100 as well.
Yeah, it was a good shot by Keaton Jennings.
Parkinson
tossed it up.
Giving it plenty of air. But mid-off up in the circle. Here comes Jennings down the pitch, just works it to mid-wicket. Ken have got a deep point. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, long on. Snowed long off. Forward comes Jennings, turns it away into the onside, decides not to take Leaning on. Haven't seen any reverse sweeps today from Jennings against the spin.
Can't be too far away from one.
Especially with third man up in the circle. Parkinson bowls. Almost came jogging down the pitch there, Keaton Jennings. I don't think I've ever seen someone come down the pitch with so many steps while staying so upright. But then just kind of steered the ball gently into the onside. That's Parkinson again. This time, the ball behind square on the leg side. Stobo moving in to do the fielding, and just when you were running through those bowling figures, just looking at the figures so far from the 2 overseas players for Kent. Swanepoel 5 overs, 2 for 8. And then Stobo 6 overs, 2 for 11.
That's superb.
As Jennings runs it up to long on for a single. And that will be the end of the over. 104 for 5 off 31.
It's a proper contribution, isn't it, from the 2 overseas?
Yeah, massive.
Well, we've seen Chris Green with the ball, doing his fair share. Now has the opportunity with the bat to help out his team here. Jennings is 2 away from 50. Lancashire 104 for 5, 32 overs gone. And it's Gilchrist for Kent. Sets off again.
Oh.
Edge beyond the keeper, down towards the boundary. And that brings up a 50 for Keaton Jennings. Ripple of applause around Stanley Park. Quiet acknowledgement from the Lancashire captain. Respectful shake of the hand from Chris Green. Jennings knows that it is far from done. Celebrations later if Lancashire go on to win this. Dropped into the offside by Jennings this time, and there is no run. So it's 108 for 5. That edge down to third man to bring up Jennings 50, coming off 90 delivered, 91 balls I think, 7 fours.
Yeah.
Gilchrist to Jennings, pulled. Stewart's got some ground to make up. Excellent work. Great piece of fielding by Grant Stewart on the boundary at square leg. He's come from in front of square to behind square. We made up thick end of 20 yards and puts the dive in and flicks the ball back. And saves 2 runs for his side.
Yeah, super stuff from Grant Stewart. Big commitment from him. Going back to what I previously said about Nathan Gilchrist, just with that extra pace, that outside edge flying away for 4. Jennings may be enjoying it coming onto the bat a bit more.
Just dropped to the leg side by Jennings and picked up at mid-wicket.
Whereas perhaps in Gilchrist's previous over, Green fresh to the crease, that extra bit of pace seemed to trouble him. So Jennings the key man very much at the moment for Lancashire. You can just see him chatting through with Chris Green what might be happening out there. 10 for 5, 100 more required for victory.
Here comes Gilchrist. Balls to Jennings, that's playing a miss.
I wasn't sure if that was a little bit of a cutter, maybe just rolled the fingers on that slightly.
The way it went through to the keeper, probably back that up. Jennings comes down the pitch. We've seen that. Seamers use that, haven't we? Pace off and rolling the fingers.
Yeah, I think this pitch is perhaps rewarded the bowlers who have looked to get movement.
It's driven firmly by Jennings. He wants a single and gets one. Moves on to 55, and it's 111.
Fantastic counting from Jennings there to keep the strike.
That single takes it down into double figures. Runs required for Lancashire, 99 to win now.
A good couple of overs for them. Moving the score on to 111. Boundaries for Jennings against Parkinson, obviously past the mid-off fielder. his previous over. That battle is going to resume. Goes for the sweep shot. And there's another boundary for Keaton Jennings. Beats the short fine leg and gets that away into the pink hydrangeas in front of the pavilion. Playing a captain's knock at the moment. Parkinson maybe was just going for the googly and it didn't really turn. If not, it was a stray in terms of his line. Jennings comes down the pitch and just chips this up towards long on for a single.
Such a strong player of spin, isn't he, Keaton Jennings?
Yeah, we were sort of waiting for... Well, I was waiting for the reverse, but that was the orthodox sweep. It was very well played. So yeah, just in the last couple of overs, Lancashire manoeuvring their way back into the game and into this run chase. Green now faces Parkinson, cuts hard out towards extra cover and finds the boundary as well. Crisp strike by Chris Green. And 2 boundaries in the over now for Lancashire, when they've been needing to up the rate, which at one stage required was 5.5 and over. Now with those 2 boundaries, the required score goes from 99 required down to 91 from 100 deliveries. That one's a dot ball out towards cover.
Got 25 not out in the game on Friday for the Trent Rockets, Chris Green, from 7 balls.
Tossed up by Parkinson, defended away by Green into the onside.
1 4 and 3 6s in that fixture at Headingley.
Yeah, the longer these two bat together, the better Lancashire's chances of knocking down that target. The shout for LBW from Parkinson, and Green is dismissed. The umpire took his time. He thought about the decision before raising a finger to the Australian and sending him on his way. And Matt Parkinson, again the man, fired up against his former county here at Blackpool, has got the breakthrough for Kent. 119 for 6. Just seeing the replay, tosses it up. Oh, it's a beauty. It really does. Fox the batter with the flight and the turn, and it hits him on the back leg in front of middle. Looked good.
Oh, it looked out, yeah. Good piece of bowling, wasn't it, by Parkinson? Really nice little spell this against his former side. He's got a couple of wickets in this opening 5 overs. Gone for a few runs, but that's, I guess, a little bit of give and take, isn't it? He's got 2 wickets, Flintoff and Green. Jack Blatherwick coming out now to join Captain Keaton Jennings, and it rests really on the skipper's shoulders for Lancashire. Jennings, if he bats through the rest of this innings, then Lancashire won't be far off, but he's potentially running out of partners. Blatherwick in now, Will Williams, Charlie Barnard, and an injured Ollie Sutton to follow. Yeah, it's a fine knock by Jennings. Another 50. Working the ball around Blackpool. A little bit of good fortune and edged down to the 3rd man region to bring up that 50. Played nicely straight as well. Crucial knock for his teammates. And Gilchrist into Jennings. That's carved away through the offside out towards the kindergarten. Just a single though. 61 now to Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings, and it's 121 for 6. 89 needed to win. Kent keep chipping away at wickets and making this an absolutely terrific watch. A game that is right in the balance, and at Lancashire 6 down with their captain being crucial to it. Kent coming increasingly more optimistic that they can defend that score. 210 is the target for Lancashire to win the game. Gilchrist to Blatherwick. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he leans across and defends. And there's no run. There's only 2 other players have reached double figures for Lancashire. Balderson's 27 and Flintoff's 12. Bell for 6 and Bohannon for 5. Lavelle for 0 and Green for 5. Gilchrist to Blatherwick, just drops it into the offside. They half think of a single and decide against it. A lot of batting for Lancashire to do here, and Keaton Jennings is going to require some help from the bowlers. Gilchrist to Blatherwick. Yeah, wants runs here, played nicely off the front foot, pushed away to the left of mid-off. Wanted to come back for 2, his captain says no. Swanepoel eventually gathering the ball up. Blatherwick gets a single, 122 for 6. Gilchrist over the wicket to Jennings, and that's defended away to the leg side, and there's no run. .122 for 6. Gilchrist in to complete the over. Jennings grinds it up to mid-on. And there's no run. So 35 overs gone. 122 for 6. Jennings 61. Jack Blatherwick alongside him. Just a single to his name so far. It's like Durham have been bowled out in their match at Worcestershire. Here at Blackpool, Lancashire, with some work to do. A couple of those wickets, just seeing them drop below. Where Kent were, who've chipped away at Lancashire's batting through the course of this innings so far. Worcestershire have bowled Durham out meanwhile for 167, so Worcestershire have won by 93 runs at New Road against Durham.
Parkinson to continue. Forward comes Blatherwick, then the right-hander on strike. Inside edge into the leg side. You can just hear the crowd trying to get behind their team here at Blackpool. It's their former leg spinner. He's trying to do his best to end that unbeaten list day run here on this ground for the home side. Parkinson 2 for 21. Blatherwick clipping up towards long on for a single. Bring Jennings back onto strike. The key man. The captain. 61 not out from 101 balls faced so far for the left-hander. He won the toss. He opted to take this run chase on. He's the man leading it, and he's cutting away out towards the cover fence. Beats Jayden Denley, and Stewart can't get around the boundary this time. And another boundary for Jennings. Moves on to 65. Parkinson's found a way to remove 2 batters, but he can't get his old mate out at the moment. Parkinson looking for the comeback delivery, is turned away into the onside for a single. Just Just trying to think in terms of the Jennings innings. What chances have there been? Stobo obviously gone past the outside edge a number of times, but the only actual genuine full stroke was the thick edge, probably off Gilchrist, which is never really going to be caught. Oh, that's a bit of a lob up outside the off stump from Parkinson. Gave it a really big air. Blatherwick driving out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single, so he will keep the strike for the next over. Jack Leaning, I'm sure, will be tempted to keep going here. He's just having a little discussion with Matt Parkinson. I wonder if he might just be thinking about a bowling change in order to try and get that wicket of Keaton Jennings. 36 overs gone, 129 for 6.
Well, there's 5 left for Swanepoel, there's 5 left for Stewart, there's 4 left for Stobo, 3 for Leaning. Garrett's bowled 4, looks like he's about to bowl 5. Sorry, Gilchrist has bowled 3, looks like he's about to bowl his 4th. Garrett has bowled 4. Plenty of options there for Leaning. Gilchrist into Blatherwick, he wants a single, just flicked away off his pads. Gets 1 off the first delivery.
Yeah, slightly frustrating for Kent that they've allowed Blatherwick to get off strike so easily at the start of the over. I'm sure Nathan Gilchrist would want to have a little go at the newer of the batters and the start of the bowlers for Lancashire. Jennings just marking out his guard. He's already hit Gilchrist for a few boundaries in this innings.
Here comes Gilchrist to Jennings. It's defended to the onside, runs up to Parkinson at mid-on. No addition to the score, 130 for 6, 80 to win, 82 balls left. 4 wickets in hand. Kent trying to dislodge Lancashire's captain. He's 66 not out, Gilchrist. To Jennings, been utterly solid when required to defend, and has done again. Everson comes up from cover to field, and there's no run. Over 2,500 inside the ground today. Enjoying the weather and the cricket. Angled down to 3rd man for a single by Jennings. Takes him to 67 not out. 131 for 6. Blatherwick's got a couple of deliveries to negotiate at the end of this 37th over. Slip in place. Gilchrist for Kent. Drops it and jogs through for 1. And Blatherwick moves on to 5, 132 for 6.
Playing the situation well so far, Jack Blatherwick. Has been solid enough in his defence.
Final ball of the over. Gilchrist to Jennings. Again turn to the leg side. And there's no run. So just a couple coming off that over. For Gilchrist, who's bowled 4 overs for 14. Jennings and Blatherwick meet halfway down. 37 overs gone, and there's 76 deliveries left to get 79 runs.
Well, it's definitely not going to be Parkinson because he's gone off the pitch. It's going to be Jaden Denley. So a bit of faith being shown in the young spinner. England under-19 international by Jack Leaning to bring the left armour on in this situation. Did just wonder if he might be thinking about a change there, Jack Leaning, after Parkinson's previous over. didn't necessarily perhaps expect it to be Denley, but he has his opportunity. To ball to Blatherwick, hit wide on the crease. Blatherwick neatly drives up the pitch for a single. He's going to stay around the wicket, Jennings, being the man on strike. Oh no, he's changed his mind. So Jennings has to make a second mark of his guard. Just looking around the field, assessing at the moment. Keane Jennings, long on, mid-wicket, deep square. Plays forward to this one. Wasn't particularly convicted to go forward or back there. Jennings, this next one goes for a bit of a sweep shot, but makes no contact. Actually turns past the bat and past the pad. So actually, yeah, the umpire has given it as a wide because it's gone down the leg side without any contact. So perhaps right to do so. Well, it comes down the pitch here, Jennings. That's glorious. Might have gone all the way for six. In fact, it's gone miles for six. Onto the top banking where some of the spectators are watching. Just to the right of the Express Grill. And Denley, I said it was a big call from the captain to bring him on. And Jennings perhaps sensing the moment.
It's a lovely shot. Great use of the feet, isn't it, by Jennings? Lovely shot.
Coming down the pitching, hitting him downtown all the way for six. Next ball, flatter from Jaden Denley, turned away into the onside for a single. Lancashire Singh doing the fielding to keep it to one, so Blatherwick back on to strike. Of course, still got plenty of overs up their sleeve from Stobo and Swanepoel. Denley, oh, that one again was flat and dug into the pitch and it turned sharply. Blatherwick had to really stretch his limbs, back foot and the hands to make contact with the ball and get a single.
You do well to get bats on board, didn't you? He was reaching for it.
Denley is going to come round here to Jennings this time. Goes for the cut shot. There's a fielder out there. Is he going to get there? Yes. Grant Stewart in the deep, sliding to complete the fielding and keep it down to two. But a good over for Lancashire and for Keaton Jennings. Jaden Denley going for 12, courtesy of my bits and pieces and the 6 downtown. So just 66 further runs now needed for victory. Will that be Denley's one and only over? Yeah. Thinking to do here for leading. Parkinson back on the pitch. Stobo coming back on to replace Gilchrist.
Especially on the back of that over, wasn't it? You bring Stobo back on. 6 overs, 2 for 11. He's been terrific. Because that over kind of just released a bit of the pressure, didn't it? Turns to one of his main men here.
Yeah, so 144 for 6. At the end of this over, Kent were 165 for 7. And at that point, they had to dig in a little bit just to try and bat some of the overs, and Parkinson and Finch did a sensible enough job for a while.
It's Blatherwick on strike here, Stobo in. Wanted a single there, Blatherwick just running it out towards point, but no chance to get through for one.
Jennings by far and away the top scorer in the match.
Yeah, he's got almost kind of double, hasn't he? Not far off his nearest rival.
76 off 111. Yeah, Finch top scoring with 48 for Kent. And then the next best was 32 from Denley.
Stobo to Blatherwick. And just drops it into the offside, picked up at cover. And there's no run.
I feel like Kent have probably got to take these 4 wickets to win the game. So only a run a ball.
Yeah.
Well, just less than in terms of the required rate for Lancashire. primarily, Kent will know they need to get Jennings out. If he bats to the end, Lancashire will win it.
Stowbow to Blatherwick isn't certain where the ball had gone. It just thuds into his thigh guard and drops out into the offside. $144 for 6. Stowbow into his 7th over, 2 for 11. 2 wickets and an over. Dismissing Balderson, and then 2 balls later Lavelle into Blatherwick. Let's just run down to 3rd man. He's played that nicely, Blatherwick. Just waited for it and then deflected it off the slightly open face of the bat. Takes a single.
Yeah, good batting. It was a slower ball as well, so we had to wait a really long time for the ball to turn up.
8 to Blatherwick now, 145 for 6.
Like you described, that gentle nudge away to get his skipper back on strike.
Stowbow to Jennings on the march is Jennings, and cracks it back down the ground. And gathered by Jack Leaning, who's at mid-off, and there's no run.
I like Stowbow potentially saw him coming and just dropped it slightly shorter.
$145 for 6. Excellent over back for Stowbow so far, gone for the single. It's pulled away by Jennings. Stewart's got some work to do, and he does it really well. Jennings comes back for 2, but that's the second time Stewart on that boundary saved 2 runs for his side. Another one that Jennings felt probably that he timed well enough for 4, and he puts the dive in low down to his left, prevents it going for 4. Excellent work by Stewart. 2 runs to complete the over, 3 coming off it. Lancashire 147 for 6.
Yeah, outstanding athleticism from Grant Stewart on that boundary. As you say, saving 2, and we are only going to see 1 over of Jaden Denley, so Jack Leaning's bringing himself back into the attack kit for Kent. The final over of power play 2. After that, by which point Kent will be able to have an extra man out of the circle. Although for much of the first innings of the game today, we saw Lancashire not necessarily use that extra man because they were putting pressure on and Kent weren't really going anywhere fast at the time. We have a game on our hands. 60 more runs required from 11 overs, so 66 balls. Leaning tossing this one up, and Blatherwick throwing their hands at it, but only gets a bottom edge into the ground. Maybe sensing the opportunity there to go past extra cover, and mid-offs up in the circle as well. So perhaps not the best line of attack necessarily for Leaning. Here he comes again. Oh, down the ground here. Blatherwick has absolutely slapped it. Again onto the top tier of the bank. And away for 6 runs. And just as Denley in the previous over was hit for 6 by Keaton Jennings, Jack Blatherwick has joined in. That's a really healthy connection. And Leaning with some thinking to do, and Lancashire just edging their noses back perhaps ahead in this run chase.
I think he's called for a new bat.
I think he might have broken something as he made contact there. Didn't seem to matter.
He gave that a fair wallop, didn't he?
It's still gone the distance by a long, long way.
He's a strong boy. He can hit it. Blatherwick put a couple of really good little cameo knocks in the T20 Blast this season for Lancashire. And he's come out and chipped in with a couple of boundaries and tried to get Lancashire to victory.
He's just batted sensibly enough.
Yes.
And this knock today, giving the strike back to his captain. Now he's chipped in with a vital boundary. A crucial moment in the game. So they attacked Denley in the previous over. Attacking Leaning here at the moment. Feels like Lancashire perhaps sensing an opportunity. Another big over here to follow the Denley one would really swing it back in their favour. Coming into the last 10, here's Jack Leaning. A little bit of turn, Blatherwick cutting the ball square of the wicket, getting 2 runs for it. So he's taken 8 off the first 3 balls of this over. The 40th of the innings. 155 for 6.
Yeah, it's good running too, isn't it? I mean, they mind up quickly to come back for 2, forcing the ball away. Blatherwick, what they call 2 straight away. Good little cameo, this. Nice little partnership that started.
Leaning again, bowls. This time Blatherwick happy to just stay deep in his crease, wait for the turn, nudge it into the leg side, get a single, bring Jennings back onto strike.
36 these two are put together now from 34 balls.
Yeah, I think when Parkinson took those 2 wickets of Flintoff and Green, Kent will have felt that they were back in front in the game. But the fact that Keaton Jennings has remained at the crease and Blatherwick's been able to support him so well so far, feels like Lancashire getting back on top. Leaning to Jennings. Turns it away up towards long on for a single. 1 ball to go. In power play 2. Leaning's over has cost him 9 so far. Will Blatherwick go for 1 more big shot? Or will he look to take the single? Leaning tosses it up, he goes for the big shot, he's got enough on it surely, it looks good. Jayden Denley setting off after it, but it's into the front row of spectators. And 2 6s in the over for Jack Blatherwick. And all of a sudden the required number of runs from the final 10 overs dips below the 50 mark. 2 big overs for Lancashire in the final couple of overs from that end. Denley went for 12 and Leaning's gone for 16 with 2 6s coming off the over to ruin his figures somewhat. Blatherwick's now found himself onto 23. Jennings there on 79, 163 for 6. This partnership swinging the game back in Lancashire's favour.
I think his eyes lit up, didn't it? Jack Blatherwick when that ball was released by Jack Leaning. That's right in his range, that wasn't it? It was perfect for Blatherwick.
I could see what Leaning was trying to do. That's where his fielders were out in the deep, but he just caught it really well.
Jennings just rolls us away into the offside. Oh, a little bit of a fumble at point. And Lancashire through for a bonus run.
Yeah, Jayden Denley with the misfield. Kent just a bit ragged at the minute. Can just sense the shoulders maybe drooping. This is a side that don't really know how to win games of cricket this season. That's got to be a factor. We haven't been closing out games and getting it done and getting on that roll. They'll feel like this game is just slipping away from them here.
Stobo to Blatherwick. Slow ball from Stobo. Dabbed away into the offside by Blatherwick. Picked up a point this time securely by Denley. No run. 23 not out. Jack Blatherwick just 21 balls faced. Couple of 6s, couple of big hits.
It felt like they moved away from Parkinson in order to try and be more of a threat against Jennings, who was playing his old mate pretty well, but actually it's gone the other way.
Stobo to Blatherwick, who drives through cover for a single. Moves on to 24, 165 for 6, 45 to win. 57 balls left.
Lancashire have been able to attack the other 2 spinners. And now it's Stobo trying to continue his good work.
Jennings back on strike, over the wicket to Jennings. Wide ball carved away, beats the dive at backward point down towards the boundary. It was in the air. It was maybe for a moment or two just a little concern for Jennings, but slashed away for a single.
It was in the air, like you say. It never quite came to Jayden Denley at a catchable height. In the end, he was more scrambling to his left to try and stop the ball. Lancashire, just as these white balls going a bit softer, starting to feel a bit more confident, you feel?
Run down to third man by Blatherwick. It's an increasingly looking confident shot, isn't it, by Blatherwick? It's in a couple of big hits for 6, but the way very deliberately work that down to third man.
That's the perfect foil at the moment for Jennings, just giving him the strike back, but also taking the pressure off with those 2 big hits against Leaning.
1-6-7 for 6. Final ball of the over for Stowboat into Jennings. Fuller ball, clipped away off his toes through mid-wicket for a single. And he keeps the strike, Lancashire's captain. Takes him to 82. So 168 for 6, 41 overs gone. And Lancashire 42 runs away from victory here. Kent need to find a wicket or 2 once again to get that belief back, which potentially might just be starting to ebb away. Certainly the longer that this partnership goes on and the longer that Keaton Jennings continues to bat. They've put on 48 runs, these two now.
Yeah, it had to be Swanepoel. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8 at the top. You and I were wondering if maybe Kent could have even kept him on a bit longer. Bowled 6 or 7 overs, but they've held 5 back. So in theory, Swanepoel could bowl out from this end if it goes down that far. And for it to, you feel like Kent are going to have to get these 2 out.
Yeah, this could be the potential of the game, this, couldn't it? This spell from Swanepoel coming back in. Lancashire's approach has been carefree and free-flowing in the last half an hour or so, but a difficult game with Swanepoel back in the attack.
Here he is. Jennings gets a delivery on the fuller length, which he's backing away to and slamming into the turf, straight into the hands of cover on the bounce. Stobo now 8 overs, 2 for 19. As Swanepoel is in. Well, Jennings goes down the ground, a couple of bounces into the hands of Joey Everson for a single. So Blatherwick back on to strike, 25 for him. Williams, a young Charlie Barnard, and the injured Ollie Sutton still to come for Lancashire. Kent need a breakthrough. This one's up in the air, should be a caught and bowled for Bayer Swanepoel. It's an easy return chance and he's removed Blatherwick. And Kent bringing back their overseas South African does indeed get them that breakthrough they needed. And just at the point where you thought Lancashire were starting to look like the favourites once again, Kent have just opened the door back open slightly and given themselves a route back into the game, and it's Swanepoel who's done it, with Blatherwick trying to heave that ball away into the leg side, and he's just topped it straight into the air. Swanepoel has run through to take the caught and bowled chance, and Lancashire 169 for 7.
49 run partnership between Blatherwick and Jennings. Swanepoel picking up his 3rd. He's having a great day out by the seaside, isn't he? 3 for 9 halfway through his 6th over. Suggested that maybe Swanepoel, with these 5 overs up his sleeve that Kent have got, they've brought him back into the attack in the 42nd over, and that might be potentially the difference between Kent defending these runs and losing this match. Will Williams is the new batter. Blatherwick's done a very, very solid job there, hasn't he? 25 from 24 with his captain, pretty much a half-century partnership. Williams comes out. There's only Barnard and Ollie Sutton who's got some kind of side strain left. Keaton Jennings is there. Lancashire still feel as though this is well within their reach. But every wicket that's chipped away, pressure piles on the Lancashire captain.
Yeah, you would be surprised to see this game end with Keaton Jennings not out at one end and not on the winning team. That would be some effort from Kent to skittle out the the lower order. But they've given themselves a chance by removing Blatherwick, who was playing such a good hand up the other end.
He was, yep.
Williams then assessing the field. Parkinson's down at long leg. Swanepoel banging it in and down the leg side. It goes. Wide ball signalled. They've got deep square and a long leg.
That knock from Blatherwick with those 2 sixes as well, it's just helped take a little bit of pressure off those to come as well. That need to keep going, trying to clear boundaries and get big shots isn't necessarily there now.
Yeah, you're right, the run rate's fine. Thanks to that. Full delivery outside the off stump, playing a miss from Williams. Yeah, it's meant that rather than thinking about 5.5 and over, they're thinking about 4s. And in that kind of scenario, they just need to stay there and give the strike to Jennings, and he'll score enough runs off the overs, you would feel. As Swanepoel bowls Williams again in behind this one, and bat on ball this time. Just pushing out to Jaden Denley at backward point. Dot ball 170 for 7. 40 runs to win the game from 49 deliveries. Again, just sending mid-wicket back, so there's a massive gap on the leg side for a possible single for Williams, and he's going to run it as well up towards Jack Leaning, who shies at the stumps at Keaton Jennings' end. Can get what they want. Lancashire get another crucial run. 171 for 7, 42 gone.
Kent got what they want too, didn't they, with the return of Swanepoel?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wicket in the over, just a couple of runs coming off it.
And then they get to try and go at Williams in this next over. Jennings up the wrong end. But yeah, Swanepoel 6 overs, 3 for 11. Stobo earlier on was 2 for 11. Yeah, just look at that. Lancashire have got themselves back in the game, despite those 2 wickets in and around the 30-35 over mark, with Matt Parkinson weighing in. Those 2 big overs against Jaden Denley worth 12, and then the one off Leaning worth 16. Just at the back end of the power play 2. Getting them back on the run rate required. So Stobo's penultimate over to come up here.
Yep, he's into Williams. And first ball Williams' face, he just nudges the ball away off his hip for a single. Ideal. Gets a run and gets his captain back on strike. 172 for 7.
Yeah, it's a bit of a let-off to allow Williams to get off strike so easily.
Stobo 8 overs, 2 for 19. It's 2 for 20 with that single off the first ball of the 9th. No one's bowled out yet for Kent.
Yeah, my assumption would be that Stobo will bowl out from this end. Bears Swanepoel will likely do the same from the other end. And then would probably go for Nathan Gilchrist.
Yeah, 4 overs for 15, Gilchrist.
Like he would likely be the other one, because he can get his Yorkers in and bowl nice and full and straight. Can be expensive too at times.
Stobo around the wicket to Jennings. Just played calmly away through the covers for 1. Takes him to 84. Yeah, Garrett bowled 4 overs for 14, so he's pretty tidy as well. Gilchrist 4 overs for 15, so not much between them in terms of what they've done today, but potentially Gilchrist kind of bowls a little bit more at the death than Garrett would do.
Gilchrist in the T20s, the last couple of T20s, was bowling some of the hard overs. Bowls that little bit quicker as well. Can get his Yorker in.
Stobo to Williams, and dropped away to square leg.
Good bang once again from the man coming in at number 9.
Takes a single, moves to 3.
Getting the key man back on strike.
36 to win from 45 balls. 174 for 7.
Seeing a change in the field. Shing's wandering down to third man. Matt Parkinson is ambling to short fine leg.
It's such a distinctive little shuffle he's got, isn't it?
Going to send cover. Oh no, they're going to send straight mid-wicket out, which means Swanepoel's got to hurry to get into the circle at mid-on.
Still ball round the wicket to Jennings. It's driven down the ground. Run the ball's fine for Lancashire, and that's what they've got so far from this over. 35 to win now. Jennings 285 not out.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't necessarily need the boundaries. Run a ball, take it as deep as possible is absolutely fine. It's Kent that need to find dot balls or find wickets.
2 to go in the over. Stelbo to Williams. There isn't a run on this occasion. Jennings is sent back. Throw comes in from Denley. He's pretty lively at point, isn't he, Denley?
Yeah, he's lively. I thought that was a slightly optimistic throw to try and run Jennings out there. That was the sort of thing that an 18-year-old who's playing in a tight game, keen to make an impression, keen to try and run out the batter on 85 might do, even though he's probably going to get home, and overthrows wouldn't have been ideal either.
Stelbo to Williams. No single here, because they've also got mid-wicket nice and tight, and Joey Everson. That's the end of the over, so a couple of dot balls to end the over. 4 coming off it. 175 for 7. 35 to win. 42 balls left. Here on BBC Sport website and app, and on Lancs TV live from Blackpool in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Over 2,500 inside Stanley Park today, and the game is going right to the wire, it would seem. He's enjoyed his performances here at Blackpool this season, as Keaton Jennings. He's got 2 centuries here already this season.
Swanepoel to him. He's looking for another one. If he gets it, his team will be pretty much there. Wins elsewhere today for Nottinghamshire, at home against Yorkshire, Essex in Bristol. For Worcestershire by 93 runs at New Road. Warwickshire edging home against Sussex by a wicket as well, as Jennings goes for a little ramp shot going across his stumps. Plays and misses at it. Interesting stroke considering fine leg is back. Fine leg back, third man. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket, and long on. I can't see. Oh, there he is. Long on. So those are the 5 men out. But Jennings trying to use the pace on offer from Swanepoel, who's in and bowling. Cracked away into the offside. This could go for 4, it will. Stewart can't reach that one, and Jennings moves to 89. And just 31 more required for victory.
It's a fine shot again, isn't it, by Jennings? Hammered away on the up through the covers. Stewart's been brilliant out there for Kent today, but even his Herculean efforts can't get across the ground quick enough to stop that.
Swanepoel 3 for 15, as it barely conceded any runs all day, as this one swung away into the leg side for a single by Jennings. He's swinging the ball both ways with a new ball, Swanepoel. Was a real threat early on, got himself a couple of wickets, and then has removed Blatherwick at the start of this next spell. Well, these are the moments for Kent. Jennings on 90 not out. What they need is almost 3 good cracks at 9, 10 and 11. There's Swanepoel bowls. Oh, and Williams keeps it out. Really good batting. Yorker length delivery on off stump. He's made sure it stayed away from his timbers. One to go in the over.
It just dipped, and it dipped late, didn't it, from Swanepoel to Williams. And he did well to dig it out.
It's a cracking effort, by the way, for Warwickshire to get over the line against Sussex. They looked out of that game as it's pushed away by Williams on the back foot. It was dug in slightly by Swanepoel. I think he was almost trying to invite the single. Ken would have preferred Williams to knock that away and keep the strike, but it'll be Jennings at the start of the 45th. 30 runs needed from 36 deliveries.
I think Jennings actually wanted a single, but
yeah, he looked keen for it.
He did, didn't he? It's a good game, wasn't it? The Sussex-Warwickshire match. Got there 9 down, Warwickshire, to beat Sussex.
Real nail biter. Holihan and Dalby 2 not out. Lintott 11 not out.
Superb.
It's not what the home crowd came to see at Hove, but a bit of a low-scoring thriller. Sussex only batted 35 of their overs.
It's been a bit of that today, hasn't it? Because Surrey were all out inside 35 overs, and Nottinghamshire all out before 50, and Gloucestershire all out before 37 overs.
There's been a few low-scoring thrillers knocking around. Yeah. We were saying about how some of the teams batting first maybe got below par scores, but a few of them have ended up winning with said scores. They're going to try and be another, but they need 3 more wickets. Lancashire need 30 more runs.
And this is Stowbow's last. He's bowled really well for his side. 9 overs, 2 for 23. Super effort.
Does Jennings think about seeing him out, or does he just play this on merit?
10 away from another ton under the tower. Nice Stowbow. To Jennings, driven. Past mid-off, 4 for Jennings. It's Jack Leaning running away, sticking out his hand, trying to stop the ball. Jennings within 1 big hit of 3 figures now.
Yeah, that's so uncharacteristic of Jack Leaning. I'd suggest that's a little bit of confidence on his left side, that strapped hand. That hand that he broke in the championship earlier on in the season. It was a fairly meek effort with that strapped up part of the hand to stick it out at the ball and only got fingertips on it. I think a fit and healthy Jack Leaning would have stopped that.
Into Jennings, full toss, which Jennings hits down the ground for 1. Takes him to 95, not out. Won't be many boundaries coming off off Stowbow's bowling today.
Yeah, he's been bang on the money, hasn't he? That sort of hard length ball bouncing and seaming off this pitch.
Into Williams, pushed into the offside, no run. In fact, that was just his second boundary he's conceded. Which is some effort.
Yeah, it's a super effort. He really hasn't strayed too far from that same length, that stop delivery. Maybe just getting a little bit less help now with these white balls going a bit soft in the late stages.
Stowbow to Williams. Take a single. It's good running. Underarm throw from Leaning, trying to run Williams out, but they were quick to that, Williams and Jennings.
Yeah, it was always home. Set off straight away, Williams, which was the key.
24 to win from 32. Jennings 5 away.
Yeah, it's kind of getting to the stage now where you think maybe Lancashire could even sneak home, even if they did lose Jennings. But while he's there, they're very much the favourites.
Oh, I think it's squeaky bum time if Jennings gets out. Stowbow to Jennings off the front foot. Thump down the ground. And through for 1, moves on to 96.
Yeah, Ken at the minute happy to give him the single, seemingly. Or at least they're having to protect the boundary. So Stowbow's last ball of his spell coming up. 9.5 overs, 2 for 30. Just bringing third man up to Williams here. Sending Swanepoel back at long off, so I wonder if they're worried about this being a bit of a free swing for Williams.
Final ball for Stobo today, slower ball, which has turned out towards the leg side, and there's no run, and he's done his bit with the ball. He's bowled 10 overs and picked up 2 wickets for 30. Good effort by Stobo for Kent today. End of the over, Lancashire 23 away from victory. Jennings is 4 from 3 figures, 30 balls left.
Yeah, fine effort from Keaton Jennings. And we're seeing a late change in tack for Kent. Matt Parkinson's coming back on. Now this is a slight curveball.
Yeah, this wasn't in the script, this was it? Not in the script that you and I had written.
No, I was very much expecting Bayer Swanepoel to see it through and bowl out. 7 overs, 3 for 16 from Swanepoel, so he's been even more economical than Stobo, who was 2 for 30 from his 10. Unless the thinking is that Swanepoel comes back on from this end, but I'd argue that maybe Nathan Gilchrist is the one you would feel can knock over the tail with his extra pace. If he can get a couple of Yorkers away, or maybe get one to rear up from back of length. He's only bowled 4 overs so far, so all options were available to Jack Leaning, and he's gone to Parkinson. It could be a risk. The leg spinner to Jennings. Jennings just skipping down the pitch and helping it into the onside. There are singles available everywhere. The field is very spread. How do they try and put the squeeze on then against Williams? Conversations taking place between Leaning and Parkinson. Stobo is coming into field at a pretty straight, silly mid-on. Jaden Denley's at mid-wicket, long ons out, deep squares out. There's a deep cover. Here comes Parkinson then to Williams. Tosses it up. Williams plays forward. Watchfully, almost overbalancing on the front foot. Picked up by Akansh Singh at point. 22 required. 28 deliveries remaining. It's the leg spinner Matt Parkinson against his former team. And Williams defends. I wonder if Will Williams has licence from Keaton Jennings to just stick in here. Block out the ball if it's on the stumps. Don't worry too much about a single. Oh, he's played for the shot and he's nicked it. He's caught behind. And another late twist in the game. Well, we really are being treated to a topsy-turvy match of one-day cricket here at Blackpool. And Kent maybe just one last sniff at the game, and it's Matt Parkinson. Who else who's managed to get the wicket for them? Williams was just offered a bit of width there outside the off-stump. It's turned away and caught the outside edge. It's a classic bit of leg spin bowling. Finch with a smart take. Williams goes. And Matt Parkinson, the gamble from Jack Leaning. But it pays off. And 188 for 8 the score. 22 still required to win. Williams out for 4. Jennings at the non-striker's end on 97. And in comes teenager Charlie Barnard at number 10.
It's a lovely piece of bowling, isn't it, by Parkinson? And full credit, right at the back end of the match here, he's floated that up, hasn't he? Tempted Williams. Try and get forward and drive. Go on, have a go at that.
Yeah, he's such a clever bowler, isn't he, Matt Parkinson? This is what I was going back to when I mentioned earlier about him being overlooked in the 100. You know, he he sort of almost sets batters up to come at him and play the shot and be aggressive, and backs himself to outskill them and outthink them. Brilliant work from him. He's now going to bowl to Barnard. First ball he's faced. Oh, it turns sharply past the outside edge. That's a ripper. That is an absolute snorter from Parkinson. Wry smile from Barnard that he hasn't nicked it. There's a slip in play. One ball remaining in the 46th. So far it's gone for just the one run. That one wicket as well. Here comes Parkinson to Barnard. Tosses it up. He's kept it out, Barnard. And defends it away into the offside. I was waiting there. There should have been a standing ovation for that block from Johnny Barnard. Give the young lad his flowers in the situation. That would have been a nervy moment.
It would.
Jennings back on to strike.
Great over that by Parkinson. Super stuff. It's brave captaincy too, to bring him in, isn't it, really? I mean, it might well be, to a degree, to get Swanepoel into the attack from this end. And if he wants to do that, to switch ends with Swanepoel, he's gone to his leg spinner. And that could have gone one way or the other. But he's backed him. He's backed his leg spinner, his front line spinner to come on there. And the wicket's a massive bonus, isn't it? But to come on there and not get smacked, basically, isn't it? Because Lancashire could, if that goes wrong in that over, he doesn't quite land a couple, and Lancashire get a couple of boundaries, that's the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's backed his leg spinner to bowl well, and the wicket's an absolute bonus, and he's bowled a couple of beautiful deliveries.
Yeah, and at the same time, like you say, that the key thing almost was to get the number 9 back on strike, keep him honest with a couple of dot balls, and then that drew the shot in almost, didn't it? Then he chucked the one out wide, which Williams chased and nicked it into the hands of Finch. So yes, Swanepoel will switch ends. So no Gilchrist. He is going to his experienced men.
But he's not yet made his mind up as to who he bowls the next one from that top end. Parkinson's in with a snip. It might depend who's on strike. But he's got Swanepoel to bowl 2 from this north end of the ground. 3 for 16 for Swanepoel. Those figures on screen not quite right. That wicket belongs to Parkinson. He's picked up 3 for 29. Swanepoel 3 for 16. In and bowls down the leg side. Is it bat on this from Jennings? No, leg buys, 4 of them. But even that.
Oh, what a Bruce B bonus that is anyway.
No, it's not a century. No, it's a leg by. It's leg buys. He's not got there yet. He's been called a century already. And Keaton Jennings looks up towards the scorers and said, "Not yet. I've not got there yet."
Well, he was looking up at the umpire, going, "Come on, you sure you didn't want to give that to me?" Regardless, that's a big boundary.
It is. 4 more towards Lancashire's target. That's pulled out towards the leg side. Just be a single. And takes Jennings on to 98.
Kenner kind of got to really attack this now. They got to be smart in terms of the field. They can't afford to leak a boundary, but ideally they want Barnard on strike, and they need to have a plan about how they're going to try and remove him here. I'd be really tempted to have a slip. They've not got one. They've got a kind of short catching mid-wicket, long on and long offer up.
And comes Swanepoel to Barnard, just sneaks away, doesn't it? Past the bat, past the off stump, through to the keeper.
Surely they've got to put a slip in here for the new man. He wasn't far away from nibbling that. If it goes past the wicketkeeper down to third man for a fine of third man for a boundary, they'd be fuming.
Swanepoel to Barnard. Again, that goes past Barnard, pushing a little at the ball and through to Finch, and there's no run. The score 193 for 8 it is, so it's 17 needed to win.
There you go, slips coming in. I think Jack Leaning was umming and ahhing and was thinking, right, where do I take a man out? So there is now a bit of a gap at cover, so extra cover has come out and gone into slip. There's a third man, a deep point, so in fact Jaden Denley's going to come a bit straighter. Stewart goes square on the boundary.
Just want a ball to Barnard. It's hopping back and defending and just nudging the ball away to the leg side, and there's no run. Top ball. Still 193 for 8. We are in the 47th over. 17 needed still for Lancashire. Barnard. Let's have a little nibble of the couple. Still on naught. Skipper on 98 at the other end. Swung the ball to Barnard. Yeah, there's a little waft at that one outside the off stump. Through it goes. End of the over. And Lancashire requires 17 to win. 18 balls left. Jennings on 98. Barnard on naught. Who's bowling from the south end of the ground? Is it going to be Parkinson to go again? Looks like it will be.
I think they kind of had to go for it after he produced the magic in the previous over. Is there a point at which Jennings starts thinking about, I guess he can't afford to think about farming the strike, but he's got to face as much of this as possible. He's got to knock off as much of these runs as possible. He just needs his mate, his young teammate and colleague, to just stay with him up the other end, and he's got to be the man. Parkinson to him. Balls out of the delivery. Jennings on 98. Can't even be worrying about his own score in this situation. Long on and long off back, mid-wicket, square leg. Parkinson bowls, goes for the hard sweep into the leg side, doesn't take the single. As it goes out to Gilchrist at mid-wicket.
Well, that's the answer to your question.
I think it's smart cricket. I think he's got to own the strike here.
This is good captaincy too, isn't it? These two just having a little natter. Just prolongs it a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, just builds the tension. Doesn't let Jennings get into any kind of groove or rhythm against the leg spin of Parkinson. He'll have faced him so many times in the nets. Probably won't surprise him here. He's looking to try and find a boundary with a sweep into the leg side, and again he's picked out Gilchrist at mid-wicket. Again he's opting against taking a single.
It's fascinating, isn't it, watching Keaton Jennings here, how he's going to try and manipulate this, manage this run chase.
Balls to him. Clips it away. He might be able to think about 2 here, out towards wide, long on. There could be a run out here. Barnard has come back for 2, but Jennings slipped.
I think he wanted 2 and he slipped, I think he wanted 2, and as he turned to come back, he slipped. And
no,
it looks like he's all right. I was worried he might be a little bit injured there, but he wanted 2, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it was frustration and disappointment.
He's on 99.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard away to our left had got up ahead of itself and had given him a single for one of the ones he turned down. So it is now correct that he's on 99 and the score is 194.
He's got to 3 figures about 4 different times, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. So, as you say, it was clipped up towards wide, long on. There was enough of a chance at 2 there, but they've only been able to take 1. And so Barnard is on strike, slip in play. Parkinson bowls to him, forward he comes and plays defensively. Out into the offside. 48th over of the run chase. Must have a couple left as Parkinson bowls to Barnard. It's down the leg side, and they come through for an extra run as well. It's a leg by, so just 1. I must admit I didn't see the deflection. I thought that was going to be signalled as wide. So if I'm right in saying there's 1 ball left in the over, Jennings needs 1 for the 100. Surely Jennings here looks to try and manipulate this ball to keep himself on strike, get himself to his 100, and then he goes about thinking about the 14 remaining runs after that. boundary here would put his teammate back on strike at the start of the next over. Parkinson bowls to him. He comes down the ground. It's hit Parkinson. He put his hands up. It's technically a drop, but it's actually a stunning stop because that surely would have gone for 4. Parkinson's down on the floor.
He's okay. That's horrible.
I think it was a hand that he stuck out. And it's actually an incredible piece of fielding from Matt Parkinson. I think just he's instinctively just stuck his hands up with the ball being fired back towards him. The physio's coming back on. We're going to see a replay of it. I think this is a fantastic stop. Just seeing it again. He smashed it towards him. I think he just about gets a hand or an arm to block the ball from hitting him in the face. So it's a dot ball to end the over. Jennings remains on 99. Barnard will be on strike at the start of the next over. Parkinson is being seen to by the medical staff from both the two sets of teams, and he's now getting to his feet.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? There, because that was absolutely rancid. That wasn't it. I'm not sure he's going to carry on. I mean, he's got a horrible blow. Whether he feels like he's all right to stay out there, but I'd be surprised. He's going to collect his cap and his sunglasses. Yeah, looks like he might be all right.
He's an absolute warrior, isn't he, Matt Parkinson?
Oh, as you can see there, right on the chest, isn't it? All that work in the gym, Matthew. Those pectoral muscles have worked to treat. That's what it is.
So 15 needed off 12, and for the first time perhaps in these late stages, it's at more than a runner ball.
Yeah.
And Jennings is at the wrong end to start.
Yes, I can't remember the last time actually it was that the runs required was more than the balls remaining. I switched around. Gets that's a good round of applause. Parky as he goes down towards fine leg. That was absolutely walloped back to him, wasn't it?
He's absolutely... I thought he was going to go for the single, and instead he's gone for the boundary. And he's absolutely smashed it back at the bowler. So he's safe 4 with his body. Swanepoel back.
Into Barnard, drives away. Runs for Charlie Barnard, out towards deep backward point, and Keaton Jennings says stay where you are, mate.
Really sensible cricket from Jennings. Barnard's done his job, given Jennings the strike back. And now it's Swanepoel against Jennings. 14 required from 11. Jennings will be thinking maybe just a couple of boundaries is all I need here.
Of course, the other factor is we're not sure, are we, about the fitness of Ollie Sutton and whether it, presumably if he gets down to it, I can't believe, unless he's left the ground. But
yeah, you would expect him
to come out and try and stand there.
Yeah, exactly.
Barnard's done well. He's got a single. He's got off strike. He's got his captain back on strike. 14 to win. 11 balls left. 99 to Jennings. Hits it down the ground. All the way for 4. 3 figures again for Keaton Jennings at Blackpool. 3rd ton under the tower this season. It's a magnificent innings. It might well be enough to get his team to victory as well. Fabulous century for the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings. 2 here at Blackpool against Durham in the Championship, and now in the One Day Cup. 103 not out from 136 deliveries, and 10 to win now from 10 balls. 200 on the board. Lancashire 8 down.
Surely Kent need a rethink it. They had mid-off up in the circle, and that's where Jennings attacked. Straight down the ground. They've now posted that man back. 200 for 8 the score, 10 to win. Fine leg comes up.
Yes, Swanepoel around the wicket to Jennings, and he punches his bat in frustration. He just tried to ramp that over the keeper. Ben just said fine leg, came up inside the circle, spotted by Keaton Jennings, and just tried to scoop it over the shoulder down towards that fine leg boundary. Just couldn't get bat on ball, and he punched the bat in frustration, Keaton Jennings. It's a dot ball, 10 to win off 9. 103 to the Lancashire skipper.
Yeah, in Jennings' mind, this next ball, well, one of the next 2 balls, he wants to find a boundary, and then maybe a single. I mean, it's only 2 scoring shots.
In comes Swanepoel to Jennings swing and a miss, and there's a bit of hesitation. Do we go? Do we not? And they decided against it as he went through to the keeper. Even the coolest of minds and even the most experienced of players, a man that's managed this run chase magnificently, still himself wasn't quite certain whether to stick or twist.
No need for a run there. Still got 2 left in the over. Can look to try and find a boundary or look to find a single and take it on in the last.
Swanepoel to Jennings. Does he find his boundary here? He scoops it over the shoulder. Oh, he does. 4 to Keaton Jennings. The shot he tried, the delivery before. This time he gets it away and takes Lancashire to within 6 of victory.
Yeah, Swanepoel went for the slower ball again. Got right across his stumps, Jennings. Flipped it away over the head, a fine leg. Can Kent find an extra boundary fielder to stick that man back? I think they're going to have to. Jack Leaning is sending his man. They can't sing down to that boundary.
Can they keep Jennings off strike? This is the final ball of the over. Of course, you want men in to try and prevent the single, but you also risk the element of him being able to hit over the top.
I think if you're Keaton Jennings here, if it's there, if it's in your slot, try and hit the boundary. Take it to 2 to win, 1 for the tie. Barnard can scramble a bye or something in the next over, surely. Kent would have to get 2 wickets for the loss of 1 run or no runs. Take the boundary scoring option if it's there.
Final ball of the over. Bowles pulled out towards the onside. Run out chance. Oh, he's gone. He's been run out. Barnard at the non-striker's end. In a desperate bid to try and get his captain on strike for the start of the final over. He's run out. It's a great throw. I think that's Charlie Stobo, I think.
Wow, the absolute cojones on Charlie Stobo to throw that at the stumps, because if it missed the stumps, there was surely an overthrow on, and then Jennings would have got strike. But he's hit the stumps and removed Barnard, and now Jennings will be at the non-striker's end for the start of the final over with 6 to win off 6.
And then Ollie Sutton, who's carrying a side injury, injured halfway through his first over on debut, now having to come out with that injury to bat on strike for the final over with Lancashire 6 away from victory. And he's captain 107 not out.
Well, here's that scenario that I said probably wouldn't happen, that if Jennings was not out at the end of the game, it was unlikely that he'd be at the non-striker's end watching on. But Kent have got a chance to do that. They have a chance to attack the number 11 and leave Jennings 107 not out and helpless. But at the same time, Ollie Sutton on debut, injury or not, side injury which kept him out of the bowling attack or not, also has a chance to be the hero.
It does, yeah.
One swing of his bat could end this game.
Do you reckon that's what Keaton said to him?
No, surely not. Surely he's not going to try it. I mean,
I think it's unlikely.
To the left-hander, he's the left-handed bat.
You can't, can you?
There's a shortish sort of swing to cow corner.
With your captain at the other end, 107 not out.
It would be a bold, it would be a bold shot, but he's potentially on. Leg spin as well will be in the arc. Parkinson, you would think, will possibly bowl the googly to him and try and bowl it well outside the off stump. But the fact that it is Parkinson who's going to bowl this final over, it just gives the tailender a chance to swing the bat. He's always just feeling at the side as he just tapped his bat on the ground. Right then, the start of this final over, 2,000 inside Blackpool, almost in silence as Parkinson bowls, and it's pushed away by Sutton into the covers. He feels at his side. He's really in pain out there. Oh, he looks like he's in agony.
He does, yeah. He does. Goodness.
But he bravely takes his guard again and waits to face Parkinson, who bowls on the stumps. He swings the bat, he's been bowled, and Matt Parkinson has won the game for Kent. in extraordinary fashion against his former club here at Blackpool. The Spitfires players celebrate the end of an extraordinary game of cricket. Keaton Jennings, 107 not out, helpless at the non-striker's end, as Sutton bravely swung at the ball, but it turned back in from Parkinson and clipped the top off the middle stump. Kent celebrate the victory here at Blackpool in the final over of the match. What a thriller here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, here on BBC Sport Online and via Lancs TV. A heck of a game of cricket. But Kent, thanks to Matt Parkinson, 4 for 30 against his old club, have managed to get over the line, and somehow Keaton Jennings, a centurion for Lancashire, but not on the winning team today. The Roses skipper, Scott Reed, I don't know how we quite sum up what's just happened.
Well, it's brilliant by Parkinson. I mean, I think he's had an outstanding last half an hour, hasn't he? I mean, really gutsy call from his skipper as well to bring him back in when he wanted to swan a ball on at this end, and he went for Parkinson at that top end. That was a brave call, and Parkinson backed it up, and he's bowled brilliantly, and it's a real agony there for Ollie Sutton, who's clearly in huge discomfort and pain. And the one scenario which we didn't think was likely, that if Jennings is there at the end, Lancashire win. Well, Jennings is there at the end, and Lancashire have lost. And it's a brilliant effort from Jennings, but it just couldn't work it out, could they? At the end, that run out by Barnard at the non-striker's end, trying to get Jennings on strike, and then all the drama of the injured Sutton coming out to bat. But brilliant by Parkinson. Really good game of cricket, and. Yeah, congratulations to Kent. It's a fine effort to defend that total and leave Blackpool with a win and become the first side here to win against Lancashire. Don't forget, I mentioned that before, that going back since List A games were played at Blackpool, first one was in 1976, and Lancashire are unbeaten. They've won 11 times since then, never lost a match here in white ball cricket, either this competition or the T20 Blast. And Kent have come and have taken the points, and Parkinson ends with 4 for 30. Brilliant.
Yeah, 4 for 30 from Parkinson. And then the two overseas, Swanepoel 9 overs, 3 for 26. Stobo 2 overs for 30. They were both absolutely immaculate in their first spells and came back and had a say as well. Kent almost had to be perfect with that second half effort. It really did swing both ways. There were the 2 big overs at the back end of power play 2 when Jaden Denley was hit for 12, and then Blatherwick hit the 2 sixes off leaning to take that over for 16, and Lancashire getting their noses back in front. And all the while that Keaton Jennings was there, he's ended up on 107 from 140 deliveries with 13 fours and a 6. All the while he was there, you just felt like the Lancashire captain was going to see his team through. Only for that last ball of the Swanepoel over for him to slam it towards Stobo at mid-wicket. For Stobo to throw down the stumps in that situation and run out Barnard to bring out the injured Sutton, knowing that overthrows would have, if he'd have missed the stumps, and overthrows would have put Keaton Jennings back on strike. He could have just held the ball and kept it to the dot, and then it would have been of course Charlie Barnard on strike to face that final over. I mean, a phenomenal run out from Stobo to go on top of his bowling. and probably worth mentioning that Matt Parkinson, that 19 and that little scrambled partnership that he put on with Harry Finch, they came together when the score was at 164 for 7, and they managed to bat through to the 46th over, and Parkinson was out when the score was on 197. And even then, Kent managed to sneak up to 209 all out thanks to 48 from Harry Finch. And in the end, every run counted in what proved to be an absolutely thrilling contest. And well, credit to both teams for the entertainment on show. I think ultimately it's that old cliched phrase, but cricket was the winner today. And well, who needs 100 balls each when you can have 50 overs each and get a game like that?
Yep, belter. Really good game of cricket. Kent winning by 5 runs here by the seaside. So a great performance by Kent to defend that total of 209, bowling Lancashire out for 204 to win by 5 wickets. And it's 2 defeats from 2 for Lancashire. Kent now played 2, won 1 and lost 1. Their first game coming on Friday at Taunton. Lancashire back in action on Wednesday in Derby, the first of 3 away games on the spin. What about Kent then?
Yeah, Kent are back in action on Wednesday as well. They head back home and they're at Beckenham to take on Hampshire.
Excellent. Cheers, Ben. Really enjoyable. It's a really, really good game of 50 over cricket. It's Kent that have won a really tight fixture here in Blackpool. A victory by 5 runs. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage across the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks to all the people behind the pictures on Lancs TV as well. I'll be at Derby on Wednesday, but are you at... the game
we'll be at Beckenham, yeah, for that one on Wednesday.
Lovely jubbly. We'll catch you then. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Congratulations to Kent. They've won here in Blackpool by 5 runs.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours will be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.